Section 48 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Lovers. The morning which succeeded the night that witnessed the incidents just detailed was clear, frosty, and fine. It was one of those winter mornings when the soil is hard as iron, but on which the sun shines with grey light, if not with genial heat. On such a morning we walk abroad with a consciousness that exercise benefits us. We feel the blood acquiring a more rapid circulation in our veins. We soon experience a pleasant glow pervading the frame. Our spirits become exhilarated, and we learn that even winter has its peculiar charms. Such was the feeling that animated Richard Markham as, after alighting from a public vehicle at Richmond, he proceeded rapidly along a by-road that led through the fields at the back of Count Alteroni's mansion. His cheeks were tinged with a glow that set off his handsome features to the greatest advantage. His dark eyes sparkled with an expression of joy and hope. A smile played upon his lips, and he walked with his head erect as if he felt proud of his existence, because that existence, in spite of its vicissitude, was protected by some auspicious star. O love, art thou not a star full of hope and promise, like that which guided the sages of the East to the cradle of their Redeemer? Like the welcome planet which heralds the dauntless mariner over the midnight seas? Like the twinkling orb which points the right track to the Arab wanderer in the desert? Richard Markham pursued his way, his soul full of hope and love and bliss. At a distance of about a quarter of a mile on his right hand, the mansion of Count Alteroni soon met his eyes, surrounded by the evergreens that, in contrast with the withered trees elsewhere, gave to the spot where it stood the air of an oasis in the midst of a desert. Markham's heart beat quickly when that well-known dwelling met his view, and for a moment a shade of melancholy passed over his countenance, for he recalled to mind the happy hours he had once spent within its walls. But that transitory cloud vanished from his brow when his eyes caught a glimpse, in another instance, of a sylph-like form that was threading a leafless grove at a little distance. Richard redoubled his steps, and was led by the circuitous winding of the path that he was pursuing somewhere nearer to the Count's mansion. In a few minutes he reached the very spot where, in the preceding spring, he had accidentally encountered Isabella, and where she assured him of her unchanged and unchangeable love. He is now on that spot once more. He pauses, looks around, and Isabella again approaches. Richard rushes forward and clasps the beautiful Italian maiden in his arms. "Isabella, dearest Isabella, what good angel prompted you to grant me this interview?" he exclaimed, when the first effusion of joy was over. "Do you think me indiscreet, Richard?" asked the Signora, taking his arm and glancing timidly towards his countenance. "Indiscreet, my sweet girl!" cried her lover. "Oh, how can you suppose that I would entertain a harsh feeling with regard to that goodness on your part, which doubtless instigated you to afford me the happiness of this meeting?" "But when we met here 7 or 8 months ago, Richard," said Isabella, "I told you that never, never would I consent to a stolen interview. And now you may imagine—" "I imagine that you love me, Isabella, love me as I love you," exclaimed Markham. "And what other idea can occupy my thoughts when that one is present? Oh, you know not the ineffable joy, the unequalled pleasure which I experienced when your letter reached me yesterday. I recognized your handwriting immediately, and I seized the letter with avidity when it was brought to me in my study. And then, Isabella, will you believe me when I tell you that I trembled to open it? I laid it upon the table. My hand refused to break the seal. Pardon me, forgive me, if for a moment I feared that I had forgotten my vows, my plighted affection," faltered Isabella reproachfully. "Again I say pardon, forgive me, dearest girl, but oh, I have been so very unfortunate." "Think not of the past, Richard," said Isabella tenderly. "The past? Oh, how can I cease to ponder upon the past, when it has nearly bereaved me of all hope for the future?" exclaimed Markham, in an impassioned tone. "Not all hope," murmured Isabella, "since hope still remains to me." "Angel that thou art!" cried Richard, pressing the maiden's hand fondly. "How weak I am, since it is from thee that moral courage ever is imparted." "You were speaking of my letter," said Isabella with a smile. "True, but so many emotions, joy and hope, sorrowful reminiscences and brighter prospects, bewilder me. I will, however, try to talk calmly. When your letter came, I feared to open it for some moments. I dreaded a new calamity. But at length I called all my firmness to my aid, and a terrible weight was taken from my soul, when my eyes glanced at the first lines of that letter, which suddenly became as dear and welcome as a reprieve to the condemned criminal. Then, when I saw that my beloved Isabella still thought of me, still loved me— "Oh, I did not tell you in my letter," exclaimed Isabella with a smile of bewitching archness. "No, but I divined it. I gathered it from the words which you conveyed to me, your desire to see me. From the manner in which you said that at 11 o'clock this morning you should walk in the very place where we had met accidentally once before. Oh, I suddenly became a new being. Never has my heart been so light. And yet I said in my letter, Richard, that I wished to see you upon a matter of business. Ah, Isabella, destroy not the charm which makes me happy. Let no cold thought of worldly things chill the heavenly fervour of our affection. Were it not for that love which reciprocally exists between us, how should I have supported the misfortunes that have multiplied upon me? Again I say, Richard, allude not to the past. Alas, bitter, bitter were the tears that I wept on that fatal night when I was publicly disgraced at the theatre, in the midst of a triumph. Yes, Isabella, you were there where my shame was consummated. Accident had led us to the theatre that evening, answered Isabella. My father had heard that a new tragedy, of which grand hopes were entertained, was to be produced, and he insisted that I should accompany him and my mother. I was compelled to assent to his desire, although I prefer retirement and tranquillity to society and gaiety. You may conceive our astonishment, you may imagine my surprise and my joy when you came forward to acknowledge the congratulations offered for a triumph so brilliantly achieved. And then— but let us leave that subject. My blood turns cold when I think of it. Oh, go on, speak of it, exclaimed Markham enthusiastically, for although the reminiscence of that fearful scene be like pouring molten lead upon an open wound, still it is sweet, Isabella, to receive sympathy from such lips as yours. Alas, I have little more to say, except the sudden intervention of that terrible man seemed to strike me as the arrow of death, and I became insensible. Then, Richard, continued Isabella in a low and tremulous tone, my mother suspected my secret, or rather received a confirmation of the suspicion which she had long entertained. And she shuddered at the mere idea? Exclaimed Markham interrogatively. No, Richard, my mother is kind and good, and you know was always well disposed towards you. I have told you that much before. She said little, and of that no matter. But my father, he discovered our secret also, exclaimed Richard. Oh, did he not curse me? He was cool and calm when, on the following morning, he spoke to me upon the subject. I answered him frankly. I admitted my attachment for you. What did he say, Isabella? Tell me everything. Suppress not a word. Oh, heavens, he made me very miserable, returned Isabella, tears trickling down her countenance. But wherefore distress both yourself and me with a recapitulation of what ensued? Suffice it to say that I collected all the arguments in my memory, and there were not a few, and I presented to him that paper, the confession of Talbot, which proved your innocence. Dearest girl, exclaimed Markham rapturously. He did not refuse to read it, added Isabella, and at length, when I saw that I had made a profound impression upon him, I turned the conversation upon the momentary reverse of fortune which had plunged him into a debtor's prison. "Isabella!" cried Markham in surprise. "And then I boldly declared my conviction that the unknown friend who had released him, the anonymous individual who had thrown open to him the gate leading to liberty, the nameless person that had done so generous a deed and accomplished it in a manner as delicate as it was noble, was none other than Richard Markham." The tone of the Italian maiden had become more and more impassioned as she proceeded, and when she uttered the last words of the foregoing sentence, she turned upon him on whose arm she leant, a countenance glowing with animation, and radiant with gratitude and love. "Oh, Isabella, you told your father that?" cried Markham, "and yet you knew not." "My suspicion amounted almost to a certainty," interrupted Isabella, "and now I doubt no longer. Oh, Richard, if ever for one moment I had wavered in my love for you, if ever an instant of coldness arising from worldly reflections had intervened to make me repent my solemn vows to you, that one deed of yours, that noble sacrifice of your property, made to release my revered parent from a jail, that alone would have rendered my heart unalterably thine." "Beloved girl, this moment is the happiest of my life!" exclaimed Markham, and tears of joy filled his eyes as he pressed the maiden once more to his heart. "Yes, Richard," continued Isabella after a long pause, and now her splendid countenance was lighted up with an expression of dignity and generous pride, and the timid, bashful maiden seemed changed into a lady whose brow was encircled with a diadem. "Yes, Richard, if ever I felt that no deed nor act of mine shall separate us eternally, if ever I rejoiced in the prospect of possessing wealth and receiving lustre from my father's princely rank—" "Isabella!" exclaimed Richard, dropping the arm on which the Italian lady was leaning, and stepping back in the most profound astonishment. "Isabella, what mean you?" "I mean," continued the Signora, casting upon him a glance of deep tenderness and noble pride, "I mean that henceforth, Richard, I can have no secret from you, that I must now disclose what has often before trembled upon my tongue, a secret which my father would not, however, as yet have revealed to the English public generally, the secret of his rank, for he whom the world knows as Count Alteruni is Alberto, Prince of Castelcicala." Strange was the effect that this revelation produced upon the young man. He felt as if when in a burning heat a mighty volume of icy water had suddenly been dashed over him. His head appeared to swim round, his sight grew dim, he staggered, and would have fallen had not Isabella rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Richard, oh dear Richard, do you not believe how much I love you?" These words produced an instantaneous change within him. Those sweet syllables, uttered in the silvery tones of a lovely woman's tenderness, recalled him to himself. "Ah, Isabella," he exclaimed mournfully, "how insuperable is the barrier which divides us now! And if that barrier to which you allude ever existed, was it less formidable when you were ignorant of the secret than it is at present?" asked Isabella tenderly. "It seems so to me," replied Richard. "Are you not placed on an eminence to which I can never hope to reach? Have I not dared to lift my ambitious eyes towards a princess, the daughter of one who will some day wear a sovereign crown? Oh, now the delusion is gone. I am awakened from a long dream. But say, did your Highness make this revelation today in order to extinguish my adventurous aspirations at once and for ever?" "Richard, you wrong me, cruelly wrong me!" exclaimed Isabella, bursting into tears. Forgive me, sweetest girl," cried Markham. "I was mad, I raved, I knew not what I said. Richard, when we met here once before, you doubted my affection, and then you asked me to forgive you. How often will you put my feelings to so cruel a test? How often will you renew those unjust suspicions? Oh, God, what have I done, that I should thus call tears to your eyes, Isabella? Forgive me, again I say, forgive me, on my knees I implore. No, "I think no more of what you said," exclaimed Isabella. "Calm yourself for my sake." And she gazed so tenderly up into his countenance that he was reassured, and all his doubts and fears vanished in a moment. "Yes, Isabella," he said, "I am now calm, and you are an angel." "A mere terrestrial one, Richard, I'm afraid," returned the princess with a smile. "And now let me speak to you upon the little matter of business to which I alluded in my note. After I had informed my father that you were the generous unknown who had been the means of his release from prison, he exclaimed, 'Excellent-hearted young man! How I have wronged him by my injurious suspicions concerning that night when the burglary was attempted at our house. You see that I tell you his very words. Yes, tell me everything, dear Isabella, and thus your father no longer believes. How can he believe that anyone would attempt to rob him one day and pay nearly £2,000 for him another?" exclaimed Isabella. "Oh no, he is disabused upon that point. Would that he were unprejudiced on others." "I understand you," said Markham mournfully. "The prince cannot consent to renew his acquaintance with one who has been subjected to an infamous punishment, and who aspires to the hand of his daughter." "Alas, you have divined but too truly," returned Isabella, wiping away a tear. "Nevertheless, may we not hope? Already is one great point gained. My father believes that you may have been unfortunate and not guilty. Oh, that is a great obstacle removed. And in my mother, Richard, you have a warm friend, although her prejudices of rank and family—" "I can well comprehend the sentiments of her Highness," answered Markham, "and it is all that which now makes me fear lest—" "Fear not, but hope everything," said Isabella, who, however, poor girl, spoke in a more flattering manner than her secret thoughts would have warranted had she consulted them. But she saw her lover oppressed and weighed down by the revelation of that secret which she had considered it unkind to retain any longer, and she did all she could to console him. "Yes, I will hope for both our sakes," said Richard. "And now let me conclude my little narrative," continued Isabella. "My father resolved to repay you the money you had so generously advanced the moment he was enabled, and as the Grand Duke of Castelcicala has settled upon him an income of 10,000 a year, besides an immediate grant of £40,000, boons which my father had only accepted because no political condition was attached to them, and because they are alleged to be an indemnification for his estates which have been confiscated, he only awaited the arrival of his first remittance to acquit himself of that debt of honour. The day before yesterday he gave this letter," added Isabella, taking a small sealed packet from her reticule, "to one of our servants to convey to the post at Richmond. I demanded it back again privately of the servant, with the view of placing it myself in your hands, and taking the opportunity to reveal to you a secret which I did not think it right to keep from you any longer." "I received this packet, then, Isabella, with its contents," said Markham, pressing her hand as he took it, "because your father is happily in a position to repay me the trifle which I was enabled to disburse for his benefit. But 10,000 times more valuable is this sum to me, since its payment prompted you to grant me this interview." "I had so much to tell you, Richard," answered the lady, with a deep blush, "that I could not commit it all to paper. I therefore adopted this plan, which perhaps is indiscreet." "Use not that epithet again, dear Isabella," interrupted Markham. "You assure me that you love me. Can you then regret that you have made me happy by allowing me to see you, to talk to you, to embrace you once again? And yet, in the midst of that happiness, the sad thought intrudes upon me, when shall I see thee again?" "Accidents may throw us together soon, as it has done now," murmured Isabella. "Accident, or rather Providence, does so much for us poor mortals. But with your mother's prejudices in favour of rank and birth, and with your father's high destinies, what hope can exist for so humble an individual as myself? How can I dare aspire to the hand of a princess of a powerful independent state? Did not Miss Eliza Sidney espouse the Grand Duke of Castelcicala, and she also—" "Oh, I remember," exclaimed Markham, seeing that Isabella hesitated. "I remember that she also was unfortunate, as I was, and she also endured a weary imprisonment of 2 years. Yes, I accept the omen. It is an auspicious one." And Richard's handsome countenance was once more animated with a glow of hope and joy. Then, in an access of enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Oh, if ever this fond aspiration should be realized, if ever the humble and obscure Englishman were united to the high-born and brilliant Italian princess! How sweet would it be for him to owe rank and fortune to the woman whom he loved so fondly, and whom he would ever love until the hand of death should beckon him to the tomb! For myself, I pant not for the honours and glories of this life, for hadst thou, Isabella, been the daughter of the lowest peasants, I had loved thee all the same, and had been far, far more contented, because the obstacles which now oppose our happiness might then have ceased to exist." "Believe me, Richard," answered Isabella, in a tone of witching tenderness, "believe me that the happiest day of my life will be that when I can prove to you the extent of that affection with which you have inspired me. And again I repeat that if ever I rejoiced in the prospect of that fortune which, whether my father eventually succeed to the ducal throne or not, he will be enabled to leave me, and if ever I felt proud of that high station which my family enjoys, or indulged in the hope that my parents may one day attain to sovereign rank, that joy, that pride, that hope are all experienced on account of you. For, like you, I care not for the grandeur and ostentation of palaces. But it will be a thrice happy day for me when I can say to thee, Richard, my fortune is all thine, and thou shalt share my rank. Because in Castelcicala, unlike the usages of your native land, he who espouses a princess becomes a prince. And when you shall be thus exalted, Richard, who will dare to remind you of the misfortunes of your past life? That is why I rejoice in my present rank and future prospects, a joy that is experienced solely on account of you. Noble-hearted girl, what kindness, what attention, what devoted love on my part can ever repay thee for these generous feelings, these endearing proofs of the tenderest attachment? Do you think that I should love you, Richard, as I do, returned Isabella, if I did not know the generosity of your soul, if I did not appreciate all your virtues? I am well aware that unfortunately you are not rich, and yet you sacrificed, nobly sacrificed your property to release my parent from a jail. Oh, how can I ever forget that conduct of yours? You speak of repaying me for my affection. How much do I not owe to you?" There was a pause in the conversation, during which the lovers walked up and down along the edge of the leafless grove, each enjoying reflections of a pleasurable nature. Isabella leant with charming confidence upon the arm of that handsome and generous-hearted young man, in whose love she gloried as if he were the prince and she were the obscure individual, and he felt his heart expand with ineffable bliss as he contemplated the brilliant prospects which that lovely girl, the proudly born princess, bred before the eyes of him, the obscure individual. More than an hour and a half had already passed, and Isabella at length remembered that she must return home. She intimated to her lover the necessity of separating, and with fond embraces and renewed vows they parted. Richard watched her receding form until she entered the grove of evergreens surrounding her father's mansion. He then retraced his steps towards Richmond, and never was his heart so light as now. End of section 48. Section 49 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The contents of the packet. Alberto of Castelcicala, to conceal his princely rank when he arrived in England, an exile from his native shores, had adopted the style of Count Alteroni, this title being the name of an estate which he had possessed in Italy, but which, together with the remainder of his vast property, had been confiscated by order of the Grand Duke, his uncle. The government of Castelcicala was an absolute despotism, and it was because the prince, with a view to ameliorate the condition of the people whom he might one day be called upon to govern, had placed himself at the head and openly avowed himself as the patron of a political party in the state whose object was to obtain a constitution. He had been proscribed by the Grand Duke and the old aristocracy of the country. His party advised him to have recourse to arms, and meetings in favour of the enlightened principles which he advocated were held at the time throughout the country. But the prince was resolved never to plunge his native land into the horrors of a civil war. He preferred exile and obscurity to such an alternative. His was, indeed, a lofty and patriotic soul that knew how to sacrifice his dearest interests to the popular tranquillity. Accordingly, on his arrival in London, he had adopted a rank comparably humble in respect to the exalted station which he, in reality, occupied. And to this mode of conduct he was instigated by the same disinterested motives that had led him to fly from his country rather than raise the standard of civil strife. He knew that if he settled in London under his proper title, he could not avoid receiving those patriotic exiles who had fled from Castelcicala to avoid the consequences of their liberal opinions. He was averse to the idea of allowing his dwelling to be made the point of reunion for those who advocated the enforcement of the popular cause by means of arms. He would not for a moment consent to permit a nucleus of open rebellion against the reigning sovereign of Castelcicala to be formed under his auspices. He had therefore intimated to his friends and adherents that he intended to retire into private life until circumstances might place him in a position to confer upon his native land the charter of liberties which he believed to be its natural right. The few English persons who were acquainted with his secret religiously kept it. The Tremordins, Armstrong, and the Earl of Warrington, whom he numbered amongst his best friends, respected the incognito which his Highness thought fit to preserve. Thus Armstrong had not even communicated the fact to Richard Markham when he introduced him to the prince's dwelling, and the reader may now understand the reasons which led the haughtiest of English peers, the Earl of Warrington, on the occasion of his visit to the mansion near Richmond, to solicit letters of introduction for Eliza Sidney, to bend his head with such profound respect in the presence of the heir presumptive to a throne. Nor need it now be made a matter of marvel if those letters of introduction proved such immediate passports for Eliza Sidney into the first society of Castelcicala. But little did he who gave them, or he who solicited them, little did they think that their ulterior effect would be to open the way for the lady to such an eminence as the one which she had attained. We have before explained, a point indeed which the intelligent reader could not fail to comprehend, that the chance of Alberto to the Castelcicalan throne now depended upon the contingency of the marriage of Angelo III producing offspring or not. Scarcely, however, had that marriage been consummated when the Minister of Foreign Affairs wrote to the Castelcicalan envoy at the court of Queen Victoria to communicate to Prince Alberto the intention of the government, sanctioned by the Grand Duke, to allow him a handsome income and supply him with an immediate grant by way of indemnification for the loss of his estates. No political condition of any kind being attached to this concession, the prince did not hesitate to accept it, and it was even mentioned in a Montoni newspaper that the influence of the Grand Duchess, aided by the friendly feelings of some of the new ministers towards the prince, had procured this act of justice at the hands of Angelo III. These few observations may not be deemed superfluous, inasmuch as they tend to explain the real position of the Prince of Castelcicala, the father of our charming heroine. We said it was with a light heart that Richard Markham retraced his steps to Richmond, after having parted with the Princess Isabella. He was, moreover, desirous to examine the contents of the packet which she had placed in his hands, not because he cared for the money which was thus returned to him, but because he was anxious to ascertain whether any note from her father accompanied it. He, however, restrained his curiosity until he reached Richmond, where he entered an hotel, ordered a private room, bespoke some refreshment, and then proceeded to break the seal of the envelope. Yes, there was a letter containing a cheque. The cheque fell unheeded on the carpet. The letter was immediately perused with avidity. "I cannot sufficiently express my admiration of your noble and generous conduct in having liquidated the debts for which I was detained in the Queen's Bench prison. I now repay with unfeigned and heartfelt gratitude that sum which you advanced for my necessities in a manner so honourable to your own nature and so eminently useful to me at that period. I need not say how deeply I regret the injurious suspicions which I entertained concerning you on a certain occasion, but circumstances were too powerfully combined against you to admit of any other impression. You will forgive me, for I ask your pardon. I sincerely apologize for all I may have said or done on that occasion. And now, my dear Mr. Markham, I am compelled to touch upon a subject which, though painful, demands some observations. That you have been unfortunate. I know that you were never guilty. I am now well convinced. I have read a document which proves this. But you have inspired my daughter with an affection which I understand is reciprocal, and which can never end otherwise than in disappointment to you both. Crush, then, this sentiment in your breast, and for the peace of mind of her who is my only child, and who never, never can become your wife, I implore you not to see her more. Avoid her, as I shall instruct her to avoid you. My only motive being based on certain circumstances unknown to you, which render your union an impossibility. I address you as a friend. As a father, I write to you. Your generous heart will teach you how to respect my wishes. One more subject must not be forgotten. I am well aware that you are not as wealthy as you once were. Thank God, my pecuniary means have ceased to be a subject of anxiety to me. You aided me when I was in need and in distress. Allow me to offer you a trifling assistance towards enabling you to build up your fortunes. This is an object which, with your great talents, you cannot fail to accomplish. Remember, I do not offer this small aid as an acquittal of my deep obligation towards you. No, my gratitude is intense, and the circumstances under which you befriended me leaves me ever your debtor. But as a friend, I offer you the use of my purse. As a friend, I place in your hands a sum of money which you can use during your pleasure and return to me at your convenience. Should that sum be insufficient to forward your views, hesitate not to apply to me for more. And now, farewell, at least for the present, and believe that no one will be more delighted to hear of your success in life than your very sincere friend, Alteroni. Markham picked up the cheque. It was for £5,000. We must endeavour to explain the nature of the feelings which the contents of the prince's letter created within him. He saw with delight that the illustrious exile once more addressed him as a friend, and that all suspicions of his guilt had been extirpated from the mind of that nobleman. But, on the other hand, the barrier between himself and Isabella seemed to be rendered insuperable by the positive terms in which the prince bade him eradicate his passion from his bosom. That barrier was no doubt twofold. The father of Isabella never could consent to the union of his daughter with one whom the world had stamped with ignominy, although innocent, and chiefly the Italian prince, the probable heir to a throne, might aspire to a far higher connection for his child. Then Richard's thoughts were directed to the handsome sum of money which the prince had placed at his disposal, and he could not do otherwise than admire the delicate manner in which it was preferred, a manner that scarcely admitted of a refusal. And yet Richard was resolved to return the surplus above the amount which he had disbursed to procure the prince's liberation from prison. Thus was it, with mingled feelings of joy and melancholy, that Markham reviewed the contents of that letter. Still he clung to hope, For Isabella had bade him hope, and he thought that the same good providence which had thus far reconciled him to the father of his beloved might in time accomplish more striking miracles in his favour. But alas, it must indeed be a miracle that could link his fate with the high destinies of the ducal house of Castelcicala. Isabella, instead of being the daughter of an obscure count, was the only child of one who, if he were not to become himself the sovereign of the most powerful petty state in Europe, would at all events occupy a station next only to the sovereign, whenever circumstances should allow him to return to his native land. But on the other hand, Isabella was faithful and true, and what might not be expected from woman's love? In a word, Markham was rather inclined to hope than to despair, and the incidents of that morning imparted to his soul a solace which was recompense for much, very much, of past suffering. Having partaken of some refreshment, Richard returned to London and repaired to the bank where the cheque was made payable. He only drew for the amount actually due to him, and desired that the surplus might be retained in behalf of Count Alteroni, under which name the prince was known at the banker's establishment. On his return home, Richard addressed the following letter to the Italian nobleman. 1,000 thanks, my dear lord, for your most kind and courteous letter. To find that you have at length become convinced that I was unfortunate and never guilty is a source of happiness, the extent of which I cannot describe. Your wishes in respect to the attachment which I certainly entertain for the Signora Isabella shall be so far complied with that I will not venture to present myself at your abode. As for extinguishing that affection which burns in my heart, mortal power cannot accomplish the task. It was with unfeigned delight that I understood from your lordship's letter that your position not only enabled you to return the trifle which I once ventured to use on your behalf, but also most generously to offer me the means of building up my fallen fortunes. My lord, I am unable to profit by your kindness. The stigma under which I lie, and with tears I write these words, is a bar to any legitimate speculation with a hope of success. Moreover, I have sufficient for my wants, and am, therefore, in one sense rich. Excuse me if I have not availed myself of your noble offer, an offer that scarcely admits of refusal in consequence of the delicacy and kindness with which it was made. Nevertheless, I am bound to decline it, with the most sincere gratitude, at the same time observing that should need ever press me, I shall not hesitate to have recourse to the friendship with which you honour me. In the earnest hope that happiness and health may attend upon yourself and amiable family, I remain, my dear lord, your most grateful and faithful servant, Richard Markham. It will be seen that the tone of this letter was somewhat constrained, but although Richard endeavoured to write with apparent ease, as if ignorant of his correspondent's real rank, he could not forget that he was addressing himself to the Prince of Castelcicala. End of section 49. Section 50 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Treasure, a New Idea. Alas, that we should be compelled to turn from such bright scenes as woman's love and lover's hope to deeds of infamy and crime. But so goes the world, and no faithful historian can venture to deviate from the rule. Sad and dismal and dark are many of the phases which this narrative has yet to show, but we can also promise our reader that there will not be wanting bright and cheering scenes to afford relief to his eye. Checkered indeed are the ways of life, varied and diversified are all its paths. And oh, let him who is wearied with the load of existence, while wending through the rough and craggy places of the world, and when rudely jostled by the world's unfeeling crowd, let him remember that there is another sphere beyond, where the ways are smooth and pleasant, and where the voice of lamentation is never heard. A sphere where angels alone shall be the guides of the elect, and where the sound of grateful harmony shall never cease, a sphere whose name is heaven. Again we say, alas, that we should be compelled to divert the attention of our reader from scenes of mundane bliss and the contemplation of the purest love to deeds of iniquity and hatred. But to our task. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening of the day that witnessed the incidents of the 2 preceding chapters, and that had succeeded the night on which the unhappy Viola had signed a deed surrendering up half her property to her unprincipled husband, that the Resurrection Man returned home to his dwelling in Globetown. But before he ascended to the apartments inhabited by himself and his mistress with a fearful name, he entered the lower part of the building, and having lighted a candle, descended to the subterranean vaults. In the first place, he went into a cell opposite to that which was still tenanted by Viola, who, it will be remembered, had received a solemn promise to be restored to her own abode that evening at 9 o'clock. The Resurrection Man entered the cell to which we have alluded, and which was empty. He raised a stone from the floor and drew from the hole, of about a foot deep, a large leather bag, the contents of which sent forth the welcome metallic sound of gold as he took it in his hand. The miscreant seated himself upon the cold floor of the cell and poured forth into his hat the glittering contents of the bag. His eyes sparkled with delight as he surveyed the treasure. He took a few of the coins up in his hand and let them drop one by one back again into his hat, his glances greedily fixed upon the gold as he thus toyed with it. 200 good sterling sovereigns here already, he mused within himself. £200 earned with toil, trouble, daring, and danger. £200 are a decent provision for any man in my line of life. And now, he continued, taking a smaller canvas bag from his pocket, there is more to add to swell the treasury. Here is £100, my half of the sum paid by Tomlinson this afternoon for keeping the secret about his old clerk. The buffer has got his share, but I warrant he will hoard none of it as I do. Thank my stars, within the last year I have learnt to be economical and saving. I mean to have something for my old age, unless—" and his countenance suddenly assumed an expression perfectly hideous as he reflected upon the probability of his career being cut short by the hand of the law. But in another moment he grew composed, that is to say, desperately hardened, and he then proceeded with his occupation and his musings. Well, here is my share of the £200 that the chicken-hearted, contemptible, cowardly Tomlinson paid for a secret which a little calm reflection might have told him that I dared not reveal. That's £100 to add to my sinking fund. And here the miscreant smiled. Now, he continued, comes the grand swag. £300 from Chichester, and not too much for the trouble I have had in his affair. 200 before, Tomlinson's 100, and Chichester's 300. That makes £600 of good sterling gold, the property of Mr. Anthony Tidkins. It was a horrible chuckle, the triumph of a miscreant of a most atrocious nature. But he was happy after his own fashion, happy in counting and contemplating the produce of his turpitude. While he was consigning his wealth to the larger bag and gloating over the gold as he passed it through his hand, he was suddenly alarmed by a slight sound in the passage. It seemed like a low footstep. He listened, but it was not repeated. For nearly a minute did he remain motionless and almost breathless in a state of painful attention, but not another sound met his ear. Then, recovering from the state of uneasy suspense into which that incident had thrown him, he rose from the floor and hurried into the passage which divided the 2 rows of cells. All was quiet. Ashamed of himself for his childish alarm, and stuttering a curse at his folly for having given way to that fear, he returned into the cell, buried his treasure, and covered the place with a stone. He then carefully locked the door of the dungeon. He crossed the passage and proceeded gently to open the door leading into the cell occupied by Viola. When he entered this vault, he found the lamp extinguished, but by the glare of his candle he perceived the unhappy woman stretched in a profound slumber upon the bed.
"All right," he muttered to himself, "and just as I expected. She will sleep some hours yet, for the wine was well drugged, and thus we can convey her back again to her house in a state of insensibility. When she awakes in her own bed, her servants will assure her that all she has passed through was a mere dream, and by this plan she will be so bewildered that she will actually fancy she had been delirious, and that her brain has wandered. This was Chichester's suggestion, and I must give him credit for it. True, she will sooner or later discover that the departure of half her property is no dream, but then the first burst of passion will have gone by, and she will consider it prudent to hold her tongue. Well, let her sleep. At 9 o'clock Chichester and Tomlinson will come, and then she shall be removed."
At that instant an idea struck the Resurrection Man. Hitherto he had worked as Chichester's agent, and by Chichester's direction, in this affair. What if he were to turn the business to some good account for himself? The lady had only parted with half her property. She had £8,000 left. Might not all, or a decent portion of this sum thus remaining, pass into the hands of the Resurrection Man? His mode of treatment had excited the first concession. Some additional horrors might extort a further grant. The idea was excellent. Fool that he was for not having thought of it before. Thus reasoned Anthony Tidkins. The more he thought of the new plot which had just entered his head, the more he grew enamoured of it. He was well aware that neither Chichester nor Tomlinson would dare to adopt measures to resist his will, and with a grin of savage delight he exclaimed aloud, "By God, it shall be done!" He then removed the bottle of wine from the cell, so that when Viola awoke she might not repeat her dose, supposing that she should be ignorant of the cause of her long lethargic slumber, for the Resurrection Man was not aware of the sudden effect which it had produced upon her, but imagined that the drugged liquid was only powerful enough to operate gradually. He next replenished the lamp with oil from a bottle which stood in one corner of the cell, and having lighted the lamp, withdrew, carefully bolting and locking the door behind him. He ascended from the subterranean prison, replaced the stone trap door, and issued from the ground floor of the house. He observed that the door leading into the alley was locked as he had left it when he entered, and this circumstance reassured him relative to the little incidents which had temporarily disturbed him when counting his money in the cell. Many circumstances combined to put the Resurrection Man into an excellent humour. He had that day added £400 to his hidden treasure. He saw business of all kinds multiplying upon his hands and promising a golden harvest, and he had hit upon a scheme which he had no doubt would produce him a larger sum than he had ever yet realized, even in his dreams. It was, therefore, with a smiling countenance that he entered the upstairs room where the Rattlesnake was busily employed in spreading the contents of her cupboard upon the table.
"Well, Meg, you see I am home before my time," he exclaimed. "I don't want any dinner. I took some at a chop house in town, as I had to wait on business. But leave the lush, I am in a humour for a glass of grog, and you and I, Meg, will sit down and have a cosy chat together."
"So we will, Tony,"
returned the woman, with a manner even more wheedling and fawning than she had ever before used towards her terrible paramour.
"You seem in excellent spirits, Tony."
"Yes, Meg, excellent. I have done a good day's work, and now I will enjoy myself till 9 o'clock, when I have got to go and meet two gentlemen close by here on another little matter."
"Oh, you seldom tell me what you're doing, Tony,"
said the Rattlesnake.
No, I don't like trusting women a bit farther than I can see them. Such things as getting up a body or so, well and good. But serious things, Meg, serious things, never."
"Well, just as you like,"
returned Margaret Flathers, affecting a smile as if she were quite satisfied. But as she turned to replace the meat in the cupboard, her countenance involuntarily assumed an expression of mysterious triumph.
"Come now, sit down," said the Resurrection Man. "Give me a pipe and brew me my lush. There, that's a good girl."
Tidkins lighted his pipe and smoked for some moments in silence.
"I tell you what, Meg," he exclaimed after a pause, "you shall sing me a song. I feel in such an uncommon good humour this evening, in such excellent spirits. No, I won't have a song. I tell you what you shall do."
"What?" said Margaret, as she mixed 2 glasses of gin and water.
"You shall tell me all about the coal mines. You know, your own history. You told it me once before, but then I wasn't in the humour to hear you. I missed half, and then forgot t'other half. So now, come, let's have the life and adventures of Miss Margaret Flathers."
The Resurrection Man laughed at this joke, as he considered it and meant it to be, and the Rattlesnake, who never dared to thwart him in anything, and who apparently had some additional motive to humour him on this occasion, hastened to comply with his request, or rather command. She accordingly related her history, the phraseology of which we have taken the liberty materially to correct and amend in the following manner. End of section 50. Section 51 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Rattlesnake's History, Part 1. In case the reader should doubt the accuracy of any of the statements relative to the employment of the youth of both sexes in the English coal mines which he may find in this chapter, we beg to refer him to the report and appendix to the report of the Children's Employment Commission, presented to both Houses of Parliament by command of Her Majesty in 1842. I was born in a coal mine in Staffordshire. My father was a married man with 5 or 6 children by his wife. My mother was a single woman who worked for him in the pit. I was, therefore, illegitimate, but this circumstance was neither considered disgraceful to my mother nor to myself, morality being on so low a scale amongst the mining population generally as almost to amount to promiscuous intercourse. My mother was only 18 when I was born. She worked in the pit up to the very hour of my birth, and when she found the labour pains coming on, she threw off the belt and chain with which she had been dragging a heavy corf or wicker basket full of coal up a slanting road, retired to a damp cave in a narrow passage leading to the foot of the shaft, and there gave birth to her child. That child was myself. She wrapped me up in her petticoat, which was all the clothing she had on at the time, and crawled with me along the passage, which was about 2.5 feet high, to the bottom of the shaft. There she got into the basket and was drawn up a height of about 230 feet, holding the rope with her right hand and supporting me on her left arm. She often told me those particulars, and said how she thought she would faint as she was ascending in the rickety vehicle, and how difficult she found it to maintain her hold of the rope, weak and enfeebled as she was. She, however, reached the top in safety, and hastened home to her miserable hovel, for she was an orphan and lived by herself. In a week she was up again and back to her work in the pit, and she hired a bit of a girl, about 7 or 8 years old, to take care of me. How my infancy passed, I, of course, can only form an idea by the mode of treatment generally adopted towards babies in the mining districts, and under such circumstances as those connected with my birth. My mother would perhaps come up from the pit once in the middle of the day to give me my natural nourishment, and when I screamed during her absence, the little girl who acted as my nurse most probably thrust a teaspoonful of some strong opiate down my throat to make me sleep and keep me quiet. Many children are killed by this treatment, but the reason of death in such cases is seldom known, because the coroner's assistance is seldom required in the mining districts. When I was 7 years old, my mother one day told me that it was now high time for me to go down with her into the pit and earn some money by my own labour. My father, who now and then called to see me of a Sunday and brought me a cake or a toy, also declared that I was old enough to help my mother. So it was decided that I should go down into the pit. I remember that I was very much frightened at the idea and cried very bitterly when the dreaded day came. It was a cold winter's morning. I recollect that well, and the snow was very thick upon the ground. I shivered with chilliness and terror as my mother led me to the pit. She gave me a good scolding because I whimpered, and then a good beating because I cried lustily. But everything combined to make me afraid. It was as early as 5 on that cold wintry morning that I was proceeding to a scene of labour which I knew to be far, far under the earth. The dense darkness of the hour was not even relieved by the white snow upon the ground, but over the country were seen blazing fires on every side, fires which appeared to me to be issuing from the very bowels of the earth, but which were in reality burning upon the surface for the purpose of converting coke into coal. And there were also blazing fields of bituminous shale, and all the tall chimneys of the great towers of the iron furnaces vomited forth flames, the whole scene thus forming a picture well calculated to appall and startle an infant mind. I remember at this moment what my feelings were then, as well as if the incident I am relating had only occurred yesterday. During the daylight I had seen the lofty chimneys giving vent to columns of dense smoke, the furnaces putting forth torrents of lurid flame, and the coke fires burning upon the ground. But that was the first time I had ever beheld those meteors blazing amongst utter darkness, and I was afraid. I was afraid. The shaft was perfectly round, and not more than 4 feet in diameter. The mode of ascent and descent was precisely that of a well, with this difference, that instead of a bucket there was a stout iron bar about 3 feet long attached in the middle, and suspended horizontally to the end of the rope. From each end of this bar hung chains with hooks to draw up the baskets of coal. This apparatus was called the clutch harness. 2 people ascended or descended at a time by these means. They had to sit cross-legged, as it were, upon the transverse bar and cling to the rope. Thus the person who got on first sat upon the bar, and the other person sat astraddle on the first one's thighs. An old woman presided at the wheel which wound up or lowered the rope sustaining the clutch harness, and as she was by no means adverse to a dram, the lives of the persons employed in the mine were constantly at the mercy of that old drunken harridan. Moreover, there seemed to me to be a great danger in the way in which the miners got on and off the clutch harness. One moment's giddiness, a missing of the hold of the rope, and down to the bottom of the shaft headlong. When the clutch harness was drawn up to the top, the old woman made the handle fast by a bolt drawn out from the upright post, and then, grasping a hand of both persons on the harness at the same time, brought them by main force to land. A false step on the part of that old woman, the failure of the bolt which stopped the rotary motion of the roller on which the rope was wound, or the slipping of the hands which she grasped in hers, and a terrible accident must have ensued. But to return to my first descent into the pit. My mother, who was dressed in a loose jacket open in front, and trousers which besides her shoes were the only articles of clothing on her, she wearing neither underwear nor stockings, leapt upon the clutch iron as nimbly as a sailor in the rigging of his ship. She then received me from the outstretched arm of the old woman, and made me sit in the easiest and safest posture she could imagine. But when I found myself being gradually lowered down in a depth as black as night, I felt too terror-struck even to cry out, and had not my mother held me tight with one hand, I should have fallen precipitately into that hideous dark profundity. At length we reached the bottom, where my mother lifted me, half dead with giddiness and fright, from the clutch iron. I felt the soil, cold, damp, and muddy under my feet. A lamp was burning in a shade suspended in a little recess in the side of the shaft, and my mother lighted a bit of candle which she had brought with her, and which she stuck into a piece of clay to hold it. Then I perceived a long dark passage, about 2.5 feet high, branching off from the foot of the shaft. My mother went on her hands and knees and told me to creep along with her. The passage was nearly 6 feet wide, and thus there was plenty of room for me to keep abreast of her. Had not this been the case, I am sure that I never should have had the courage either to proceed or follow her, for nothing could be more hideous to my infantile imagination than that low, yawning, black-mouthed cavern, running into the very bowels of the earth, and leading I knew not whither. Indeed, as I walked in a painfully stooping posture along by my mother's side, my fancy conjured up all kinds of horrors. I trembled lest some invisible hand should suddenly push forth from the side of the passage and clutch me in its grasp. I dreaded lest every step I took might precipitate me into some tremendous abyss or deep well. I thought that the echoes which I heard afar off, and which were the sounds of the miner's pickaxe or the rolling corves on the rails, were terrific warnings that the earth was falling in and would bury us alive. Then, when the light of my mother's candle suddenly fell upon some human being groping his or her way along in darkness, I shuddered at the idea of encountering some ferocious monster or hideous spectre. In a word, my feelings as I toiled along that subterranean passage were of so terrific a nature that they produced upon my memory an impression which never can be effaced, and which makes me turn cold all over as I contemplate those feelings now. You must remember that I had been reared in a complete state of mental darkness, and that no enlightened instruction had dispelled the clouds of superstition which naturally obscure the juvenile mind. I could not read. I had not even been taught my alphabet. I had not heard of such a name as Jesus Christ, and all the mention of God that had ever met my ears was in the curses and execrations which fell from the lips of my father, my mother, her acquaintances, and even the little girl who had nursed me. You cannot wonder, then, if I was appalled when I first found myself in that strange and terrifying place. At length we reached the end of the passage and struck into another, which echoed with the noise of pickaxes. In a few moments I saw the undergoers, or miners, lying on their sides, and with their pickaxes breaking away the coal. They did not work to a greater height than 2 feet, for fear, as I subsequently learnt, that they should endanger the security of the roof of the passage, the seam of coal not being a thick one. I well remember my infantile alarm and horror when I perceived that these men were naked, stark naked. But my mother did not seem to be the least abashed or dismayed. On the contrary, she laughed and exchanged a joke with each one as we passed. In fact, I afterwards discovered that Bet Flathers was a great favourite with the miners. Well, we went on until we suddenly came upon a scene that astonished me not a little. The passage abruptly opened into a large room, an immense cave hollowed out of the coal in a seam that I since learnt to be 20 feet in thickness. This cave was lighted by a great number of candles, and at a table sat about 20 individuals, men, women, and children, all at breakfast. There they were, as black as Negroes, eating, laughing, chattering, and drinking. But to my surprise and disgust, I saw that the women and young girls were all naked from the waist upwards, and many of the men completely so. And yet there was no shame, no embarrassment. But the language that soon met my ears, I could not comprehend half of it, but what I did understand made me afraid. My mother caught me by the hand and led me to the table, where I found my father. He gave us some breakfast, and in a short time the party broke up, the men, women, and children separating to their respective places of labour. My mother and myself accompanied one of the men, for my mother had ceased to work for my father since she had borne a child to him, and as his wife had insisted upon their separation in respect to labour in the mine. The name of the man for whom my mother worked was Phil Blossom. He was married, but had no children. His wife was a cripple, having met with some accident in the mine and could not work. He was therefore obliged to employ someone to carry his coal from the place where he waned to the cart that conveyed it to the foot of the shaft. Until I went down the mine, my mother had carried the coal for him, and also hurried or dragged the cart. but she now made me fill one cart while she hurried another. Thus, at 7 years old, I had to carry about 56 pounds of coal in a wooden bucket. When the passage was high enough, I carried it on my back, but when it was too low, I had to drag or push it along as best I could. Some parts of the passages were only 22 inches in height. This was where the workings were in very narrow seams, and the difficulty of dragging such a weight at such an age can be better understood than explained. I can well recollect that when I commenced that terrible labour, the perspiration, commingling with my tears, poured down my face. Phil Blossom worked in a complete state of nudity, and my mother stripped herself to the waist to perform her task. She had to drag a cart holding 700 weight, a distance of at least 200 yards, for ours was a very extensive pit, and had numerous workings and cuttings running a considerable way underground. The person who does this duty is called a hurrier. The process itself is termed tramming, and the cart is denominated a ship. The work was certainly harder than that of slaves in the West Indies or convicts in Norfolk Island. My mother had a girdle round her waist, and to that girdle was fastened a chain, which passed between her legs and was attached to the skip. She then had to go down on her hands and knees with a candle fastened to a strap on her forehead and drag the skip through the low passages, or else to maintain a curved or stooping posture in the high ones. Phil Blossom was what was called a getter. He first made a long straight cut with a pickaxe underneath the part of the seam where he was working. This was called holing, and as it was commenced low down, the getter was obliged to lie flat on his back or on his side and work for a long time in that uneasy manner. I did as well as I could with the labour allotted to me, but it was dreadful work. I was constantly knocking my head against the low roofs of the passages or against the rough places of the sides. At other times I fell flat on my face with the masses of coal upon me, or else I got knocked down by a cart or by some collier in the dark, as I toiled along the passages, my eyes blinded with my tears or with the dust of the mine. Many, many weeks passed away, and at length I grew quite hardened in respect to those sights and that language which had at first disgusted me. I became familiar with the constant presence of naked men and half-naked women, and the most terrible oaths and filthy expressions ceased to startle me. I walked boldly into the great cavern which I have before described, and which served as a meeting place for those who took their meals in the mine. I associated with the boys and girls that worked in the pit, and learned to laugh at an obscene joke or to practise petty thefts of candles, food, or even drink which the colliers left in the cavern or at their places of work. The mere fact of the boys and girls in mines all meeting together without any control, without anyone to look after them, is calculated to corrupt all those who may well be disposed. I remained as a carrier of coal along the passages till I was 10 years old. I was then ordered to convey my load, which by this time amounted to 100 weight on each occasion, up a ladder to a passage over where I had hitherto worked. This load was strapped by a leather round my forehead, and as the ladder was very rudely formed, and the steps were nearly 2 feet apart, it was with great difficulty that I could keep my balance. I have seen terrible accidents happen to young girls working in that way. Sometimes the strap or tag round one person's forehead has broken, and the whole load has fallen on the girl climbing up behind. Then the latter has been precipitated to the bottom of the dyke, the great masses of coal falling on top of her. On other occasions I have seen the girls lose their balance and fall off the ladder, their burden of coals, as in the other case, showering upon them or their companions behind. The work was indeed most horrible. A slave ship could not have been worse. If I did not do exactly as Phil Blossom told me, the treatment I received from him was horrible, and my mother did not dare interfere, or he would serve her in the same manner. He thrashed me with his fist or with a stick until I was bruised all over. My flesh was often marked with deep weals for weeks together. One day he nipped me with his nails until he actually cut quite through my ear. He often pulled my hair till it literally gave way in his hand, and sometimes he would pelt me with coals. He thought nothing of giving me a kick that would send me with great violence across the passage, or dash me against the opposite side. On one occasion he was in such a rage because I had accidentally put out the candle which he had to light him at his work that he struck a random blow at me with his pickaxe in the dark and cut a great gash in my head. All the miners in pits baste and bray, that is, beat and flog their helpers. You would be surprised if I was to tell you how many people in the pit were either killed or severely injured by accidents every year. But there are so many dangers to which the poor miners are exposed: falling down the shaft, the rope sustaining the clutch harness breaking, being drawn over the roller, the falls of coals out of the corves in their ascent, drowning in the mines from the sudden breaking in of water from old workings, explosions of gas, choke damp. Author's note: explosions of carbonated hydrogen gas, which is usually called by the miners sulphur, sometimes prove very destructive, not only by scorching to death, but by the suffocation of foul air after the explosion is over, and also by the violence by which persons are driven before it, or are smothered by the ruins thrown down upon them. Appendix to first report. End of author's note. Falling in of the roofs or passages, the breaking of ladders or well staircases, being run over by the tram wagons or carts dragged by horses, the explosion of gunpowder used in breaking away huge masses of coal, and several other minor accidents are all perpetually menacing the life or limbs of those poor creatures who supply the mineral that cheers so many thousands of firesides. Deaths from accidents of this nature were seldom, if ever, brought under the notice of the coroner. Indeed, to save time, it was usual to bury the poor victims within 24 or 36 hours after their decease. I earned 3 shillings a week when I was 10 years old, and my mother 11. You may imagine, then, that we ought to have been pretty comfortable, but our household was just as wretched as any other in the mining districts. Filth and poverty are the characteristics of the collier population. Nothing can be more wretched, nothing more miserable than their dwellings. The huts in which they live are generally from 10 to 12 feet square, each consisting only of one room. I have seen a man and his wife and 8 or 10 children all huddling together in that one room, and yet they might have earned by their joint labour 30 shillings or more a week. Perhaps a pig, a jackass, or fowls form part of the family. And then the furniture, not a comfort, scarcely a necessity, and yet this absence of even such articles as bedsteads is upon principle. The colliers do not like to be encumbered with household goods because they are often obliged to flit, that is, to leave one place of work and seek for another. Such a thing as drainage is almost completely unknown in these districts, and all the filth is permitted to accumulate before the door. The colliers are a dirty set of people, but, poor creatures, how can they well be otherwise? They descend into the mines at a very early hour in the morning. They return home at a very late hour in the evening, and then they are too tired to attend to habits of cleanliness. Besides, it is so natural for them to say, "Why should we wash ourselves tonight, since tomorrow we must come back black and dirty again?" Or, "Why should we wash ourselves just for the sake of sleeping with a clean skin?" As for the boys and girls, they are often so worn out, so thoroughly exhausted, that they go to rest without their suppers. They cannot keep themselves awake when they get home. I know that this was often and often my case, and I have preferred, indeed, I have been compelled by sheer fatigue to go to bed before my mother could prepare anything to eat. Again, how can the collier's home possibly be comfortable? He makes his wife and children toil with him in the mine. He married a woman from the mine, and neither she nor her daughters know anything of housekeeping. How can disorder be prevented from creeping into the collier's dwelling when no one is there in the daytime to attend to it? Then all the money which they can save from the tommy shop, of which I shall speak presently, goes for whisky. Husband and wife, sons and daughters, all look after the whisky. The habits of the colliers are hereditarily depraved. They are perpetuated from father to son, from mother to daughter. None is better nor worse than his parents were before him. Rags and filth, squalor and dissipation, crushing toil and hideous want, ignorance and immorality, these are the features of the collier's home and the characteristics of the collier's life. Our home was not a whit better than that of any of our fellow labourers, nor was my mother less attached to whisky than her neighbours. But the chief source of poverty and frequent want, amounting at times almost to starvation, amongst persons earning a sufficiency of wages, is the truck system. This atrociously oppressive method consists of paying the collier's wages in goods or partly in goods through the medium of the tommy shop. The proprietor of a tommy shop has an understanding with the owners of the mines in his district, and the owners agreed to pay the persons in their employment once a month or once a fortnight. The consequence is that the miners require credit during the interval, and they are compelled to go to the tommy shop, where they eat, obtain their bread, bacon, cheese, meat, groceries, potatoes, chandlery, and even clothes. The proprietor of the tommy shop sends his book to the clerk of the owner of the mine the day before the wages are paid, and thus the clerk knows how much to stop from the wages of each individual, for the benefit of the shopkeeper. If the miners and their wives do not go to the tommy shop for their domestic articles, they instantly lose their employment to the mine, in consequence of the understanding between their employer and the shopkeeper. Perhaps this would not be so bad if the tommy shops were honest, because it is very handy for a collier to go to a store which contains every article that he may require. But the tommy shop charges 25 or 30% dearer than any other tradesman, so that if a collier and his family can earn between them 30 shillings a week, he loses 7 or 8 shillings out of that amount. In the course of a year, about £20 out of his 75 go to the tommy shop for nothing but interest on the credit afforded. That interest is divided between the tommy shop keeper and the coal mine proprietor. In the district where my mother and I lived, there was no such thing at all as payment of wages in the current money of the kingdom. The tommy shop keeper paid the wages for the proprietors once a month. And how do you think he settled them? In ticket money. This coinage consisted of pewter medals or markers with the sum that they represented and the name of the tommy shop on them. Thus there were half-crowns, shillings, sixpences, and halfpence. But this money could only be passed at the tommy shop from which it was issued, and there it must be taken out in goods. So you see that what with the truck system and the tommy shop, the poor miners are regularly swindled out of at least 1/4 part of their fair earning. The wages in my time were subject to great changes. I have known men earn 25 shillings a week at one time and 12 or 15 at another, and out of that they were obliged to supply their own candles and grease for the wheels of the carts or trams. The cost of this was about 3d. a day. Then again the fines were frequent and vexatious. It was calculated that they amounted to 1d. a day per head. These sums all went into the coffers of the coal owners. Such was the state of superstitious ignorance which prevailed in the mines that everyone believed in ghosts and spirits. Even old men were often afraid to work in isolated places, and the spots where deaths from accident arose were particularly avoided. It was stated that the spectres of the deceased haunted the scenes of their violent departures from this world. End of section 51. Section 52 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Rattlesnake's History, Part 2. By the time I was 12 years old, I was as wild a young she-devil as any in the mines. Like the other females, I worked with only a pair of trousers on, but I would not consent to hurry the trams and skips. I saw that my mother had got a great bald place on her head, where she pushed the tram forward up sloping passages. And as I was told that even amidst the black and filth with which I was encrusted, I was a good-looking wench, I determined not to injure my hair. I may as well observe that a stranger visiting a mine and seeing the boys and girls all huddling together, half naked, in the caves or obscure nooks, could not possibly tell one sex from the other. I must say that I think, with regard to bad language and licentious conduct, the girls were far, far worse than the boys. It is true that in the neighbourhood of the pits Sunday schools were established, but very few parents availed themselves of these means of obtaining a gratuitous education for their children. When I was 12 years old, I did not know how to read or write. I was unaware that there was such a book as the Bible, and all I knew of God and Jesus Christ was through the oaths and imprecations of the miners. It was at that period, I mean when I was 12 years old, that I determined to abandon the horrible life to which my mother had devoted me. I had up to that point preserved my health, and had escaped those maladies and cutaneous eruptions to which miners are liable. But I knew that my turn must come sooner or later to undergo all those afflictions. I saw 9 out of 10 of my fellow labourers fading away. Some were covered with disgusting boils caused by the constant dripping of water upon their naked flesh in the pit. I saw young persons of my own age literally growing old in their early youth, stooping, asthmatic, consumptive, and enfeebled. When they were washed on Sundays, they were the pictures of ill health and premature decay. Many actually grew deformed in stature, and all were of a stunted growth. It is true that their muscles were singularly developed, but they were otherwise skin and bone. Author's note. Amongst the children and young persons I remarked that some of the muscles were developed to a degree amounting to a deformity. For example, the muscles of the back and loins stood from the body, and appeared almost like a rope passing under the skin. Report. End of author's note. The young children were, for the most part, of contracted features, which, added to their wasted forms, gave them a strange appearance of ghastliness when cleansed from the filth of the mine. The holers or excavators were bow-legged and crooked. The burners and trammers knock-kneed and high-shouldered. Many, very many of the miners were affected with diseases of the heart. Then who ever saw a person employed in the pits live to an advanced age? A miner of 55 was a curiosity. The poor creatures generally drooped at 5 and 30 and died off by 40. They invariably seemed oppressed with care and anxiety. Jollity was unknown amongst them. I have seen jolly-looking butchers, blacksmiths, carpenters, ploughmen, porters, and so on, but I never beheld a jolly-looking miner. The entire population that labours in the pits appears to belong to a race that is accursed. I pondered seriously upon all this, and every scene around me tended to strengthen my resolution to quit an employment worse than that of a galley slave. I saw my mother wasting all her best energies in that terrible labour, and yet remaining poor, beggared, scarcely enough for the present, not a hope for the future. Sometimes I wept when I contemplated her, although she had but little claims on my sympathy or affection. Nevertheless, when I saw her bald head, her scalp thickened, inflamed, and sometimes so swollen that it was like a bulb filled with spongy matter, and so painful that she could not bear to touch it, when I heard her complain of the dreadful labour of pushing the heavy curves and trains with her sore head, when I perceived her spine actually distorted with severe work, her stomach growing so weak that she frequently vomited her food as soon as it was eaten, her heart so seriously affected that the intervals of violent palpitation frequently made her faint, her lungs performing their functions with difficulty, her chest torn with a sharp hacking cough, accompanied by the expectoration of a large quantity of matter of a deep black colour, called by colliers the black spit. When I saw her thus overwhelmed with a complication of maladies, dying before my eyes at the age of 33, when I looked around and beheld 9 out of 10 of all the persons employed in the pits, whether male or female, similarly affected, I shuddered at the bare idea of devoting my youth to that horrible toil, and then passing to the grave while yet in the prime of life. I thought of running away and seeking my fortune elsewhere. I knew that it was no use to acquaint my mother with my distaste for the life to which she had devoted me. She would only have answered my objections by means of blows. But while I was still wavering what course to pursue, a circumstance occurred which I must not forget to relate. One morning my candle had accidentally gone out, and I was creeping along the dark passage to the spot where Phil Blossom was working to obtain a light from his candle, when I heard him and my mother conversing together in a low tone, but with great earnestness of manner. Curiosity prompted me to stop and listen. "Are you sure that is the case?" said Phil. "Certain," replied my mother. "I shall be confined in about 5 months." "Well," observed Phil, "I don't know what's to be done. My old woman will kick up the devil's delight when she hears of it. I wish she was out of the way. I would marry you if she was." Then there was a profound silence for some minutes. It was broken by the man, who said, "Yes, if the old woman was out of the way, you and I might get married, and then we should live so comfortable together. I'm sure no man can be cursed with a wife of worse temper than mine." "Yes," returned my mother, "she is horrible for that." "Do you think there would be much harm in pushing her down a shaft, or shoving her head under the wheel of your tram, Bet?" asked Phil, after a pause. "There would be no harm," said my mother, "if so be we weren't found out." "That's exactly what I mean," observed Phil. "But then," continued my mother, "if she didn't happen to die at once, she might peach and get us both into a scrape." "So she might," said Phil. "I'll tell you what we might do," exclaimed my mother in a joyful tone. "Doesn't your wife come down at 1 to bring you your dinner?" "Yes," replied Phil Blossom. "That's all the old cripple is good for." "Well, then," pursued my mother, "I'll tell you how we can manage this business." Then they began to whisper, and I could not gather another word that fell from their lips. I was so frightened at what I had heard that I crept quickly but cautiously back again to my place of labour, and sat down on the lower steps of the ladder in the dark, determined to wait till someone should come by, rather than go and ask Phil Blossom for a light. I had suddenly acquired a perfect horror of that man. I had understood that my mother was with child by him, and I had heard them coolly plotting the death of the woman who was an obstacle to their marriage. At my age, such an idea was calculated to inspire me with terror. I think I sat for nearly an hour in the dark, my mind filled with thoughts of a nature which may well be understood. At length a young woman bearing a coif came with a light, and I was no longer left in obscurity. I then plucked up my courage, took my basket, and went to Phil Blossom for a load of coal. My mother was not there, and he was working with his pickaxe as coolly as possible. He asked me what had made me so long in returning for a load, and I told him I had fallen down a few steps of the ladder and hurt myself. He said no more on the subject, and I was delighted to escape without a braying or basting. While I was loading my coif, he asked me if I should like to have him for a father-in-law. I said yes, through fear, for I was always afraid of his knees, as the colliers called their clenched fists. He seemed pleased, and after a pause said that if ever he was my father-in-law, I should always take my bait or meals with him in the cavern. I thanked him and went on with my work, but I pretty well comprehended that the removal of Phil's wife by some means or other had been resolved on. Shortly before 1 o'clock that same day, my mother came to the place where I was carrying the coals, and gave me a butter cake, as we called bread and butter, telling me that she was going up out of the mine, as she must pay a visit to the tommy shop for some candles and grease for herself, and some tobacco for Phil Blossom. I did not dare utter a word expressive of the suspicions which I entertained, but I felt convinced that this proceeding was in some way connected with the subject of the conversation which I had overheard. A strange presentiment induced me to leave my place of work and creep along the passage to the foot of the shaft in order to see whether Phil's wife would come down at the usual time with his bait. Several half-marrows and foals, as we called the young lads who pushed the trams, were at the end of the passage just at the foot of the shaft, and we got into conversation. It is a very curious thing to look up a shaft from the very bottom. The top seems no bigger than a sugar basin. Well, the boys and I were chattering together about different things when the click of the clutch harness at the top of the shaft fell upon my ears. I peeped up and saw someone get on the clutch. Then the creaking of the wheel and the roller was heard. "Here comes someone's bait, I dare say," observed one of the half-marrows. "I wish it was mine," said another, "but I never get anything to eat from breakfast time till I go home at night." Scarcely were these words spoken when a piercing scream alarmed us. There was a whirling sound, the chains of the harnesses clanked fearfully, and down came a woman with tremendous violence to the bottom of the pit, the clutch rattling down immediately after her. A cry of horror burst from us all. The poor creature had fallen at our very feet. We rushed forward, but she never moved. The back part of her head was smashed against a piece of hard mineral at the bottom of the shaft. But her countenance had escaped injury, and as I cast a hasty glance upon it, I recognized the well-known face of Phil Blossom's crippled wife. One of the boys instantly hastened to acquaint him with the accident. He came to the spot where his wife lay a mangled heap, stone dead, and he began to bewail his loss in terms which would have been moving had I not been aware of their hypocrisy. The half-marrows were, however, deceived by that well-feigned grief, and did all they could to console him. I said nothing. I was confounded. In due time the cause of the accident was ascertained. It appeared that my mother had gone up the shaft, but when she got to the top she struck her foot so forcibly against the upright post of the machinery that she lamed herself for the time. The old woman who presided over the machinery, as I have before said, very kindly offered to go to the tommy shop for her, on condition that she would remain there to work the handle for people coming up or going down. This was agreed to. The very first person who wanted to go down was Mrs. Blossom, and my mother alleged that the handle unfortunately slipped out of her hand as she was unwinding the rope. This explanation satisfied the overseer of the mine. The intervention of the coroner was not deemed necessary. My mother appeared much afflicted at the accident. Phil Blossom mourned the death of his wife with admirable hypocrisy. The corpse was interred within 48 hours, and thus was Phil's wife removed without a suspicion being excited. I was now more than ever determined to leave the mine. I saw that my mother was capable of anything, and I trembled lest she should take it into her head to rid herself of me. One day she told me that she was going to be married to Phil Blossom. I made a remark upon the singularity of her being united to the very man whose wife had died by her means. She darted at me a look of dark suspicion and terrible ferocity, and in the next moment struck me to the ground. From that instant I felt convinced that I was not safe. Accordingly, one Sunday, when I was washed quite clean and had on a tolerably decent frock, I left the hovel which my mother occupied and set out on my wanderings. I had not a penny in my pocket, nor a friend on the face of the earth to whom I could apply for advice, protection, or assistance. All that stood between me and starvation that I could see was a piece of bread and some cheese which I had taken with me when I left home. I walked as far as I could without stopping, and must have been about 6 miles from the pit where I had worked when evening came on. It was November, and the weather was very chilly. I looked around me almost in despair to see if I could discover an asylum for the night. Far behind me the tremendous chimneys and furnaces vomited forth flames and volumes of smoke, and the horizon shone as if a whole city was on fire. But in the spot where I then found myself all was drear, dark, and lonely. I walked a little further, and to my joy espied a light. I advanced towards it, and soon perceived that it emanated from a fire burning in a species of cave overhung by a high and rugged embankment of earth, belonging to a pit that had most probably ceased to be worked. Crouching over this fire was a lad of about 15, clothed in rags, dirty, emaciated, and with starvation written upon his countenance. I advanced towards him and begged to be allowed to warm myself by his fire. He answered me in a kind and touching manner, and we soon made confidence of each other. I told him of my history, only suppressing my knowledge that the death of Phil Blossom's wife arose from premeditation instead of accident, as I did not wish to get my mother into a scrape, although I had no reason to have any regard for her. The lad then acquainted me with his sad tale. He was an orphan, and his earliest remembrance was experienced in a workhouse, of which it appeared he had become an inmate shortly after his birth, his parents having been killed at the same time by the explosion of fire damp in the pit in which they had worked. When the lad was 8 years old, the parish authorities apprenticed him to a miner, who gave him the name of Skilligalee in consequence of his excessive leanness. This man treated him very badly, but the poor boy endured all for a period of 7 years, because he had no other asylum than that afforded him by his master. At length, said the boy, a few weeks ago master got hurt upon the head by the falling in of some coal where he was working, and from that moment he acted more like a madman than a human being. He used to seize me by the hair and dash me against the side of the pit. Sometimes he flogged me with a strap till my flesh was all raw. I could stand it no longer, so about 3 weeks ago I ran away. Ever since then I have been living, I can scarcely tell how. I have slept in the deserted cabins on the pit's bank, or in the old pits that are done working. I have got what I could to eat, and have even been glad to devour the bits of candles that the colliers had left in the pits. All this is as true as I am here. Author's note. See report, page 43, section 194. End of author's note. Yesterday I found some matches in a pit, and that is how I have this good fire here now, but I am starving. The poor fellow then began to cry. I divided with him my bread and cheese, and when we had eaten our morsel, we began to converse upon our miserable condition. He had as much abhorrence of the mine as I had. He declared that he would sooner kill himself at once than return to labour in a pit. I shared in this resolution. In less than an hour, Skilligalee and myself became intimate friends. Varied and many were the plans which we proposed to earn a livelihood, but all proved hopeless when we remembered our penniless condition, and Skilligalee pointed to his rags. At length he exclaimed in despair, "There is nothing left to do but to rob." "I am afraid that this is our only resource," was my reply. "Do you mean it?" he demanded. "Yes," I said boldly, and we exchanged glances full of meaning. "Come with me," said Skilligalee. I did not ask any questions, but followed him. He led the way in silence for upwards of half an hour, and at length lights suddenly shone between a grove of trees. Skilligalee leapt over a low fence and then helped me to climb it. We were then in a meadow, planted with trees, a sort of park, which we traversed, guided by the lights towards a large house. We next came to a garden, and having passed through this enclosure, we reached the back part of the premises. Skilligalee went straight up to a particular window, which he opened. He then crept through and told me to wait outside. In a few minutes he returned to the window and handed me out a large bundle wrapped up in a tablecloth. He then crept forth and closed the window. We beat a retreat from the scene of our plunder and returned to the cave. The fire was still blazing, and Skilligalee fed it with more fuel, which he obtained by breaking away the wood from an old ruined cabin close by. We next proceeded to open the bundle, which I found to contain a quantity of food, 6 silver forks and 6 spoons. Skilligalee then told me that the mansion which we had just robbed was the dwelling of the owner of the mine wherein he had worked for 7 years, and where he had been so cruelly treated by the pitman to whom he had been apprenticed. He said that he had sometimes been sent with messages to the proprietor from the overseer in the mine, and that the servants on those occasions had taken him into the kitchen and given him some food. He had thus obtained a knowledge of the premises. Last night, he added, I was reduced by hunger to desperation, and I went with the intention of breaking into the pantry. To my surprise, I found the window open, the spring belt being broken. My courage, however, failed me, and I returned to this cave to suffer all the pangs of hunger. Tonight you came. Companionship gave me resolution, and we have got the wherewith to obtain the means of doing something for an honest livelihood. We then partook of some of the cold meat and fine white bread which the pantry had furnished, and whilst we thus regaled ourselves, we debated what we should do with the silver forks and spoons. I said before that I was decently dressed, but my companion was in rags. It was accordingly agreed that I should go to the nearest town in the morning, dispose of the plate, purchase some clothes for Skilligalee, and then rejoin him at the cave. This matter being decided upon, we lay down and went to sleep. Next morning I washed myself at a neighbouring stream, made myself look as decent as I could, and set off. Skilligalee had told me how to proceed. In an hour I reached the town, and went to a pawnbroker's shop. I said that I was a servant to a lady who was in temporary difficulty and required a loan. The pawnbroker questioned me so closely that I began to prevaricate. He called in a constable and gave me into custody. I was taken before the magistrate, but I refused to answer a single question, being determined not to betray my accomplice. The magistrate remanded me for a week, and I was sent to prison. There I herded with juvenile thieves and prostitutes, and I cared little for my incarceration, because I was tolerably, and at all events regularly, fed. When I was had up again, the owner of the mansion which I had helped to rob was there to identify his property. I, however, still persisted in my refusal to answer any questions. I was resolved not to incriminate Skilligalee, and I also felt desirous of being sent back to prison, as I was certain of there obtaining a bed and a meal. In vain did the magistrate impress upon me the necessity of giving an explanation of the manner in which the plate came into my possession, for both he and the owner of the property were inclined to believe that I was only a tool and not the original thief. I remained dumb and was remanded for another week. At the expiration of that period I was again placed before the magistrate, and to my surprise I found Skilligalee in the court. He was still clothed in his rags, and looked more wretched and famished than when I first saw him. I gave him a look, and made a sign to assure him that I would not betray him. But the moment the case was called, he stood forward and declared that he alone was guilty, that he had robbed the house, and that I was merely an instrument of whom he had made use to dispose of the proceeds of the burglary. I was overcome by this generosity on his part, and both the magistrate and the owner of the property were struck by the avowal. The latter declared that he did not wish to prosecute. The former accordingly inflicted a summary sentence of imprisonment for a few weeks upon Skilligalee. He then questioned me about my own condition, and I told him that I had worked in a mine, but that I had been compelled to run away from home in consequence of the ill treatment I received at the hands of my mother. I expressed my determination to put an end to my life sooner than return to her, and the gentleman whose house had been robbed offered to provide for me at his own expense if the magistrate would release me. This he agreed to do, and the gentleman placed me as a boarder in a school kept in the town by two elderly widows. This school was founded for the purpose of furnishing education to the children of pitmen who were prudent and well disposed enough to pay a small stipend for that purpose, that stipend being fixed at a very low rate, as the deficiency in the amount required to maintain the establishment was supplied by voluntary contribution. There were only a few boarders, and they were all girls. The great majority of the pupils consisted of day scholars. At this school I stayed until I was 16, when the gentleman who had placed me there took me into his service as housemaid. During the whole of that period I had never heard of my mother or Phil Blossom. I now felt some curiosity to discover what had become of them. So one day, having obtained a holiday for the purpose, I went over to the pit where I had myself passed so many miserable years. The same old woman who had presided at the handle of the roller that raised or lowered the clutch harness during the period of my never-to-be-forgotten apprenticeship was still there. She did not recognize me. I was so altered for the better. Clean, neatly dressed, stout and tall, I could not possibly be identified with the dirty, ragged, thin and miserable-looking creature who had once toiled in that subterranean hell. I accosted the old woman and asked her if a woman named Betsy Flathers or Blossom worked in the mine. "Bet Blossom?" ejaculated the old woman. "Why, she's been dead a year." "Dead?" I echoed. "And how did she die?" "By falling down the shaft, to be sure," answered the old woman. Although I entertained little affection for my mother, absence and a knowledge of her character having destroyed all feelings of that kind, I could not bear this intelligence without experiencing a severe shock. "Yes," continued the old woman, "it was a sort of judgment on her, I suppose, for she herself let a poor creature fall down some 4 or 5 years ago, when she took my place at the handle here for a few minutes while I went to the tommy shop for her. She married the husband of the woman who was killed by the fall, and everybody knew well enough afterwards that there wasn't quite so much neglect in the affair as she had pretended at the time, but something more serious still. However, there was no proof, and so the thing was soon forgotten. Well, one day, about a year ago, as I said just now, Phil Blossom came up to me and asked me to run to the tommy shop to fetch him some candles. I told him to mind the wheel, and he said he would. It seems that a few minutes after I had left on his errand, his wife came up the clutch, and according to what a lad who looked up the shaft at the time says, she had just reached the top when she fell, harness and all, the whole pit echoing with her horrible screams. She died the moment she touched the bottom. Phil Blossom was very much cut up about it, but he swore that the handle slipped out of his hand and went whirling round and round with such force that he couldn't catch it again. I own that people did say that Phil and his second wife led a precious dog and cat kind of life, but the overseer thought there was no reason to make a stir about it, and there the matter ended. "And what has become of Phil Blossom?" I inquired. The old woman pointed down the shaft as much as to say that he was still working in the mine. "Did they have any children?" I asked. "Bet had one, I believe," said the old woman, "but it died a few days after it was born through having too large a dose of Godfrey's cordial administered to make it sleep." I gave the old woman a shilling and turned away from the place, by no means anxious to encounter Phil Blossom, who, I clearly perceived, had rid himself of my mother by the same means which she had adopted to dispose of his first wife. As I was returning to my master's house, I had to cross a narrow bridge over a little stream. I was so occupied with the news I had just heard, I did not perceive that there was another person advancing from the opposite side until I was suddenly caught in the arms of a young man in the very middle of the bridge. I gave a dreadful scream, but he burst out into a loud laugh and exclaimed, "Well, you needn't be so frightened at a mere joke." I knew that voice directly, and glancing at the young man, who was tolerably well dressed, I immediately recognized my old friend Skillygalee. It was then my turn to laugh, which I did very heartily, because he had not the least notion who I was. I, however, soon told him, and he was quite delighted to meet me. We walked together to the very identical cave where we had first met when boy and girl. Now he was a tall young man and had improved wonderfully. He told me that he had become acquainted with some excellent fellows when he was in prison, and that he had profited so well by their advice and example that he led a jovial life, did no work, and always had plenty of money. I asked him how he managed, and he told me, after some hesitation, that he had turned housebreaker. There was scarcely a gentleman's house within 12 miles round that he had not visited in that quality. He then proposed that I should meet him on the following Sunday evening and take a walk together. I agreed, and we separated. I did not neglect my appointment. Skillygalee was delighted to see me again, and he proposed that I should leave service and live with him. I consented, and... End of section 52. Section 53 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Rattlesnake. Here the rattlesnake abruptly broke off. The Resurrection Man was asleep in his chair. It had not been without a motive that the woman so readily complied with the desire of the Resurrection Man that she should amuse him with the history of her life, and as she saw him gradually becoming more and more drowsy as her narrative progressed, an ill-concealed expression of joy animated her countenance. At length, when the hand of the watch over the mantelpiece pointed to 8, and the Resurrection Man fell back in his chair fast asleep, she could hardly suppress an ejaculation of triumph. She broke off abruptly in the midst of her narrative and listened. The nasal sounds that emanated from her companion convinced her that he slept. Not a moment was now to be lost. She knew full well that whenever Anthony Tidkins was overtaken by a nap in such a manner as the present, he invariably awoke a short time before the hour at which she had any business to transact, for that strange but fearful individual exercised a marvellous control over all his natural wants and propensities. Rising cautiously from her seat, the rattlesnake advanced towards the Resurrection Man and steadfastly examined his countenance. There could be no doubt that he slept profoundly. She was, however, resolved to assure herself as far as possible on that head, and she purposely agitated the fire-irons against each other. The Resurrection Man started slightly, but did not awake. Perfectly satisfied on this point, Margaret Flathers hastened into the adjoining room and put on her bonnet and shawl. Having provided herself with her skeleton keys and some lucifer matches, she descended the stairs and went out of the house. It was not, however, without an intense apprehension of danger that she proceeded to the execution of her scheme. Were the Resurrection Man to awake suddenly and entertain any suspicion on discovering her absence, she knew that her life would not be worth an hour's purchase. Still, the temptation that now lured her to dare this terrific chance was so great, it was irresistible. Her hesitation when she stood in the street was only of a moment's existence, and calling all her courage to her aid, she plunged into the alley. The door in that dark passage was opened in another moment. She closed and locked it carefully, and entered the back room on the ground floor. Having obtained a light, she raised the mysterious trapdoor and boldly descended the steps leading into the subterranean passage. One of her keys soon opened the door of the cell in which the Resurrection Man had buried his treasure. But her joy at this disappearance of the only difficulty which she had apprehended was adulterated by a sentiment of invincible terror, as she still thought of the possibility of detection by him whose desperate character inspired her with this tremendous alarm. Nevertheless, she was resolved to dare everything in the enterprise which she had undertaken.
"Fortune seemed to favour me this afternoon when I watched him," she murmured to herself, "and surely it will not desert me at the last moment."
Then she boldly entered the cell. To take up the stone which covered the treasure, and possess herself of the bag that contained the gold over which she had a few hours previously beheld the Resurrection Man gloating in so strange a manner. This was the work of only a few moments. She replaced the stone. She clutched the bag with a feeling of wild joy commingled with terrific alarm, and she was hurrying from the cell when something at the opposite side of the passage met her view, and for a moment riveted her to the spot. A light was streaming from beneath the door of a dungeon facing the one on the threshold of which she stood. Circumstances which, in the excitement of her present daring procedures, she had forgotten, now rushed like an overwhelming torrent to her memory. The mysterious visits of the Resurrection Man in a mask and dark cloak to that subterranean place, the bread and water which she had seen in the cupboard upstairs, and the fearful scream that on one occasion had emanated from the depths where she now found herself. All these circumstances flashed very vividly across her mind. There was no longer any doubt. A human being, a female most probably, judging by the tone of that agonizing shriek which now seemed to ring in her ears, as if its vibration had never once ceased, was immured in that dungeon whence the light streamed. This conviction dissipated the alarm into which the sudden glare of that light had plunged the rattlesnake. Urged by several motives, curiosity, a desire to obtain the reinforcement of a companion in case of the sudden appearance of the resurrection man, and, to do her justice, a feeling of compassion for a victim whom she believed to be of her own sex. Urged, we say, by these motives, which all presented themselves to her mind with the rapidity of lightning, the rattlesnake hastened to open the door of that dungeon whence the light emanated. She boldly entered the cell, and at the same moment Viola awoke. Starting up from the bed, that unhappy lady glanced wildly around and exclaimed, "Where am I?"
"Hush, not a word," said the rattlesnake, advancing towards her. "I am come to save you. Follow me."
Viola did not hesitate a single moment. The manner in which the woman addressed her, and a profound sense of the certainty that no treachery was needed to draw her into a position worse than her present one, since she was so completely in the power of the terrible master of that establishment, induced her to yield instantaneous compliance with the directions of the rattlesnake.
"Fear nothing, lady," observed the latter. "Only be silent and lose not a moment."
She then hastened from the cell, followed by Viola, who did not even wait to put on her bonnet and shawl. They ascended the steps leading to the back room, both hearts palpitating violently. The rattlesnake did not stop to close the mouth of the subterranean vaults, but hastened to apply the skeleton key to the door leading into the alley. Her hand trembled to such an extent that she could not turn the key. "Oh, heavens!" she exclaimed in a tone of despair. "If he shall come!" "Have you the right key?" demanded Viola in a hurried tone.
"The one that has opened it before," replied Margaret, "but it appears that it will not turn, and my God, I hear steps approaching."
The affrighted woman fell upon her knees as if all ready to supplicate for her life. Viola listened during half a minute of the most agonizing suspense, but no sound from without met her ears. "It was a false alarm," she exclaimed. Then, applying her hand to the key, she turned it with ease, for fear alone had prevented the rattlesnake from moving it. In another instant the door was opened. "Thank God!" cried Margaret Flathers, starting from her suppliant posture, and clutching the bag of gold beneath her left arm. "Come, let us not lose a moment," said Viola, and she darted into the alley, followed by the rattlesnake. There was no one to oppose their egress, but they could scarcely believe that they were really safe, even when they found themselves in the street. And now they ran as if that terrible individual whom they both feared so profoundly were at their heels. They ran, doubting the fact that the one that she was free and the other that she was safe. They ran, reckless of the way in which they were pursuing, but each alike impressed with the conviction that it was impossible to place too great a distance between them and the dwelling of the resurrection man. Margaret Flathers carried her treasure as if it were a thing of no weight. Viola Chichester forgot that she had neither bonnet nor shawl to protect her against the bitter chill of that wintry evening, and thus together did they pursue their way, the virtuous wife and the abandoned woman, the former thinking not what might be the character of her companion, the latter having now no curiosity to know the circumstances that had plunged the lady by her side into the captivity from which she had just been released. At length they reached the new church facing the Bethnal Green Road, and there they halted, both completely out of breath and exhausted.
"We are now safe,"
said Margaret Flathers. "We are now safe," echoed Viola Chichester.
"Still, this place is lonely."
"And if that dreadful man were on our track?"
"We might yet repent."
"Yes, we might yet repent our proceeding." The minds of those two women, so distinct in other respects, were now entirely congenial in reference to one grand absorbing idea. In spite of the alarm which yet filled their imaginations, they lingered against the palings surrounding the field at the back of the new church, for they were too exhausted to continue their flight for a few moments. That interval of rest enabled them to direct their attention to other matters, besides the immense danger from which they had just escaped, and the sense of which was still uppermost in their minds.
"Which way are you going, madam?"
asked the rattlesnake, who saw by Viola's air, in spite of the disadvantages under which her outward appearance laboured, that she was not one of the poorer orders.
"My own house is close by," answered Mrs. Chichester. "But you, whither are you going? Will it not be better for you to come with me, and No, lady, replied Margaret Flathers, you are not aware who and what I am, or you would not make me that generous offer.
Generous? Exclaimed Viola. Have you not saved me from a fearful dungeon?
It is true that my persecutors promised to release me this evening, but, alas, their word was not to be depended upon.
Ah, madam, said Margaret,
if you trusted to Anthony Tidkins to give you your freedom, you would have been woefully disappointed, unless, indeed, he had no longer any interest in keeping you a prisoner.
Well, well, observed Viola, we will talk of all that hereafter.
In the meantime, I insist upon you accompanying me to my home. I will see you safe to your own door, madam, returned Margaret, and there I shall leave you.
And why will you refuse an asylum at my abode? Demanded Viola.
I dare not remain in London, answered the Rattlesnake. Oh, you know not the perseverance, the craft, and the wickedness of the man from whose power you have just escaped. But there is one favour, madam, which you can grant me.
Name it, exclaimed Viola. It is already conferred, if within my power.
You can have no difficulty in fulfilling my request, said the Rattlesnake, because it is simple and consists only in forbearance. I mean, madam, that you will amply reward me for the service I have been able to render you, if you will promise not to take any measures to punish or molest Anthony Tidkins. He has been more or less good to me, and I should not like to know that he was injured through me. Besides, his revenge would only be the more terrible if ever you or I again fell into his hands.
I give you the promise which you require, said Viola, although I must confess that it is somewhat repugnant to my feelings to allow such a wretch to be at large with impunity.
But for my sake, lady,
for your sake, I give my most solemn pledge not to do aught that may injure that man on account of his past offences.
1,000 thanks,
ejaculated the Rattlesnake.
Let us now proceed. But heavens, you have nothing on your head nor on your shoulders, and I did not notice that before. Take my bonnet and shawl, madam. I am more accustomed to the cold than you.
No, said Viola. In 5 minutes I shall be at my own house. Come, let us proceed. Mrs. Chichester and the Rattlesnake hastened towards the Cambridge Heath gate. On reaching the door of her abode, Viola again pressed her companion to accept of her hospitality, but the Rattlesnake firmly, though respectfully, refused the offer.
In another hour, madam, she said, I shall not be in London. Then only shall I consider myself safe.
At least allow me to supply you with some money for your immediate purposes.
And I know not whether my husband has left a single shilling in the house, but any of my tradesmen in the neighbourhood will honour my draught. And if you will walk in for a few minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind consideration, but I am well supplied.
And she shook the bag that she hugged beneath her arm. Viola heard the jingling of the gold and ceased to press her offer.
At all events, she observed, should you ever require a friend, do not hesitate to apply to Mrs. Chichester. Mrs. Chichester? Ejaculated the Rattlesnake. Surely I have heard that name before. Oh, I recollect. I have taken to the post office letters from Tidkins to a Mr. Chichester, who I suppose must be your husband.
The same, said Viola with a profound sigh.
Farewell, madam, cried the Rattlesnake. I feel that I shall not breathe with freedom until I am far beyond London. Farewell.
Farewell, said Mrs. Chichester, extending her hand towards her deliverer. Margaret Flathers pressed it warmly and then hurried away. Viola knocked at the door and was speedily admitted once more into her own dwelling. The servant who received her uttered an ejaculation of surprise when she beheld the condition in which her mistress had returned. "Make fast the door with chain and bolt, and bring me the key," said Viola, taking no heed of her domestic's exclamation. "See also that the shutters of the windows are well secured, and bring me your master's pistols."
"Mr. Chichester came this morning early, ma'am," returned the servant, "and took away everything belonging to him."
"Heaven be thanked!" cried Viola. "Perhaps he will molest me no more. God grant that the separation may be eternal. Nevertheless, secure the door and the windows. This house is not safe.
Tomorrow I shall leave it and hire lodgings in the very heart of London. There, perhaps, she murmured to herself, no violence can be offered to me.
End of section 53. Section 54 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Two Maidens. On a fine frosty morning, about 10 days after the incidents just related, two young ladies were walking together along the road in the immediate vicinity of the dwelling of Count Alteroni. For so we had better continue to call him until he himself shall choose to throw aside his incognito. Did an artist wish to personify the Antipodes, as the ancients did their rivers, mounts, and groves, upon his canvas, he could not possibly have selected for his models two maidens between whom there existed so great a physical contrast as that which was afforded to the eye by the young ladies above noticed. The one was a brunette and seemed a child of the sunny south. The other was as fair as ever a daughter of our cold northern clime could be. The one had the rich red blood mantling beneath a delicate tinge of the purest and most transparent bistre. The other was pale and colourless as the whitest marble. The generous mind and elevated intellect of the one shone through eyes large, black, and impassioned. The almost infantile candour and artlessness of the other were expressed by means of orbs of azure blue. The glossy raven hair of the one was parted in two rich bands over the high and noble forehead. The flaxen tresses of the other fell in varied waves of pale auburn and gold beneath the bonnet over the shoulders. The form of the one was well rounded but sylph-like. The symmetry of the other was delicate and slight. The appearance of the one excited the most ardent admiration, tempered with respect. That of the other inspired the most lively interest. The beauty of the one was faultless, brilliant, and dazzling. That of the other ideal, fascinating, and bewitching. The one, in fine, was a native of the warm Italian clime. The other a daughter of Britain, a sea-girt isle. A shade of profound melancholy hung upon the countenance of Mary Ann Gregory. The sprightly, gay, joyous, innocently volatile disposition had changed to sadness and gloom. Those vermilion lips, which until lately were ever wreathed in smiles, now expressed care and sorrow. The step, though light, was no longer playfully elastic. Time had added but a few months to the 16 years which marked the age of Mary Ann when we first introduced her to our readers, but thought and meditation and grief had given to the mind the experience of maturity. She was no longer the gay, lively, flitting, bee-like being that she was when Richard Markham became her brother's tutor. Her manner was now painfully tranquil, her air profoundly pensive, her demeanour inconsistently grave when considered in relation to her years. It seemed as if there were a canker at the heart of that fair creature, as if the hidden worm had preyed long upon the delicate rosebud ere it expanded into the bloom of maturity. And these traits and symptoms were rendered the more apparent by the contrast afforded by the rich health and youthful vigour which characterized the Signora Isabella. The hues of the rose were seen beneath the soft brunette tint of her complexion, for that complexion was clear and transparent, as a stream over which the trees throw a shade beneath a summer sun. And both these maidens loved, but the passion of the English girl was without hope, while that of the noble Italian lady was nurtured by the fondest aspirations. But how came those charming creatures thus acquainted with each other? Perhaps their conversation may elucidate this mystery.
"We have only known each other for one short week," said Mary Ann, "and yet I feel as if you were sent to me by heaven to become my friend and confidant. For, oh, it seems to me as if my soul nourishes a secret which consumes it. An accident made us acquainted, and that very circumstance immediately inspired me with a deep interest in your behalf," returned the Signora. "There are occasions when two persons become more intimate in a few short days than they otherwise would in as many years. You echo my own feelings, Signora, said Mary Ann, and your goodness makes me desire to deserve and gain your friendship. Your wish is already accomplished, my dear Miss Gregory, observed Isabella. You have my friendship, and if you think me worthy of your confidence, I can sympathize with your sorrows, even if I cannot remove them. How have you divined that the confidence I would impart is associated with grief? Asked Mary Ann hastily. I will tell you, replied the beautiful Italian. When you were riding on horseback, accompanied by your father, along this road a week ago, I observed you from my own chamber. Even at that distance I perceived something about you that immediately inspired me with interest. I followed you with my eyes until you were out of sight, and then I still continued to think of you, wondering with that idiosyncrasy of thought which often occurs during a leisure half-hour who you were. At length you returned. You were a few paces in front of your father, and I observed that the horse you rode was a spirited one. Then occurred the accident. The moment you were thrown so rudely off against the very gate of our shrubbery, I precipitated myself down the stairs, and calling for the servants as I descended, hurried to your assistance. You cannot remember, because you were insensible, that I was the first to reach the spot where your father had already raised you from the ground. Mr. Gregory was distracted. He thought that you were lost to him forever. I, however, ascertained in a moment that you still breathed, and I directed the servants to convey you to the house. While you were still stretched in a state of insensibility upon my own bed, I contemplated you with increasing interest. Then, when you awoke at length and spoke, and when I conversed with you, it seemed as if I were irresistibly attracted towards you. I was, indeed, delighted when my father proposed to Mr. Gregory to allow you to remain a few days with us until you should be completely recovered from the effects of your fall. Your father consented, and he left you with us. It was not long before I perceived that you nourished a profound grief. I observed the frequent abstraction of your manner. I noticed your pensive mood. I thought within myself, is it possible that one so young and interesting should already be acquainted with sorrow? From that hour I have felt deeply on your account, for, alas, I myself have known what are the effects of grief. Signora, said Mary Ann, with tears in her eyes, I can never repay you for this kind interest which you manifest towards me. I feel that I should be happier were I to tell you all that grieves me, but I tremble lest you should think me very foolish and very indiscreet. Foolish we may all be at times, said Isabella, but indiscreet I am convinced you never were. Is it not indiscreet to nurse a sentiment whose hopes can never be realized? Is it not indiscreet, added Mary Ann, hanging down her head and speaking in a low tone, to love one who loves another? No, not indiscreet, answered Isabella hastily, for what mortal has power over the heart? Signora, love is not then a stranger to your breast, exclaimed Mary Ann, glancing with tearful eyes up to the countenance of the Italian lady. I should be unworthy of your confidence were I to withhold mine, said Isabella. Yes, my troth is plighted to one than whom no living soul possesses more generous, more noble feelings, and yet, she added with a sigh, there are obstacles in the way of our union, obstacles which, alas, I sometimes think can never be overcome. Ah, lady, while I can now feel for you, feel most deeply, said Mary Ann, I am nevertheless rejoiced that you have thus honoured me with your confidence. It removes any hesitation, any alarm on my part to unburden my soul to you. Speak, my dear Mary Ann, returned Isabella. You will at least be certain to receive sympathy and consolation from me. I shall then reveal my sentiments unreservedly, continued Mary Ann. I have before mentioned to you that I have two brothers who are now at college. A few months ago they were preparing for their collegiate course of study, and were residing at home in Kentish Town. My father obtained for them the assistance of a tutor, a young gentleman who had once been wealthy, but who had been reduced to comparative poverty. Oh, it was impossible to see that young man without feeling an interest in him. When I first heard that a tutor was engaged for my brothers, I immediately pictured to myself a confirmed pedagogue, shabby, dirty, dogmatic, and ugly. How greatly, then, was I astonished when I was introduced to an elegant and handsome young man of polished manners, agreeable conversation, entirely unassuming, courteous, and affable. There was a partial air of melancholy about him, but his eyes were lighted with the fire of intellect, and his noble forehead seemed to be adorned with that unartificial crown of aristocracy which nature bestows upon her elect. Alas, woe to me was the day when that young man first entered my father's dwelling. The interest I felt for him soon augmented to a degree that I was miserable when he was away. But when he was present, then my heart seemed to bound within me like fawns upon the hills, and my happiness was of the most ravishing description. I was gay, frolicsome, and playful. No laugh of a child was so hearty, so sincere as mine. His voice was music to my ears. He taught me drawing, but I was too happy to sit still for many minutes together, too happy to sit next to him. And yet I did not understand my own feelings. In fact, I never stopped to analyze them. I was carried along by a whirlwind that left me no leisure for self-examination. When he was absent, my only thought was upon what he had said when present, and how happy I should be when he came once more. I had no more idea of the true nature of the sentiments that animated my soul than I have at this instance of what constitutes the happiness of heaven. I know that I felt happy when he was there, and I know that those feel happy who dwell above, but I was as ignorant then of what formed my felicity as I now am of the bliss experienced by those who inhabit the Almighty's kingdom. Thus a few weeks passed away, and then my father announced his intention of allowing a holiday for a short period. I remember, as well as if it were the event of yesterday, that this arrangement caused me serious displeasure, because I understood that our tutor would cease to visit us during the suspension of the studies. I expressed my annoyance in plain terms, but this ebullition on my part was most probably considered a specimen of girlish caprice, or the airs of a spoiled child. "And now, Signora, now, call me Isabella," said the Italian lady affectionately. "Now, my dear Isabella," proceeded Mary Ann, "I come to that part of my narrative which involves an indiscretion that may appear grave in your eyes, though, God knows, I was at the time entirely ignorant of the imprudence of the step which I was taking. I am prepared to allow every extenuation for one so young, so artless, and so inexperienced as yourself," observed Isabella. "Ah, how kind you are!" returned Mary Ann, pressing her companion's hand. "But let me not hesitate to reveal the indiscretion into which I was hurried by feelings of a new and powerful nature. I called upon the young tutor at his own residence, and then how nobly did he behave! How generously did he act! He explained to me, by degrees, and in the most delicate manner possible, the impropriety of the step which I had taken. He gave me an insight into those rules of feminine propriety, a breach of which can scarcely be extenuated by the pleas of guilelessness. In a word, he opened my eyes to the position in which I had placed myself. But alas, what did I learn at the same time? He told me that he was attached to a young lady who was very beautiful. It then struck me with lightning rapidity that I had no right to offer my friendship, for still I did not dream of love, to one on whom another heart had claims, and I left him with a sincere apology for my conduct. "I admit that your indiscretion was great," said the pure-minded Isabella, "but no one possessing a generous heart could hesitate to sympathize with you rather than blame." "For days and days," continued Mary Ann, "I struggled with my feelings. I still believed that all I experienced towards the object of my interest was friendship. But when he resumed his attendance, I found that it was impossible to conquer the sentiments which agitated my bosom. God knows, Isabella, how I reasoned with myself upon the state of mind in which I existed. I prayed to heaven to relieve me from the doubts, the anxieties, and the uneasiness which constantly oppressed me, by restoring me to that state of perfect happiness ere I knew that being who, in spite of himself, exercised so powerful an influence over me. At length my father sent me, suddenly, and without a day's warning, to pass a week with some particular friends at Twickenham. I was at first inclined to remonstrate with him at this proceeding, and then it struck me that it would be well if I were to cease to exist under the spell which the frequent presence of the tutor at the house seemed to throw around me. And all this time you were still unaware of the true nature of the feelings which animated you? Inquired Isabella. Oh, yes, I was indeed, answered Mary Ann, but a fearful occurrence was speedily destined to open my eyes. I remained a few days with my friends at Twickenham, and then returned home. I then learnt that the tutor had ceased to attend at the house, as my brothers were to proceed at the commencement of January to college. I know not whether my father had some motive for the conduct which he thus then pursued, in abruptly dismissing the tutor and sending me away while he adopted that step. Nor can I say whether any particular reason prompted him to do all that he could to amuse my mind on my return home. It is nevertheless certain that he exerted himself to provide amusements for me. He purchased 2 horses and accompanied me in frequent equestrian exercises. He took me to concerts and the theatres, and supplied me with entertaining books of travel and adventure, music and pictures. But my mind was intent only upon one absorbing idea, nor could it be weaned from that feeling which it nursed in favour of the young tutor. I, however, acceded to all my father's plans of diversion, and it was one evening at the theatre that the veil fell from my eyes. I accompanied my father to witness a new drama. The action of the piece was deeply interesting. The poetry was of a nature to touch the inmost soul. There was a passage in which the heroine described her hopeless love. I listened. I drank in every word. I hung upon each syllable of that fine speech, as if my own destiny were intimately linked with the scene enacting before me. As she proceeded, I was painfully surprised by the similitude existing between the feelings that she described and that I felt. At length a light dawned in upon my soul. Then did I begin to comprehend the real nature of the sentiments that filled my own soul. Then I could read my own heart. I perceived that I loved tenderly, deeply, unalterably. I heard no more of the drama. I saw nothing more of its progress. I sat absorbed in deep reflection upon the conviction that had so suddenly reached me. When I awoke from my reverie, the tragedy— "A tragedy?" said Isabella hastily. "Yes, the tragedy was finished, and the author, holding the hand of the heroine of his piece, stood before the public. Merciful heavens! The great tragic writer who had thus suddenly burst upon the world was no other than the young tutor." "The tutor?" exclaimed Isabella, a strange suspicion suddenly entering her mind. "Yes, he whom I had just discovered that I loved," answered Mary Ann. "May I inquire his name?" said Isabella, in a tremulous tone and with a palpitating heart. "There can be no indiscretion in revealing it," returned Miss Gregory, "for it is not probable that you have ever heard of Mr. Richard Markham." "Unhappy girl!" exclaimed Isabella, in a tone of deep sympathy, but without the least feeling of jealousy. "It is now my duty to return your confidence with a reciprocal frankness. But, alas! what I am about to say cannot tend to soothe your sorrows, since, as I fondly believe, it will only confirm you in the impression that the affections of him whom you love are fixed elsewhere." "You speak mysteriously, Isabella," said Mary Ann. "Pray explain yourself." "I will, and without reserve," continued the Signora, a blush mantling upon her beauteous countenance. "So far from Mr. Richard Markham being a stranger to me, Mary Ann, he is, repeated Miss Gregory mechanically. "He is the hope of my happiness, the one to whom my vow of constancy and love is pledged." "You, the object of his attachment!" ejaculated Mary Ann, clinging to Isabella for support. "Oh, forgive me that I have dared to love him also." "Alas, dear girl, I have nothing to forgive," said Isabella affectionately. "I deeply, deeply commiserate your lot. And oh, believe me," continued the generous Italian princess, "believe me when I say that no feeling of petty jealousy, no sentiment touching the honourable affection which I bear towards Richard Markham, can ever impair the friendship that has commenced and shall continue between you and me. "Oh, how noble is your disposition, Isabella!" exclaimed Mary Ann. "But your generous assurance shall not meet with an ungrateful return. So far from feeling jealous of you, envious I must be to some extent, I offer you the most sincere congratulations on your engagement to one who is so well worthy of your love, in spite of what the world may say against him, for that he could be guilty of the deed of which that horrible man accused him. He is not guilty," answered Isabella firmly. "The story is a long one, but I will tell thee all." The Signora then related to her companion the narrative of the misfortunes and sufferings of Richard Markham. Mary Ann listened with profound attention, and when Isabella terminated her history, exclaimed, "Oh, I knew that he was all of honourable, great, and generous that human nature could be." A profound silence then ensued between the two young ladies, and lasted for some minutes. At length it was broken by Mary Ann. "Oh, well might he have said," she exclaimed in a sudden ebullition of feeling as she gazed upon the countenance of the Signora, "well might he have said that his heart was devoted to a lady who was very beautiful, and he might also have observed as good as she was lovely." "Nay, you must not flatter me," returned Isabella. "You need not hesitate to hear the truth from my lips," said Mary Ann. "God grant that I may live to see you happily united. I shall then die in peace." "It is wrong to talk of dying at your age," observed Isabella. "Time will mitigate that passion which has made you unhappy." "Oh, Isabella, do you believe that true and sincere love can ever succumb to time?" exclaimed Mary Ann, almost reproachfully. "Time cannot extinguish it, but time may soften its pangs," said the Italian lady, desirous to console her unfortunate friend. "But time will only ripen and not eradicate the canker which gnaws at the heart," persisted Miss Gregory. "And mine," she added, with a mournful pathos of tone that showed how deeply she felt the truth of what she said, "mine has received a wound whose effects may be comparatively slow, but which is not the less mortal. A few years, perhaps, and my earthly career must end. I shall wither like the early flowers that peep forth prematurely to greet a deceptive gleam of sunshine which they mistake for spring. I shall pass away at that age when my contemporaries are in the full enjoyment of life, vigour, and happiness. Yes, I feel it here," and she pressed her hand upon her heart. "No, my dear friend," said Isabella, affected even to tears, "your prospect is not so gloomy as you would depict it. There is one star that burns in the same heaven which is above us all, and that star is hope." "Hope!" ejaculated Mary Ann bitterly. "Ah, where does hope exist for me? Is not hope extinguished in my heart forever?" "In the one sense hope is dead," answered Isabella mildly, "but hope beams not only in one sphere, and surely this conviction must be allied to hopes of tranquillity, peace, and even happiness. Consider, Mary Ann, you have a father who is still in the vigour of his years. You will live for him. You have brothers who must soon enter upon their respective careers in the great world. You must live for them. You have friends who are devoted to you. You will live for them also. Oh, do not speak of death with levity. Do not seem to invite its presence. We do not live for ourselves only. We live for others. To yield to those feelings which facilitate the ravages of sorrow and encourage the inroads of grief is to perpetuate a slow suicide. God and man alike require that we should war against our misfortunes. Alas, I have not that great moral courage which characterizes your soul, Isabella," answered Mary Ann. "I am a weak and fragile plant that bends to the lightest gale. How then can I resist the terrible tempest? By exerting that fortitude with which every mind is more or less endowed, but which cannot be developed without an effort," answered Isabella. Mary Ann sighed, but gave no answer. The two maidens now felt wearied with the somewhat lengthy walk which they had taken, and they accordingly retraced their steps to the mansion. End of section 54. Section 55 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills.
Poor Ellen! It was evening, and a cheerful fire burned in the grate of the drawing-room at Markham Place. Mr. Munro and his daughter were seated in that apartment, the former dozing in an armchair, the latter reading a novel. Richard was engaged in a literary pursuit in his library. From time to time Miss Munro laid aside her book and fell into meditation. Not that she had any particular subject for her reflections, but the events of her life, when taken together, constituted a theme from which it was impossible to avert her attention for any lengthened period. There was also a topic upon which she pondered more frequently as time passed on. She knew that in the course of nature, especially after the rude shocks which his constitution had received from mental suffering and bodily privation, her father could not live much longer. Then she was well aware that she could not continue to dwell under the same roof with Richard Markham, and her pride revolted against the idea of receiving a direct eleemosynary assistance from him in the shape of a pecuniary allowance. She had some few pounds treasured up in a savings bank, and which she had saved from her salary when engaged at the theatre, but this sum would not maintain her long. She therefore looked with occasional anxiety to the necessity of adopting some course that should obtain for her a livelihood. Of all the avocations in which she had been engaged, she preferred that of the stage, and there were times when she seriously thought of returning to the profession, even during her father's lifetime. In sooth, it was a pity that one of the brightest ornaments of female loveliness should have been lowered by circumstances from the pedestal of virtue and modesty which she would have so eminently adorned. Should her transcendent loveliness captivate the heart of any individual whose proposals were alike honourable and eligible, how could she accept the hand thus extended to her? She must either deceive him in respect to that wherein no man likes to be deceived, or she must decline the chance of settling herself advantageously for life. These were the alternatives, for in no case could she reveal her shame. Her fate was not, therefore, a happy one, and the reader need not marvel if she now and then found reflections of a disagreeable nature stealing into her soul. She was now past 20 years of age, and in spite of the severe trials which she had endured, the sweet freshness of her youthful charms was totally unimpaired. Her faultless Grecian countenance, her classically shaped head, her swan-like neck, her symmetrical form, her delicate hands and feet, all those charms which had been perpetrated in the work of so many artists. These elements of an almost superhuman beauty still combined to render her passing lovely. O Ellen, the soul of the philanthropist must mourn for thee, for thou wert not wrongly inclined by nature. On a purer being than thou wast, ere misery drove thee in an evil moment to an evil course, the sun never shone, and now thou hast to rue the shame which thine imperious destiny, and not thy faults, entailed upon thee. But to our tale. Old Mr. Munro was dozing in the armchair, and Ellen had once more turned her eyes upon her book when Marian entered the room. She perceived at a glance that Mr. Munro was asleep, and placing her finger upon her lip to enjoin silence, she put a note into Ellen's hand, saying at the same time in a low whisper, "Mr. Wentworth's servant has just brought this, with a request that it should be immediately conveyed to you, miss." Marian then withdrew. Ellen tore open the note and read as follows: "I grieve to state that your little Richard has been attacked with a sudden and dangerous malady. Come to my house for an hour, if you can possibly steal away without exciting suspicion. My servant will convey this to you through our faithful confidant, David Wentworth." Ellen flung the note frantically upon the table and rushed out of the room. She hurried upstairs, put on her bonnet and cloak, and having told Marian to sit up for her, hastened from the house, one sole idea occupying her mind, the danger of her well-beloved child. When she arrived at Mr. Wentworth's abode, she was received by that gentleman's wife, who immediately said, "The danger is over. The crisis has passed. Do not alarm yourself. My husband no longer fears for your son's life.
He, however, deemed it to be his duty to send for you." "Oh, he did well. He acted kindly and considerately," returned Ellen. "But let me assure myself that my boy is no longer in danger." Mrs. Wentworth led the way to the chamber where little Richard was now sleeping tranquilly, the surgeon seated by the bedside. From his lips Ellen gathered hope that the perilous crisis had passed. She nevertheless determined to remain for some time to assure herself that any return of the spasm might not be fraught with increased danger. All other considerations were banished from her mind. She thought not of her father. She remembered not that her absence might alarm both him and Richard Markham, and when Mr. Wentworth delicately alluded to that subject as time slipped by, she uttered some impatient remark, intimating that she should not be at a loss for an excuse to account for her protracted absence. Thus the pure and wholly maternal feeling was now uppermost in the mind of that young lady. The danger of her child was the all-absorbing subject of her thoughts. Bent over the bed, she tenderly gazed upon the pale countenance of her child. Oh, where can the artist find a more charming subject for his pencil, or the poet a more witching theme for his song, than the young mother watching over her sleeping infant? Hour after hour passed, and when the babe awoke, Ellen nursed him in her arms. In spite of its illness, the little sufferer smiled. But when the pang of the malady seized upon him, it was Mrs. Wentworth, and not Ellen, who could pacify him. Alas, galling indeed to the young mother was this conviction that her child clung to another rather than to herself. Nevertheless, Ellen watched the babe with the most heartfelt tenderness, and it was not until near midnight when the surgeon declared that the malady had passed without the remotest fear of a relapse, that Ellen thought of returning home. She then took her departure with an intimation that she should call again in the morning. She retraced her steps towards the place, and passing up the garden was admitted through the back entrance by the faithful Marian. "My child is saved," whispered Ellen to the servant. "Has my father inquired for me?" "No, miss," was the reply. "He is still in the drawing-room, and Mr. Markham is with him." "They are up late tonight," remarked Ellen. "But she continued, "am weary in mind and body, and shall at once repair to my own room." Marian gave the young lady a candle and wished her a good night's rest. Ellen hastened cautiously up the stairs, and in a few minutes retired to rest. She was fatigued, as before intimated, and yet slumber refused to visit her eyes. Nevertheless, she dozed uneasily, in that kind of semi-sleep which weighs down the heavy lids, and yet does not completely shut out from the mind the consciousness of what is passing around. A quarter of an hour had probably elapsed since Ellen had sought her couch, when the door slowly opened, and her father entered the room, bearing a light in his hand. The countenance of the old man was ghastly pale, and there was a wildness in his eyes which bore testimony to the painful feelings that agitated him within. He advanced towards the bed and contemplated the countenance of his daughter for a few moments with an expression of profound sorrow. Ellen opened her eyes and started up in bed, exclaiming, "My dear father, in the name of heaven, what is the matter?"
"Oh, God, Ellen!"
cried the old man, placing the light upon a side table.
"Tell me that it's not true. Say but one word to assure me that you are the pure and spotless girl I have always deemed you to be."
"Father!" exclaimed the young lady, a horrible feeling taking possession of her.
"Why do you ask me that question?"
"Because a fearful suspicion racks my brain," answered the old man, "and I could not retire to rest until I knew the truth, be that truth what it may."
"But, dear father, you alarm me cruelly,"
said Ellen, her cheeks at one moment suffused with blushes, and then varying to ashy whiteness.
"In one word, Ellen," exclaimed the old man, "what is the meaning of that letter?"
And the almost distracted father threw the surgeon's note upon the bed. In an instant Ellen remembered that she had left it behind her in the room where she was seated with her father when she received it. Joining her hands in a paroxysm of the most acute mental agony, she burst into tears, crying wildly, "Forgive me! Forgive me!
my dear, dear father, do not curse your wretched, wretched daughter."
And then she bowed her head upon her bosom, and seemed to await her parent's reply in a state of mind which no pen can describe. For some moments Mr. Munro maintained a profound silence, but the quivering of his lip and the working of the veins upon his forehead betrayed the terrible nature of the conflict of feelings which was taking place within his breast. At length he also burst into tears, and covering his face with his hands, exclaimed,
"My God, that I had died ere I had experienced this bitter, bitter hour!"
These words were uttered in a tone of such intense agony that a mortal dread for her father's reason and life suddenly sprang up in Ellen's mind. Throwing herself from the bed, she fell upon her knees, crying, "Forgive me, my dear father! Oh, if my child were here, I would hold it in my arms towards you, and when its innocent countenance met your eyes, you would pardon me." "Ellen, Ellen, thou hast broken thy father's heart," murmured Mr. Munro, averting his face from his suppliant daughter.
"Oh, heaven be thanked that thy mother has been snatched from us! But tell me, unhappy girl, who is the villain that has dishonoured thee? For in the moment of my intense agony, when I read the fatal letter that disclosed thy dishonour and marked the name of thy child, I vilely, ungratefully accused our generous benefactor of thy ruin." "What, Richard? Oh, no, no!"
ejaculated Ellen in a tone of ineffable anguish, and then the thought of who the father of her child really was flashed across her memory. She gave utterance to a terrible moan and sank backwards, senseless, upon the floor.
"Ellen, Ellen!" cried the old man. "Ellen, my dearest daughter! Oh, I have killed her!"
At that moment Marian, bearing a light, entered the room.
"Water, water!"
exclaimed the agonized father.
"She is insensible. She is dying."
Then, hastily filling a tumbler from a decanter of water which stood upon the toilet table, he knelt down by the side of his daughter and bathed her temples. In a few moments Ellen partially recovered and gazed wildly around her.
"My sweet child,"
murmured the old man, pressing her hand to his lips.
"Live, live for me. All shall be forgotten, all forgotten. I was harsh to thee, my Ellen, to thee who have always been so fond and so tender and so good to me."
"Leave her, sir, for the present," said Marian. "Allow her to compose herself. This discovery has been almost too much for her."
"I will," returned Mr. Munro. "You must stay with her, good Marian, and in the morning I will come and see her."
The old man then withdrew. End of section 55. Section 56 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Father and Daughter. Ellen was lying pale and tearful in her bed, by the side of which sat her father. The past night had worked a fearful change in the old man. His countenance was haggard, his look desolate and forlorn. At one moment his lips quivered as if with concentrated rage. At another he wiped tears from his eyes. Ellen watched him with the deepest interest.
"And you persist in refusing to acquaint me with the name of him who has dishonoured you?"
said the old man in slow and measured terms.
"Oh, my dear father, why will you persist in torturing me?" exclaimed Ellen. "Do you think that I have not suffered enough?"
"Oh, I can well believe that you have suffered, Ellen, suffered profoundly," returned Munro. "For you were reared in the ways of virtue, and you could not have fallen into those crimes without remorse. Suffered? But how have I not suffered during the last few hours? When I read that fearful secret, I became a madman. I had but two ideas. My daughter was a mother, and her child's name was Richard. What could I think? I went straight to the room where our benefactor was sitting. I closed the door. I approached him with the rage of a demon in my breast, and I said,
Villain, is my daughter's honour the price of the hospitality which you have shown towards me?" He was thunderstruck, and I showed him the letter. He burst into tears, exclaiming, "Could you believe me capable of such an infernal atrocity?" Then we reasoned together. We conversed upon the subject, and his noble frankness of manner convinced me that I had erred, grossly erred. He implored me to allow the night to pass ere I revealed to you the appalling discovery which I had made. He dreaded the effects of my excited state of mind. He thought that rest would calm me. But there was no rest for me. I retired to my room, and there, when alone, I felt that I could not endure meditation. I came to your chamber, and then, O God, the doubt to which I had yet so fondly clung was dissipated.
"My dear father, if you knew all," said Ellen, weeping, "you would pity me. Oh, you would pity me. Do not think that I surrendered myself to him who is the father of my child in a moment of passion. Do not imagine that the weakness was preceded by affection on my part for him who led me astray."
"Unhappy girl, what mean you?" ejaculated Mr. Munro. "Would you rob yourself of the only plea of extenuation which a woman in such a case can offer? Speak, Ellen."
"I will tell you all, that is, all I know," said Ellen with a blush. "You remember that when we retained to live in that horrible court in Golden Lane, the second since we were reduced to poverty, you remember what fearful privations we endured? At length our misery reached a point where it became intolerable, and one morning you set out with the determination of seeking relief from the bounty of Richard Markham."
"I well remember it," said Munro. "Proceed."
"You can then call to mind the circumstance of my absence when you returned home to our miserable abode?"
I do. Hours passed. I had gold, and you were absent," ejaculated the old man with feverish impatience.
"And when I returned home late," continued Ellen, her voice scarcely rising above a whisper, and her face, neck, and bosom suffused with burning blushes, "did I not bring you gold also?"
"Merciful heavens!" cried Munro, starting from his seat. "Say no more, Ellen, say no more, or I shall go mad. Oh, God! I comprehend it all. You went and sold yourself to some libertine for gold."
The old man threw himself into his daughter's arms and wept bitterly.
"Father, dear father, calm yourself," said Ellen. I could not see you want. I had no faith in the success of your appeal to him who has since been our benefactor. I thought that there was but one resource left. But," she added, her eyes kindling with the fire of pride, while her father sank back into his seat, "I call my God to witness that I acted not thus for myself. Oh, no, death sooner would have been my fate. But you, my dear father, you wanted bread, you were starving, and that was more than I could bear. I sinned but once, and never have I ceased to repent of that fateful step, for my one crime bore its fruit."
Munro was convulsed with grief. The tears trickled through the wrinkled hands with which he covered his venerable countenance. His voice was lost in agonizing sobs, and all he could utter were the words,
"Ellen, my daughter, it is for me to ask pardon of you."
"Oh, say not so, dear father, say not so,"
ejaculated Miss Munro, throwing her arms around him and kissing his forehead and hands.
"No, my dear father, it was not your fault if misery drove me to despair. But now you perceive," she added solemnly, "that I was more to be pitied than to be blamed, and
she murmured, the falsehood at such a moment almost suffocating her.
"You understand why I cannot tell you who was the father of my child."
There was something so terrible in the idea that a young, virtuous, and lovely girl had prostituted herself to the first unknown libertine who had bid a price for her charms. something so appalling to a father in the thought that his only child had been urged by excess of misery and profound affection for him to such a dismal fate that Munro seemed to sink under the blow. For some time did his daughter vainly endeavour to solace him, and it was only when she herself began to rave and beat her bosom with anguish and despair that the old man was recalled to a sense of the necessity of calming his almost invincible emotions. The father and daughter were at length restored to partial tranquillity by each other's endeavours at reciprocal consolation, and were commingling their tears together when the door opened. Markham, followed by Marian, entered the room. But what was the surprise of Mr. Munro? What was the joy of Ellen when Marian advanced towards the bed and presented the child to his mother? "A parent must not be separated from her offspring," said Richard. "Henceforth, Ellen, that infant must be nurtured by thee." "Oh, good, generous friend, my more than brother!" exclaimed Ellen, with an ebullition of feeling that might almost be termed a wild paroxysm of joy, and she pressed the infant to her bosom. "Richard," said Mr. Munro, "you possess the noblest soul that ever yet blessed or adorned a human being." Marian stooped over the bed, apparently to caress the sleeping infant, but in reality to whisper these words in Ellen's ears.
"Fear nothing. I was sent to fetch the child, and Mr. Wentworth will keep your secret inviolably."
Ellen cast a look of profound gratitude upon Marian, for this welcome announcement assured her that the surgeon would never admit the fact of possessing any clue, direct or indirect, to the father of the babe which she held in her arms. In a few minutes, we say, she turned to her father and said, "Our benefactor's goodness deserves every explanation from us. Tell him the extent of my misfortune. Reveal to him the origin and cause of my shame. Let nothing be concealed." "Ellen," said Richard, "I know all. Forgive me, but I reached the door of your room when you were telling your sad tale to your father, and I paused because I considered that it was improper to interrupt you at such a moment. And if I overheard that affecting narrative, it was not a mean curiosity which made me stop and listen. It was the deep interest which I now more than ever feel in your behalf." "And you do not despise me?" said Ellen, hanging down her head. "Despise you?" ejaculated Richard. "I deeply sympathize with you. Oh, no, you are not criminal. You are unfortunate. Your soul is pure and spotless." "But the world, what will the world think," said Ellen, "when I am seen with this babe in my arms?" "The world has not treated you so well, Ellen," returned Markham, "that its smiles should be deeply valued. Let the world say what it will. It would be unnatural, inhuman, to separate a mother from her child, unless, indeed," he added, "it is your desire that the innocent should be nursed amongst strangers." "Oh, no, no! But my unhappy situation shall not menace your tranquillity, nor shall the tongue of scandal gather food from the fact of the residence of an unwedded mother beneath your roof. I will retire with my father to some secluded spot." "Ellen," interrupted Markham, "were I to permit that arrangement, it would seem as if I were not sincere in the interest and commiseration instead of the blame which I ere now expressed concerning you. No, unless you and your father be wearied of the monotonous life which you lead with me, here will you both continue to dwell, and let the world indulge in its idle comments as it will." "Your benevolence finds a reason for every good deed which you practise," said Ellen. "Ah, Richard, you should have been born a prince with a princely fortune. How many thousands would then have been benefited by your boundless philanthropy!" "My own misfortunes have taught me to feel for those of others," answered Richard. "And if the world were more anxious than it is to substitute sympathy for vituperation, society would not be the compound of selfishness, slander, envy, and malignity that it now is." "It is settled then, Richard," murmured Ellen, "that my babe shall henceforth experience a mother's care." And Ellen covered her child with kisses and with tears. At that moment the infant awoke, and a smile played over its innocent countenance. Ellen pressed it more closely and more fondly to her bosom. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. A Change of Fortune. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the Earl of Warrington alighted from his horse at the door of Mrs. Arlington's residence in Dover Street. Giving his horse in charge to his mounted groom, the nobleman entered the dwelling. The enchantress received him in the drawing-room, but to her surprise the air of the Earl was cold and formal. He seated himself in a chair at a distance from the sofa which Diana occupied, and for some moments he uttered not a word. A sentiment of pride prevented her from saying anything to elicit an explanation of his ceremonial manner, because she was not aware that she was guilty of a fault meriting such treatment. At length that silence, most embarrassing to both, was broken by the Earl. "Diana," he said, "we must separate. You have conducted yourself in a manner that has made me the laughing-stock of all who know me."
"My lord,"
exclaimed Diana, perfectly astonished at this accusation.
"you must have been misinformed, or are you bantering me?"
"Neither the one nor the other," replied the Earl. "You may probably conceive whether I am inclined to jest when I state that your kind consideration towards Sir Rupert Harborough has reached my ears."
"Indeed, my lord," cried Diana, "I do not attempt to deny that I forwarded anonymously to Sir Rupert Harborough a sum of money to extricate him from a fearful embarrassment."
"It would be unmanly in me to do more than remind you whence came that money which you could afford to fling away upon an unprincipled profligate," said the Earl of Warrington. "At the same time, you cannot suppose that it is pleasant to my feelings to learn that the world makes itself merry at my expense."
"Your lordship is aware that I am the last person in existence to do aught to occasion you the slightest uneasiness. Perhaps I was wrong."
"You cannot, with your good sense, think otherwise. But let us not dispute upon the point. The thing is done and cannot be recalled, but its effect is fatal to our connection."
"Your lordship does not mean—"
"I mean that we must separate, Diana," interrupted the nobleman firmly.
"Is my fault irreparable in your eyes?" asked the enchantress, tears trickling down her cheeks.
"No man can endure ridicule, and I am particularly sensitive in that respect."
"But where did you learn that such was the result of my foolish kindness?"
said Diana, almost bewildered by the suddenness with which this blow had come upon her. "I will give you every explanation you require, as in duty bound," replied the Earl. "Captain Fitzharding, an officer in the Grenadier Guards, is an acquaintance of mine. He is a visitor at the house of Sir Rupert Harborough, and last evening Lady Cecilia Harborough told him what she called a capital anecdote of how she had cheated her husband out of £1,000. Then it appears they laughed heartily at this excellent joke, and Lady Cecilia proceeded to inform him that she had discovered whence the handsome subsidy emanated. She concluded in terms more galling than polite by ridiculing the Earl of Warrington, who was foolish enough to supply Mrs. Arlington so munificently with money that she was enabled to spare some for her ancient lovers. You have asked me for the plain truth, and I have told it, as Captain Fitzharding stated it to me."
"And thus a trivial indiscretion on my part has created all this mischief," sobbed the enchantress.
"You have acted most unwisely, Diana. I will not go so far as to say that you must have had some particular motive in forwarding that money to one who—"
"Heaven knows the purity of my motive!"
exclaimed Diana, wiping away her tears and glancing proudly towards the nobleman. "The world will scarcely admit that purity of motive in such a case was possible. Consider the inferences that must be drawn."
"And do you, my lord, believe that any unworthy reason of that kind led me to assist Sir Rupert Harborough?"
demanded the enchantress. "If I may judge by your outward conduct towards me, I should give a decided negative reply to your question.
But we should no longer be happy in each other's society while the least ground for unpleasant suspicion existed. We will then separate, but separate as good friends."
"Be it so, my lord,"
said Diana, the flush of injured pride dyeing her cheeks, while she conquered the emotions that rose in her bosom. "The lease of this house and everything it contains are yours," continued the Earl, after a moment's pause. "In this pocket-book there is a cheque."
"No, my lord," interrupted Diana. "Your bounty has already done much for me, more than you seem to think I have deserved. I cannot accept another favour at your lordship's hands."
The Earl of Warrington was struck by this answer, which proved that his mistress was not selfish, and for a few moments he was on the point of making overtures for a reconciliation. But the dread of ridicule, the fear of being laughed at as a man who kept a mistress for the benefit of others, the horror of being made the laughing-stock of all the rakes and demi-reps in London, smothered the lenient feelings that had awoken in his breast. "You refuse to accept this token of my friendship, Diana?" he said.
"I must beg most respectfully to decline it, my lord, with fervent gratitude, nevertheless, for your generosity."
Again the Earl wavered. He looked at that beautiful woman who had been so charming and fascinating a companion, who had advised him as a faithful friend in various matters upon which he had consulted her, and who, to all appearance, had conducted herself so well towards him, save in this one instance. He gazed upon her for a few moments, and his stern resolves melted rapidly away.
"Diana," he said,
At that moment the sounds of voices in the street caused him to turn his head towards the window, and he perceived Captain Fitzharding and another gentleman riding by on horseback. They were laughing heartily and gazing towards the house. The Earl of Warrington's sensitive mind instantly suggested to him the idea that the anecdote of the £1,000 was being again retold, and most probably accompanied by the intimation that that was the house of the complacent Earl of Warrington's mistress. The enchantress, with that keen perception that characterizes woman, had seen all that was passing in the Earl's mind, had observed him waver twice, and had felt convinced on the second occasion that he would court a reconciliation. But when these voices and that hearty laugh from the street fell upon her ears, and when she saw the blood rush to the Earl's countenance as he glanced in that direction, she knew that all was over. The Earl rose and said, "Give me your hand, Diana. We will part, as I said, good friends, and remember that I shall always be ready to serve you. Farewell."
"Farewell, my lord,"
returned Mrs. Arlington, extending her hand, which the nobleman pressed with lingering tenderness. Then, afraid of another excess of weakness, the Earl of Warrington wrung her hand warmly and precipitated himself from the room. The enchantress hurried to the window, concealed herself behind the curtain, and watched him as he mounted his horse to depart. He did not glance once upwards to the window. Perhaps he knew that she was there, and yet her pride prompted her to conceal herself in that manner. When he was out of sight, she threw herself upon the sofa and wept.
"Oh, if I had but said one word when his hand pressed mine," she exclaimed, "I might still have retained him. He is gone, my best, my only friend." But Diana was not a woman to give way to grief for any length of time. She possessed great mental fortitude, which, though subdued for a short space, soon rose predominant over this cruel affliction. Then she began to reflect her position. She had a house beautifully furnished, and she possessed a considerable sum of ready money. She had therefore no disquietude for the present, but a little apprehension for the future, for she knew that her personal beauty and mental qualifications would soon bring another lover to her feet. But she seriously thought of renouncing the species of life to which she had for some years been devoted. She longed to live independently and respectably. In this frame of mind she passed the remainder of the day, pondering upon a variety of plans in accordance with her new desire. She retired early to rest, but not feeling an inclination to sleep, she amused herself with a book. The candle stood upon a table by the side of the bed, and Diana, luxuriously propped up by the downy pillows, culled the choicest flowers from Byron's miscellaneous poetic wealth. An hour elapsed, and at length she grew sleepy. The book fell from her hand, and her eyelids closed.
Then she remembered no more until she was suddenly aroused by a sensation of acute pain. She started up and found the bed enveloped in flames. She sprang upon the floor, but her nightdress was on fire. She threw herself on the carpet and rolled over and over in terrible agony, piercing screams issuing from her lips. Those screams were echoed by loud cries of "Fire!" from the street, and then there was a rush of footsteps upon the stairs. The door of the chamber was forced open, and Diana was caught up in the arms of a policeman who had effected an entry to the house through the ground-floor windows. She was carried in a state of insensibility down into the parlour, where a cloak was hastily thrown over her, and she was conveyed to a neighbouring hotel. Fortunately, a medical man was passing at the moment, and he tendered his aid. Meanwhile, the fire spread with astonishing rapidity. The servants were extricated from the burning pile, but little property was saved. A considerable time elapsed before the engines arrived, and when they did reach the spot, an adequate supply of water could not be procured, as the springs were icebound by the frost. An immense crowd collected in the street, and all was bustle or curiosity. The broad red flames shot upwards with a roar like that of a furnace. The scene for a good distance around was as light as noonday, and the heavens immediately above appeared to be on fire. At one time the neighbouring houses were endangered, but suddenly the roof of the burning tenement fell in with a terrific crash, and then the conflagration seemed smothered. But in a few minutes the flame shot upwards once more, and another hour elapsed ere it was completely subdued. The newspapers announced next morning that Mrs. Arlington's property was not insured, and that the lady herself lay in a most precarious state at the hotel to which she had been conveyed. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. His Child. Mr. Greenwood was sitting in his study, the handsomely fitted-up room which we have before described, the same morning on which the babe was restored to its mother, through the admirable feeling of Richard Markham. Mr. Greenwood was studying speeches for the ensuing session of Parliament. He employed 2 secretaries who composed his orations. One did the dry details, and the other the declamatory and rhetorical portions. Each received 30 shillings a week, and worked from 9 in the morning until 9 at night, with half an hour 3 times a day for meals, which said meals were enjoyed at their own expense. And then Mr. Greenwood hoped to reap all the honours resulting from this drudgery on the part of his clerks. The studies of the Member of Parliament were interrupted by the introduction of Mr. Arthur Chichester. "I'm off to France tomorrow," said this gentleman, throwing himself lazily upon a sofa, "and I called to see if I could do anything for you on that side of the water."
"No, nothing," answered Greenwood. "Do you propose to make a long stay in France?"
"I shall honour Paris with my presence for about a month," said Chichester.
"During which time," added Greenwood with a smile, "you will contrive to get rid of all the money which Mrs. Viola Chichester so generously supplied."
"Generous indeed," said Chichester, laughing heartily. "So far from thinking of running through the money, I hope to double it. Although the public gambling houses have been abolished in France, there is plenty of play at the private clubs. But you must not imagine that I have a perfect fortune in my possession. The means adopted to obtain the cash cost a mint of money. There were £500 to Tomlinson for his assistance, 500 to you for your aid, advice, and advances. There is a splendid alliteration for you, and 300 to poor Anthony Tidkins."
"Poor indeed!" ejaculated Greenwood. "According to what you told me, the miserable wretch must be in a blessed state of pecuniary nudity."
"It is perfectly true," said Chichester. "When he came to me and Tomlinson on the night that Viola was to be released, in the dark alley adjoining his house, he was like a furious hyena. It seems that he had woken up 10 minutes before the hour appointed for our meeting, and then discovered his loss, as I before described it to you."
"I should not like to have such a man as my enemy," observed Greenwood carelessly.
Nor I. Bless us, how he did swear! I never heard such imprecations come from a human being's mouth before. He vowed that he would undertake no other business, nor devote himself to any other pursuit, until he had traced the woman who had robbed him, and avenged himself upon her. Flaying alive, he said, was too good for her. Well, I gave him £20, poor devil, through good nature, and Tomlinson gave him 10 through fear, for it appears that this Tidkins exercises some extraordinary influence over that cowardly stockbroker.
said Greenwood. And so poor Tidkins, he added, did not set out on his travels after the thief empty-handed?
By no means, but he is a useful fellow, and one might want him again.
True, said Greenwood. He is one of the necessary implements which men of the world must make use of at times to carve out their way to fortune. Have you heard anything of your beloved wife?
Nothing more than what I have already told you, answered Chichester. She has given up her abode at Cambridge Heath Gate, and taken apartments at a house in the very heart of the city, and where there are plenty of other lodgers. She is determined to be secure. However, continued Chichester with a smile, so long as she holds her tongue about that little matter, which she seemed inclined to do, she need not fear any further molestation from me.
I question whether you would have released her that evening had she not made her escape, said Greenwood.
Oh, indeed I should, returned Chichester. I did not wish to push things too far, and I really believe that another week's confinement in that terrible place which I have described to you would have turned her mad in reality. Then again, I should have been afraid of that cowardly, snivelling fool Tomlinson, who insisted upon accompanying me to ensure her release. That man has every inclination to be a downright rogue, but he lacks the courage.
Have you seen your friend Harborough lately? inquired Greenwood.
To tell you the truth, he is going with me on my present expedition to Paris. His name, you know, sounds well. Sir Rupert Harborough Bart, son-in-law of Lord Tremorden, eh?
His name must be somewhat worn out, I should imagine, observed Greenwood, playing with his watch-chain. Have you seen Lady Cecilia?
No, she has her suite of apartments, and Sir Rupert has his. They do not interfere with each other. Sir Rupert, however, has noticed that Lady Cecilia has a great many visitors of the male sex, and amongst others an officer of the Grenadier Guards, 7 feet 7 inches high, including his bearskin cap.
Indeed, Lady Cecilia is then becoming a confirmed demi-rep, observed Greenwood, without pausing to think who had helped to make her so.
There is no doubt of that, said Chichester, but you seem up to your neck in business as usual.
Yes, I am busily engaged on behalf of the Tory party, answered Greenwood. The future Premier has great confidence in me. I have brought him over 7 votes from the Whig side during the recess, and the moment the Tories succeed to power, I shall be rewarded with a baronetcy.
You're making your way famously in the world, said Chichester, rising to leave.
Pretty well, returned Greenwood with a complacent smile.
Chichester then shook hands with his friend and departed. Half an hour elapsed, during which Mr. Greenwood pursued his studies, when he was again interrupted by the entrance of a visitor. This time it was Mr. Tomlinson, the stockbroker. After having transacted a little pecuniary business together, Greenwood said,
"What have you done with the old man?"
"I have taken lodgings for him in an obscure street in Bethnal Green, and there he is residing," answered Tomlinson.
"My plan was better," observed Greenwood dogmatically. "You should have had him locked up in one of Tidkins' subterranean cells, and allowed 3 or 4 shillings a week for his maintenance."
"Impossible!" cried Tomlinson indignantly. "I could never have acted so unmanly, so ungrateful, so atrocious a part."
"Well, just as you please," returned the Member of Parliament. "Of course you know best."
We will not discuss that point," said Tomlinson.
"That is precisely what I said some time since to a deputation from the free and independent electors of Rottenborough, when they sent to remonstrate with me on a certain portion of my parliamentary conduct," observed Mr. Greenwood.
At this moment Lafleur entered, and whispered something in his master's ear. Tomlinson took his leave, and the valet proceeded to admit Marian into the presence of his master.
"Ah,"
exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, "anything wrong, Marian?"
"That may be according to the light in which you view the news I am come to communicate, sir," replied the servant. "In a word, Miss Munro's father and Mr. Markham have discovered all."
"All? No, not all,"
cried Greenwood, turning deadly pale. "Surely Ellen could not—"
"When I said all, sir," replied Marian, "I was wrong. Mr. Munro and my master have discovered that Miss Ellen is a mother, and that her child is now with her."
"What? At Markham Place?" demanded Greenwood.
"Yes, sir."
"And is it known also what person, the father, I mean—"
"Miss Ellen has maintained that a profound secret, sir," said Marian.
"Thank heaven!"
ejaculated Greenwood, now breathing freely.
"About Mr. Wentworth, the surgeon?"
"He has also promised to remain dumb relative to what little he knows. You are best aware, sir, whether Miss Munro has studied your wishes or your interests in remaining silent herself relative to you, and in recommending Mr. Wentworth through me to say nothing that may prove that she is really acquainted with the father of her child."
"But how was the discovery made? Tell me all," exclaimed Greenwood impatiently.
"The explanation is short. Mr. Wentworth sent a note relative to the health of the infant last evening to Miss Munro, and she inadvertently left it upon the table in the same room where her father was sitting."
"And her father and Richard, Mr. Markham, I mean," said Greenwood, "are acquainted but with the bare fact that she is a mother?"
"That is all, sir. But oh, if you only knew the excuse that Miss Ellen made to avoid additional explanations," continued Marian, "you yourself, yes, you, sir, would be affected."
"What was that excuse?" demanded Greenwood.
"I can scarcely believe for one moment that it was true," said Marian,
musing rather than replying to his question.
"But what was it?" cried the Member of Parliament impatiently.
"Oh, she spoke of the misery to which her father and herself had once been reduced, and she said that, prompted by despair, she had sold her virtue to one whom she knew not, whom she had never seen before nor since."
"Ah, she said that," murmured Greenwood. "And were her father and your master satisfied?"
"The old man wept well nigh to break his heart, and Mr. Markham said that henceforth the child should stay with its mother in his house. Oh, sir, there lives not a man of nobler disposition than my master. He is all that is generous, humane, liberal, and upright."
Mr. Greenwood turned aside and appeared to contemplate some papers with deep interest for nearly a minute, and then he passed a handkerchief rapidly over his face. Marian thought, as she afterwards informed Ellen, that he wiped tears from his eyes. He made no reply, however, to her observations, but rang the bell for his French valet. When Lafleur entered the room, Mr. Greenwood said,
"You will proceed immediately to the abode of Mr. Wentworth at Holloway. You will hand him from me this bank-note for £50, and you will say to him these words: 'As the child has been removed through an unforeseen occurrence from your care, its father sends you this as a small token of his gratitude for the kindness you have manifested towards it, and he hopes that, should you be questioned upon the subject, you will not reveal the fact that you ever had the slightest communication from his father. Go, and return quickly.'"
Lafleur received the bank-note, bowed, and left the room.
"You can inform Miss Munro of the step which I have thus taken to ensure the surgeon's secrecy," said Greenwood, addressing himself to Marian.
"I shall not fail to do so, sir," answered the servant.
She then withdrew. When the door closed behind her, Greenwood threw himself back in his chair, murmuring,
"My child beneath Richard's roof!"
End of section 58. Section 59 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Aristocratic Morals. It was still dark, though past 7 o'clock, on the morning which succeeded the fire, when a somewhat strange scene occurred at the house of Sir Rupert Harborough in Tavistock Square. The baronet, in his slippers and dressing-gown, cautiously descended the stairs, guiding himself with his left hand, placed upon the balustrade, and conducting a young female with his right. They maintained a profound silence and stole down so carefully that it was easy to perceive that they were fearful of alarming the household. But while he was still descending the stairs, leading the young female, who was fully dressed, even to her bonnet and shawl, the following thoughts passed rapidly through the mind of the baronet.
After all, it is absurd for me to take this trouble to get my new mistress secretly out of the house. Why should she not walk boldly in and out, night and day, I wonder? Upon my honour, I have a great mind that she should. But no. Whatever agreement exists between me and Lady Cecilia, a certain degree of decency must be observed before the servants, and for the sake of one's character with the neighbours. After all, prudence is perhaps the best system.
His thoughts were at this moment interrupted by steps upon the stairs, which evidently were not the echoes of those of himself and his paramour. He paused and listened. Those steps were descending with great apparent caution, and yet a little more heavily than was quite consistent with entire secrecy. The baronet, leading his mistress hastily after him, crossed the hall and then drew her along with him into an obscure corner near the front door.
"Silence, Caroline, silence," he whispered. "It is most likely the housemaid."
The baronet and his mistress accordingly remained as quiet as mice in the corner where they were concealed. Meantime the steps gradually grew nearer and nearer, and now and then a low and suppressed whisper on the stairs met the baronet's ear. A vague suspicion that some adventure, which those who were interested in it were anxious to conduct with as much secrecy as possible, was in progress, now entered the mind of Sir Rupert Harborough. He accordingly became all attention. And now the steps ceased to echo upon the stairs, but advanced towards the front door. The hall was pitch dark, but the baronet was satisfied that two persons, a male and female, were the actors in the proceeding which now interested him, and all doubt on this head was banished from his mind when they halted within a few feet of the corner where he and his mistress were concealed. Then the whispering between the two persons whose conduct he was watching recommenced. "Farewell, dearest Cecilia," said the low and subdued voice of a man. "Farewell, beloved Fitzharding," answered the other voice, with whose intonation, in spite of the whisper in which it was spoken, the baronet was full well acquainted. Then there was the billing murmur of kisses, which continued for some moments. "When shall we meet again, dearest?" demanded Fitzharding, still in the same low tone. "To-night, at the usual hour, I will admit you," returned Lady Cecilia. "Sir Rupert goes to France to-night with his splendid friend, Chichester." "Thank heaven for that blessing," said the Grenadier Guardsman. "And now, adieu, sweet Cecilia, until this evening. But tell me before I depart, shall I always find you the same warm, loving, devoted, fond creature you now are?" "Always, always to you," was the murmuring reply. Then kisses were exchanged again. "And am I indeed the first whom you have ever really loved? Am I the only one who has ever tasted the pleasures of heaven in your arms, save your husband?" continued the officer, intoxicated with the reminiscences of the night of bliss which he had enjoyed with his paramour. "Oh, tell me so once again, only once." "You know that you alone could have tempted me to weakness, Fitzharding," answered the fair but guilty patrician lady. "You alone could have induced me to forget my marriage vows." "Now I shall depart happy, my beloved Cecilia," said the officer, and again he imprinted burning kisses upon the lady's lips. He then turned towards the front door and endeavoured to remove the chain, but it had become entangled with the key in some way or another, and he could not detach it.
"What is the matter?" inquired Cecilia anxiously. "This infernal chain is fast," answered the officer, and all I can do will not move it." "Let me try," said the lady, but her attempt was as vain as that of her lover. "What is to be done?" asked Fitzharding. "God knows," returned Cecilia, "and it is growing late. In half an hour it will be daylight. Besides, the servants will be about presently."
"The devil!" said the officer impatiently.
"Stay," whispered Lady Cecilia. "I will go to the kitchen and obtain a light. Do not move from this spot. I will not be a moment."
She then glided away, and the officer remained at his post as motionless and as silent as a statue, for fear of alarming the inmates of the house. His thoughts were not, however, of the most pleasurable kind, and during the 2 minutes that Lady Cecilia was absent, his mind rapidly pictured all the probable consequences of detection, exposure, ridicule, lawsuit damages, the Queen's Bench prison, the divorce of the lady, and the necessity under which he should labour of making her his own wife. This gloomy perspective was suddenly enlivened by the gleam of a candle at the farther end of the hall, and which was immediately followed by the appearance of Lady Cecilia with a light. Still, the corner in which Sir Rupert and his paramour were concealed was veiled in obscurity, while the baronet obtained a full view of the tall guardsman, dressed in plain clothes, standing within a couple of yards of his hiding-place, and also of Lady Cecilia, attired in a loose dressing-gown, as she advanced rapidly towards the place where her lover awaited her. But when Cecilia reached the immediate vicinity of the front door, the gleam of the candle fell upon that nook which had hitherto remained buried in obscurity. A scream escaped the lady's lips, and the candle fell from her hands. Fortunately, it was not extinguished. Sir Rupert rushed forward and caught it up in time to preserve the light. Then, at a single glance, these 4 persons became aware of each other's position. A loud laugh escaped the lips of the baronet.
"Sir,"
said the officer, advancing towards him,
"for all our sakes avoid exposure, but if you require any satisfaction at my hand, you know who I am and where I reside."
"Satisfaction!" exclaimed Lady Cecilia ironically, for she had recovered her presence of mind the moment she had perceived the equivocal position in which her husband himself was placed in respect to the female who stood quivering and quaking behind him.
"What satisfaction can Sir Rupert Harbour require when he admits such a creature as that into his house?"
And she pointed, with a disdain and a disgust by no means affected, towards her husband's paramour.
"Creature, indeed!"
cried the young woman, now irritated and excited in her turn.
"I think I am as honest as you, my lady, at all events."
"Wretch!" murmured Cecilia between her teeth, as if the sight of the creature filled her with abhorrence and loathing. "Ah, haughty lady, thou could thyself sin through lust, but thou couldst not brook the sight of one who sinned for bread." The young woman, overawed by the air of insuperable disgust which marked the proud patrician at that moment, recoiled from her presence and burst into tears.
"Come, enough of this folly," said Sir Rupert impatiently. "We shall have the servants here in a moment. Perhaps you and this gentleman," he concluded, "will step into that room for a moment while I open the door for my little companion here."
Lady Cecilia tossed her head disdainfully, darted a look of sovereign contempt upon the abashed Caroline, and beckoned Captain Fitzharding to follow her into the adjacent parlour. Sir Rupert retained the light. He opened the door, the chain of which had only become entangled round the key, and dismissed his paramour, who was delighted to escape from that house where the terrible looks of the lady had so disconcerted her. The baronet then repaired to the parlour, and having locked the door to prevent the intrusion of the servants, threw himself upon the sofa.
"Well, on my honour,"
he exclaimed, bursting into a loud fit of laughter.
"this is one of the most pleasant adventures that I ever heard or read of, 'pon my honour."
"Have you requested me to wait here in order to contribute to your hilarity, sir?"
demanded Captain Fitzharding indignantly.
"My dear fellow," returned the baronet, "let us laugh in concert. Oh, I can assure you that you need fear no lawsuits nor pistols from me."
"Fear, sir?" ejaculated the guardsman. "I do not understand the word."
"Well, expect then, if that will suit you better, my dear captain," continued Sir Rupert Harborough. "You see that my wife and myself act as we please, independently of each other."
"Sir Rupert!" exclaimed Cecilia, who was by no means anxious that her lover should be made acquainted with the terms of the agreement into which she and her husband had entered a short time previously, and the nature of which the reader will remember.
"My dear Cecilia," observed the baronet, "is it not much better that your friend should be made acquainted with the grounds on which you have admitted him as your sworn knight and only love?"
"Cease this bantering, sir," cried Captain Fitzharding. "Have I not already said that I am willing to give you any satisfaction which you may require?"
"And must I again tell you, my dear fellow," returned the baronet, with an affection of familiarity which only made his words more bitter, "must I again tell you that I have no satisfaction, that I have none to ask, and you none to give? But I cannot allow you to consider me a grovelling coward. I must explain to you the grounds on which my forbearance is based."
"Proceed, sir," said Captain Fitzharding coolly. "You will then allow me to retire to my own room," exclaimed Lady Cecilia, rising from the chair in which she had thrown herself.
"No, my dear,"
said the baronet, gently forcing her back into her seat.
"You must remain to corroborate the truth of what I am about to state to this gentleman."
Lady Cecilia resumed the chair from which she had risen, and made no reply.
"In one word, Captain Fitzharding," continued the baronet, "there is a mutual understanding between my wife and myself that we shall follow our own inclinations, whims, and caprices, without reference to the ties which bind us, or the vows which we pledged at a church some years ago. All this may seem very strange. It is nevertheless true. Therefore, I have no more right to quarrel with Lady Cecilia on your account than she has to abuse me on account of that young person whom you saw in this house just now. Now then, my dear captain," continued the baronet, his tone again becoming bitterly ironical, "you may at your ease congratulate yourself on being the only person that Lady Cecilia has ever loved, and the only one on whom she has ever bestowed her favours, with the exception of her husband."
"Then am I to understand, sir," said the officer, perfectly astounded at the turn which the affair had taken, "that you do not consider yourself offended or aggravated by the—"
"Not a whit," ejaculated the baronet. "On the contrary, I have no doubt that we shall be excellent friends in future."
The captain bowed and rose to depart. Rupert unlocked and opened the door for him, and then ushered him with affected politeness out of the house. When he returned to the parlour, he found Lady Cecilia red with indignation.
"What means this scene, Sir Rupert?" she said. "After our mutual compact—" "My dear," answered the baronet calmly, "you treated my little friend in a most unpleasant manner, and I thought myself justified in retaliating to a certain extent. Besides, I was compelled to give an explanation to a man who would have otherwise looked upon me as a coward for failing to demand satisfaction of him." "But did you not consider that you had rendered me contemptible in his eyes?" demanded Lady Cecilia, burning with spite. "Never fear," said the baronet, "confiding in your sweet assurances that he alone has ever possessed your love, and that he alone, save your husband, has ever been blessed with the proofs of that affection, he will return ere long to your arms. Besides, am I not going to France to-night with my splendid friend Chichester? This is cruel, Sir Rupert. If an accident made you acquainted with the conversation which passed between us—" "An accident indeed," interrupted Sir Rupert Harborough. "An accident indeed," interrupted Sir Rupert Harborough, laughing affectedly. "'Pon my honour, the entire adventure is one of the drollest that ever occurred. But let us say no more upon the subject. Adhere to the compact on your side, and do not insult my friends." But a prostitute in my house, ejaculated Lady Cecilia, still loathing the idea. And my wife's paramour in my house, cried Sir Rupert. Oh, there is something refined in an amour with one's equal, said Lady Cecilia, but a wretch of that description. Enough of this, cried the baronet. The servants are already arrived. Let us each retire to our own rooms. And this suggestion was immediately adopted. End of section 59. Section 60 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Intrigues of a Demi-Rep. Lady Cecilia retired to her own chamber, locked the door, threw herself upon the bed, and burst into tears. Oh, at that moment how she hated her husband, how she hated herself. She wept not in regard of her evil ways. She poured forth tears of spite when she thought of the opinion that her new lover must form of her, after the explanation given by Sir Rupert. For Captain Fitzharding was rich and confiding, and the fair patrician had calculated upon rendering him subservient alike to her necessities and her licentiousness. But now what must he think of one who bestowed upon him those favours that were alienated from her husband by a former compact? What opinion could he entertain of a woman who sinned deliberately by virtue of an understanding with him whom she had sworn to respect and obey? It could not be supposed that the morality of Captain Fitzharding was of a very elevated nature, but in the occurrence of that morning there was something calculated to shock the mind the least delicate, the least refined. Yes, Lady Cecilia wept, for she thought of all this. And then her rage against her husband knew no bounds. "The wretch, the cowardly wretch!" she exclaimed aloud, as she almost gnashed her teeth with rage. "Was he not born to be my ruin? From the moment that I saw him first until the present hour, has he not been an evil genius in my way? Yes, oh yes, he is a demon sent to torture me in this world for my faults and failings. Seduced by him when I was very young, I might have been plunged into disgrace and infamy had not my father purchased his consent to espouse me. Then the large sum that was paid to save my honour was squandered in the payment of his debts, or in ministering to his extravagances. Now what is our position? What is my position? Shunned by my own father and mother, I am left dependent on him who knows not how to obtain enough for himself, or else I, the daughter of a peer, must sell myself to some Mr. Greenwood or Captain Fitzharding for the means to support my rank. Oh, it is atrocious! I begin to loathe myself. Would that I were the mistress of some wealthy man who would be constant and kind towards me, rather than the wife of this beggared baronet." Lady Cecilia rose from the bed, advanced towards the mirror, and smoothed her hair. Then she perceived that her eyes were red with weeping. "Absurd!" she exclaimed, a contemptuous smile curling her lips. "Why should I shed tears upon the past which no human power can recall? Rather let me avail myself of the present and endeavour to provide for the future. Am I not young? And does not my glass tell me that I am beautiful? Even the immaculate, the taintless, the exemplary rector of St. David's paid me a compliment of my good looks when I met him at Lady Marlborough's a few days ago. Yes, and methinks that if the most evangelical of evangelical clergymen of the established church could for a moment be moved by my smile, if that admired preacher who publicly avows that he refrains from marriage upon principle, if that holy minister who is quoted as a pattern to his class and as an example for the whole world, if he could whisper a word savouring of a compliment in my ear, and then seem ashamed at the moment of weakness into which his admiration had betrayed him, if my charms could effect so great a miracle as this, what may they not do for me in helping me on to fortune?
She paused and considered herself for some minutes in the glass opposite to her.
"Yes," she cried, again breaking silence. "I will no longer remain in the same house with my unprincipled and heartless husband. I will no longer breathe the tainted atmosphere which he inhabits. His very name is associated in my mind with forgery and felony. I will break the shackle which yet partially binds me to him. I will emancipate myself from the restraint and thraldom wherein I now exist. Fitzharding is rich and loving. Perhaps he may still feel the influence of the silken chain which I threw around his heart. We will see. If he comes gladly back to my feet, my aim is won. If not, well," and she smiled complacently, "there are others as rich and handsome and as easily enchained as he."
Lady Cecilia proceeded to her desk and wrote the following note.
"Come to me, dearest Fitzharding, at 3 precisely this afternoon. I have much to say respecting the specious falsehoods which Sir Rupert uttered this morning in order to conceal the natural cowardice of his disposition. He was afraid to involve himself in a quarrel with you, and he excused his unmanly forbearance by means of assertions that reflected upon me. Come, then, to me at 3. I shall be alone and at home only to you."
This note was immediately conveyed to Captain Fitzharding by Lady Cecilia's maid, who was the confidante of her mistress's intrigues. Having dispatched her missive, the baronet's wife proceeded to the duties of the toilet. This employment, breakfast, the newspaper, and a novel whiled away the time until about 1 o'clock, when Lady Cecilia, having ascertained that her husband had gone out half an hour previously, descended to the drawing-room. She was attired in a simple and unpretending manner, but then she knew that this style became her best. She was determined to captivate that day, and certainly she had seldom appeared to greater advantage. Her rich auburn hair, of a hue as warm as the disposition which it characterized, fell in long Hyperion ringlets about her sloping shoulders. Her blue eyes were expressive of a feeling of languid voluptuousness, and her pure complexion was set off by the dark dress that she wore. The timepiece on the mantel had scarcely struck 2 when a loud double knock at the front door resounded through the house. Lady Cecilia started from her seat, for she had forgotten to instruct the servants that she was only at home to Captain Fitzharding. But she was too late to remedy her neglect. The summons was already answered ere she had gained the landing on which the drawing-room opened. She accordingly returned to the sofa and composed herself to receive the visitor, whoever it might be. In a few moments the servant announced the Earl of Warrington. With this nobleman Lady Cecilia was only very slightly acquainted, she having met him on 2 or 3 occasions some years previously at her father's house.
"I must apologize, Lady Harborough, for this intrusion," said the Earl, "but I trust to your kindness to pardon me in that respect, and to afford me a little information concerning a matter which has suddenly assumed an air of importance in my eyes."
"No apology is necessary for the honour which your lordship confers upon me by visiting my humble abode," answered Lady Cecilia, "and with regard to the subject to which your lordship alludes, I shall be happy to furnish any information in my power."
"Your ladyship's courtesy encourages me to proceed," continued the Earl. "Forgive me if I must direct your attention to one of those pieces of gossip, I will not say scandal, which so often becomes current in the sphere in which we move. I allude to an anecdote relative to a certain mysterious remittance of £1,000 which was forwarded to Sir Rupert Harborough, and which your ladyship undertook to disburse for his advantage."
"Your lordship places the matter in as delicate a way as possible," said Lady Cecilia, affecting to laugh heartily in order to conceal the shame which she really experienced at this reference to her unworthy action. "But it was only a pleasant trick which I played Sir Rupert. The truth is, Sir Rupert is not the most generous man towards his wife, and when I found that some honourable person was repaying him a debt contracted a long time previously, I thought that, As the amount fell so providentially into my hands, I could not do better than appropriate it to the liquidation of the arrears of pin money due to me."
"Very just, madam," said the Earl, forcing himself to smile at the incident which Lady Cecilia represented in the light of a venial little advantage by a wife against her husband. "I believe that the amount was forwarded anonymously."
"To tell you the candid truth, my lord," answered Lady Cecilia, "the whole affair was so strange and romantic that I kept as a great curiosity the letter which accompanied the bank-note. If you possess any interest in the matter—"
"Your ladyship knows that I am not seeking this information without some object," said the Earl emphatically. "Would it be indiscreet," he added in a less serious tone, "to request a glimpse at that great curiosity?"
"Oh, by no means," returned Lady Cecilia, who affected to treat the whole matter as an excellent joke. Then, rising from her seat, she hastened to her work-box, and in a few moments produced the letter. "It was not so scented with musk when I received it," she added, laughing, "but it was redolent of a far more grateful flavour, that of this world's Mammon."
"I believe Mammon is the deity whom we all afore or less adore," observed the Earl of Warrington, gallantly taking up the tone of chit-chat rather than formality which Lady Cecilia endeavoured to infuse into the conversation. Then, as he received the letter from her hand, he said, "May I be permitted to read it?"
"Oh, certainly, my lord, and if you have any curiosity in the matter, you are welcome to retain it," answered Lady Cecilia.
"With your leave, I will do so," said the Earl.
"And now that I have replied to all your lordship's queries," continued Lady Cecilia, "may I ask one in my turn?"
The Earl bowed and smiled.
"Who was the indiscreet eavesdropper or tale-bearer that gave your lordship the hint concerning this business?" asked the baronet's wife.
"Methinks that your ladyship has been at no pains to conceal the affair," said the Earl, "and what hundreds have talked about cannot well be charged against an individual tale-bearer."
"Nay, my lord, I mentioned it but to two persons," exclaimed Cecilia. "The first was to Sir Rupert Harborough in a moment of pique, and the other was to a particular friend."
"I am not indiscreet enough to ask for names," interrupted the Earl, rising, and he hastened to take his leave ere Lady Cecilia could reiterate her question relative to the person who had communicated to him the fact of the intercepted £1,000. It was now nearly 3 o'clock, and Lady Cecilia again composed herself to receive Captain Fitzhardinge. Punctual to the hour, the officer was introduced into the drawing-room. But his manner, instead of being all love and tenderness, was simply polite and friendly.
"Fitzhardinge," said the lady, "I perceive that you have allowed yourself to be prejudiced against me." "Not prejudice, Lady Cecilia," answered the guardsman, "but I confess that I am no longer under the influence of a blind passion. The conduct of your husband this morning was that of a man who was acting consistently with the circumstances which he explained, and not that of an individual who was playing a part in order to disguise the innate cowardice of his disposition. No, Cecilia, your husband is not a coward, whatever else he may be. And now one word relative to myself. As long as I believed that you made to me, as a proof of love, the generous sacrifice of conjugal fidelity, so long as I believed that an affection for me alone induced you to violate your marriage vow, then the dream was sweet, though not the less criminal. But when I discovered that you'd made no sacrifice to me, that you came not to my arms warm with a love that trembled at detection, but secure in the existence of a heartless compact with your husband, then my eyes were open, and I saw that Lady Cecilia Harborough had risked nothing of all that she had pretended to risk, sacrificed nothing of all that she had affected to sacrifice, for the sake of Captain Hardinge. Thus the delusion was destroyed, and although our amour might be based upon more impunity than I had ever conceived, it would be the less sweet. The charm, the spell is broken." "And have you come here to tell me all this, to insult me with your moralizings?" demanded Lady Cecilia,
the fire of indignation and wounded pride displacing the languid voluptuousness which had at first reigned in the expression of her eyes.
"No, not to insult you, Cecilia," answered the officer, "but to explain in an open and candid manner the motive which leads me to say, let us forget the past as it regards each other."
"Be it so," said Lady Cecilia, deeply humiliated, and now hating the handsome officer much more than she ever liked him. "In that case, sir, we have nothing more to say to each other." Captain Fitzhardy bowed and withdrew. Lady Cecilia fell back upon the sofa, murmuring, "Beaten, beaten, defeated in this hope," and tears came into her eyes. But in a few moments she exclaimed, "How foolish is this grief! How useless this indignation! Sorrow and hatred are the consuming enemies of female beauty. Did I not say ere now that there were others in the world as rich, as handsome, and as confiding as Captain Fitzhardy?" As she uttered those words aloud, the haughty beauty wiped her eyes and composed her countenance. She rose and advanced towards the mirror to assure herself that her appearance indicated naught of those tears which she had shed, and as she contemplated her features with a very pardonable pride, the reminiscence of the compliment which the clergyman of St. David's had paid her flashed to her mind. She smiled triumphantly as she pondered upon it, and that vague, shadowy, unsubstantial phrase of flattery that now formed the topic of her thoughts gradually assumed a more palpable shape in her imagination, became invested with a significant meaning, then grew into a revelation of passion, and was at length embodied into a perfect romance of love with all its enjoyments and blisses. The ardent soul of that frail woman converted the immaculate clergyman into an admirer betrayed in an unguarded moment into a confession of love, then changed him into a suitor kneeling at her feet, and by rapid degrees carried him on through all the mystic phrases of passion, until he became a happy lover reclining on her bosom. With a presumption which only characterizes minds of her warm temperament and loose ideas of morality, Cecilia triumphed in the half-hour's impassioned reverie which succeeded the departure of Captain Fitzharding over the ascetic virtue and self-denying integrity which public opinion ascribed to the rector of St. David's. Then, when some trifling incident aroused her from this wild and romantic dream, she did not smile at its folly. She regarded it as a species of inspiration, prompting her in which direction to play the artillery of her charms. "Yes," she exclaimed, musing aloud, "he once said, 'I never saw you look so well as you appear this evening.' Those words shall be a motto to a new chapter in my life." And she smiled triumphantly, as if her daring aim were already accomplished. 36 years of age," she said abruptly, resuming her musings, "wealthy, handsome, unmarried, from principle," and here an erratic smile of mingled satisfaction and irony played upon her rosy lips, "and yet fond of society. The Reverend Reginald Tracy must no longer be permitted to remain proof against woman's beauty. Aye, and woman's wiles. Oh, no, he shall repeat to me, but far more tenderly, the words he uttered the other evening. His passing compliment shall become a permanent expression of his sentiments. But his character, his disposition, must I not study them? If that be necessary, the task is ready to hand." She rose from the sofa, and having selected an ecclesiastical magazine from some books that stood upon a chiffoniere, returned to her seat to peruse at leisure a sketch which the work contained of the character, ministry, and popularity of the rector of St. David's. End of section 60. Section 61 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Reconciliation. In the meantime, the Earl of Warrington drove to the hotel in Dover Street where Diana Arlington lay, and upon inquiry he ascertained that a nurse and the medical attendant were with her. He desired to be conducted to a private room, and then dispatched the waiter to request the professional gentleman to step thither for a few moments.
"What name shall I say, sir?"
asked the servant, who was unacquainted with the Earl's person. "It is needless to mention any name," replied the nobleman. "I shall not detain the gentleman 5 minutes." The servant disappeared, and in a few moments returned, followed by the medical attendant. The waiter introduced him into the apartment, and then withdrew. "I believe, sir," said the Earl, "that you are attending upon a lady who experienced so severe an accident last night." "I was by chance passing through Dover Street when the flames burst forth," was the reply, "and I gave immediate alarm to the police. I remained upon the spot to ascertain if my professional services could be rendered available, and it is well that I did so." "The lady, then, is much injured?" said the Earl, in a tone expressive of emotion. "Seriously injured," answered the surgeon, "and as I live at some distance from this neighbourhood, I considered it proper to remain with the patient all night. Indeed, I have not left her for a moment since the accident occurred." "Your attention shall be nobly recompensed, sir," said the Earl. "Here is my card, and I am your debtor." The surgeon bowed low as his eye glanced upon the name of the individual in whose presence he stood. "And now," continued the nobleman, "answer me one question, candidly and sincerely. Will your patient be scarred by the effects of the fire?" "My lord, that is more than I can answer for," returned the surgeon. "Fortunately, medical assistance was rendered the moment after the accident occurred, and this circumstance should inspire great hope." "Then I will hope," said the Earl. "How long an interval do you imagine must elapse ere she may be pronounced convalescent? Or rather, I should have asked, is she in any positive danger?" "There is always danger, great danger, in these cases, my lord. But, should the fever subside in a few days, I should recommend the removal of the patient to some quiet neighbourhood afar from the bustle of the West End." "You said that you yourself reside some distance from hence," observed the Earl, after a few moments' reflection. "My abode is in Lower Holloway, my lord," answered the surgeon, "and my name is Wentworth." "Holloway is quiet and retired," said the Earl, "but is not the air too bleak there at this season?" "It is pure and wholesome, my lord, and the spot is tranquil, and devoid of the bustle of crowds and the din of carriages." "Wherever Mrs. Arlington may remain until her recovery," said the Earl, "she must receive all the attentions which can be lavished upon her, and in nothing must she be thwarted where gold can procure her the gratification of her wishes." "I would offer to place my house at the lady's disposal, my lord, and the intention of Mrs. Wentworth would be unremitting, but—" "Name the obstacle," said the Earl. "Perhaps you consider that the position of the lady with regard to myself, a position the nature of which you may have divined, is somewhat too equivocal to permit your wife—" "No, my lord, medical men have no scruples of that kind. I hesitated because I feared that my abode would be too humble." "Then let that obstacle vanish this moment," interrupted the Earl. "It is my wish that Mrs. Arlington should be removed to your house as soon as the step can be taken with safety to herself. You will then devote yourself to her cure, and on you I place my reliance." "I have been unjust to her, Mr. Wentworth," continued the nobleman, pressing the surgeon's hand, and speaking in a low but hurried tone. "I have been unjust to her, but I will make her ample reparation, that is, provided you can preserve her beauty, for we are all mortal, and I confess to a weakness. But no matter. Say you will do your best." "My lord, I am poor and struggling with the world," answered the surgeon, "and I may say, without vanity, because I possess certificates from eminent men under whom I have studied, that I am not ignorant of my profession. My lord, I have every inducement to devote all the knowledge I possess to the aim which you desire. My attention shall be unwearied and unremitting, and if I succeed—" "If you succeed in restoring her to me in that perfection of beauty which invested her when I took leave of her yesterday, without a mark, without a scar, your fortune shall be my care, and you will have no need to entertain anxiety relative to the future with the Earl of Warrington as your patron." "At present, my lord, all I can say is I will do my best," rejoined Mr. Wentworth. "And at present I can ask no more," exclaimed the Earl. Then, after a moment's pause, he said, "May I be allowed to see your patient for a few moments?" The surgeon hesitated. "I know why you dislike this proposal," observed the nobleman. "You are afraid that when I contemplate the altered countenance of that woman who was lately so beautiful, I shall despair of her complete care." "Such is indeed my impression," answered Mr. Wentworth. "Those symptoms and appearances which are most alarming to persons unacquainted with the medical art are frequently the least causes of alarm to the professional man." "Then let me speak to her, and not see her," said the Earl. "I understand, your lordship. In a few minutes I will return." And the surgeon withdrew. During his absence, the Earl paced the room in an agitated and excited manner, which was quite inconsistent with the usual equanimity and even gravity of his temperament. 10 minutes had elapsed when the surgeon came back. "Will your lordship follow me?" Mr. Wentworth led the way to the chamber in which Diana Arlington lay. The shutters were closed and the curtains were drawn around the bed. The room was nearly dark, a few struggling gleams of light alone forcing their way through the chinks in the shutters. When the Earl entered the apartment, the surgeon remained in the passage outside. The nurse had already been directed to retire for a short time. The nobleman approached the bed, and seating himself in a chair by the side, said, "Diana, can you forgive me for my cruelty of yesterday?"
"I never entertained a feeling of resentment, my lord, and therefore have nothing to forgive," was the answer, in a low and plaintive tone.
"I did you a serious wrong, Diana," continued the Earl, "but I am not too proud to confess my error. I trembled at the idea of ridicule, hence the hastiness of my conduct. And then there was a suspicion in my mind, a suspicion which made me uneasy, very uneasy, but which is now dispelled. I have read your letter which accompanied the banknote addressed to Sir Rupert Harborough, and I am satisfied in respect to the integrity, nay, the generosity of your motives."
"It was kind of you, my lord, to take the steps necessary to reinstate me in your good opinion," murmured Diana from her couch, in a tone evidently subdued by deep emotion.
"There was no kindness in the performance of an act of justice," returned the Earl. "When I read in this morning's newspapers the sad account of the terrible accident of last night, my heart smote me for my conduct towards you. Then I reflected upon all the happiness which I had enjoyed in your society, and I was moved, deeply, profoundly moved. I dispatched a servant to this hotel to inquire if you were really as seriously injured as the journals represented, and he brought me back word that your life was no longer in positive danger, but
that I shall be a hideous object all the remainder of my days,"
added Diana, with somewhat of bitterness in her manner.
God forbid!
cried the Earl energetically. "Mr. Wentworth seems to promise—"
"Alas, this medical art prompts its professors to console the mind in order to heal the body, but I am not foolish enough to yield to a hope so baseless."
These words were uttered in a tone of the most profound melancholy. "Diana, you must hope!" exclaimed the Earl of Warrington. "You will recover, yes, you will recover, and even if a slight trace of this accident—"
"A slight trace!"
almost screamed Diana, and the Earl could hear her roll herself convulsively over her pillow.
"A slight trace, my lord! I shall be disfigured for life. Nothing can save me. My countenance will be seared as with a red-hot iron. My neck will be covered with deep scars. My arms, my entire body will be furrowed with crimson and purple marks. Oh, God, it is hard to suffer thus."
And then she burst into an agonizing flood of tears. The Earl allowed her to weep without interruption. He knew that her mind would be relieved by that outpouring of feeling. And he was right. In a few minutes she said,
"Pardon me, I am weak, I am foolish. And now proceed to tell me how you became possessed of that note which I sent with the money to Sir Rupert Harborough."
The Earl of Warrington then related the particulars of his interview with Lady Cecilia. "And now that I have done an act of justice and convinced myself of the purity of the motives which induced you to act in a manner that created my displeasure," continued the Earl, "let us talk of yourself. I have made arrangements with Mr. Wentworth, which, I hope, will meet your approval, and be conducive to your benefit. When you can be removed with safety, you shall be conveyed from this bustle of an hotel in a crowded thoroughfare to the tranquil requirement of Mr. Wentworth's abode at Holloway. I am induced to place reliance upon the skill and talent of that man. I scarcely know why."
"Oh, yes, he is no doubt very clever," said the patient, "for his treatment of me speedily gave me relief without the acuteness of the agony which I at first experienced."
"Everything shall be done to conduce to your comfort, Diana," resumed the nobleman. "My upholsterer shall send down to Mr. Wentworth's house the furniture that may be required for the rooms which you are to occupy, and my steward shall supply him with ample funds."
"How kind, how good you are,"
murmured Diana. "But I shall not attempt to see you," continued the Earl, "until your recovery is announced to me, your complete recovery, and then—" He checked himself, and there was a long silence. Suddenly the Earl arose. "Farewell. Diana, my presence is not calculated to calm you," he exclaimed. "I shall now leave you, but remember, I watch over you from a distance. Farewell."
"Farewell till we meet again," said Diana. "But oh, how shall I dread that day! And if my worst fears should be confirmed, if I really become the horrible, scarred, hideous object which I dread, then we shall never meet more. For I will fly from the world and bury myself in some deep solitude, whither no one who ever knew me in my bright days shall trace me."
"You will not be forced to adopt such an alternative. Diana, believe me, you will not," exclaimed the Earl. "At all events, let us hope. Let us both hope." The Earl hastily withdrew. In the passage he encountered the surgeon, to whom he reiterated his instructions relative to the attention to be shown towards the patient. "Mr. Wentworth," he said in an emphatic tone, "remember all that I have told you. Gold shall be placed at your disposal with no niggard hand. Spare no expense. That lady's complete restoration to her pristine beauty is your care. Think of naught save that one grand aim." "My lord," answered the surgeon, "I can only repeat the words I used just now. I will do my best." The Earl pressed his hand warmly and hurried away, more affected by the incidents of that day than he had been for many, many days. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Rector of St. David's. It is not necessary to explain to our readers the precise locality of the splendid chapel of ease known by the name of St. David's. Suffice it to say that it is situate not 100 miles from Russell or Tavistock Square, and that the clergyman attached to it at the period of which we are writing was the Reverend Reginald Tracy. It was a Sunday morning. A crowd of well-dressed persons of both sexes poured into the chapel of St. David's. The street was lined with carriages, and when each in its turn drew up at the door of the sacred edifice, the elite of the aristocracy might have been observed to alight and hasten to form part of the immense congregation assembled to hear the most popular preacher of the day. The interior of the chapel was vast and of a convenient oblong form. It was lofty and beautifully fitted up. On 3 sides were large and roomy galleries, amphitheatrically arranged with pews. The magnificent organ stood in the gallery over the entrance, and at the farther end was the communion table. The pulpit, with its annexed reading desk, stood a little in front of the altar and facing the organ. The pews, both of the galleries and the body of the church, were provided with soft cushions, for this was a proprietary chapel, and there was but slender accommodation for the poor. Indeed, this class occupied plain benches in the aisles, and they were compelled to enter by a small side door, so that they might not mingle with the crowd of elegantly dressed ladies and fashionable gentlemen that poured into the chapel through the grand entrance in front. A policeman maintained order at the side door which admitted the humbler classes, But two beadles, wearing huge cocked hats and ample blue cloaks emblazoned with broad gold lace and holding gilt wands in their hands, cleared the way for the wealthy, the great, and the proud, who enjoyed the privilege of entrance by means of the front gate.
"This way, my lord."
"Pray, step this way, my lady,"
said the polite beadles in their blandest tones.
"The pew opener is in attendance, my lord."
"My lady, here is the hymn book which your ladyship commanded me to procure for your ladyship."
"My lord, take great care of the step."
"This door, ladies, if you please."
"Gentlemen, this way, if you would be so condescending."
"Yes, sir, certainly, sir. The pew opener will find you a seat, sir, immediately, sir."
"Ladies, this way is less crowded. You will find the left aisle comparatively empty."
"My lord, straight forward, if your lordship will be so good."
"Ladies, the pew opener is in attendance. This way, ladies and gentlemen."
And at the side door the policeman might be heard vociferating in somewhat like the following manner.
"Now then, you young woman, where the deuce are you pushing to? Want to get a good place, eh? What, with such a rag of shawl as that there? I'm afeard I can't admit you. Now, boy, stand back, or I'll show you the reason why. I say, old woman, you ain't wanted here. We doesn't take in women with red cloaks. You'd better go to the dissenting chapel round the corner, you had, and that's good enough for you. Hello, what's this man? A sweep in his Sunday toggery. Come, that's rather too strong, chummy. You toddle off now. Here, young woman, you may come in, you may, 'cause you're very pretty. That way, my dear. Hello. Here comes a fella without a nose. No, that won't do at no price. My orders is particular. No one comes here without a nose. Why, you'd frighten all the ladies out of their wits. They already complains of the riff-raff that comes to this here chapel, so we must try and keep it select, just like Gibbs' vestry. Now then, who's that blackguard a-talking so loud there? It's only me as can talk here at this door, 'cause I'm official, I am. This way, young woman, push the door, my dear. Well, if you ain't married, I'm sure you ought to be. Now then, who's that a-guffawing like a rhinoceros? I'll clap a stopper on your mug, I will. Come, you go back, old chap. No workhouse livery here. This is the wrong shop for the workhouse people, this is, I can tell you. Well, you're a genteel couple, I don't think, coming to a propriety chapel without no gloves and fists as black as tinkers. Stand back there, boys, and let that young girl with the yellow ribbons come up. She's decent, she is. Yes, my dear, you may go in, my dear. Now then, stand back. No more comes in this morning. The organ's begun."
With these words, the policeman thrust the poor people violently down the steps, entered the chapel, and closed the door in their faces. The interior was crowded throughout, and it was very evident that curiosity and fashion, more than devotion, had congregated in that chapel the rank, wealth, and beauty that filled the pews below and above. The solemn swell of the organ pealed through the sacred edifice, and then arose the morning hymn, sung by a select corps of choristers and by 12 youths belonging to the school of a celebrated professor of music for the millions. A venerable clergyman, with hair as white as his own surplice, occupied the reading desk, and in a pew close by the pulpit was the cynosure that attracted all eyes, the Reverend Reginald Tracy. The tall, commanding form of this clergyman would have rendered him conspicuous amongst the congregation had no other circumstance tended to endow him with popularity. His countenance was eminently handsome. His high and open forehead was set off, but not shaded, by dark brown hair which curled naturally. His hazel eyes beamed with the fire of brilliant intellect. The Roman nose, small mouth, and well-turned chin formed a profile at once pleasing and commanding, and his large, well-curled whiskers, meeting beneath his chin, confirmed the manly beauty of that proud and imposing countenance. There was a proud but totally unassuming sense of the solemnity of the scene and of the sanctity of his profession in his manner and deportment. His voice did not join in the hymn, but his mind evidently followed the words as he, from time to time, glanced at the book which he held in his hand. Doubtless he was well aware, but nothing in his demeanour seemed to indicate this consciousness that he was the centre of all attraction. Though not servilely meek or hypocritically austere, he was still surrounded by a halo of religious fervour which commanded the most profound respect, and towards him were turned hundreds of bright eyes, and the glances of the fair maids dwelt upon his countenance rather than on their books. The hymn ceased, and the service proceeded. At length the anthem succeeding the communion service filled the chapel with its solemn echoes, accompanied by the pealing of the magnificent organ. Then a simultaneous sensation pervaded the entire congregation, and all eyes were directed towards the Reverend Reginald Tracy, who was now ascending the steps to the pulpit. The anthem was ended, the congregation resumed their seats, and the preacher commenced. It is not, however, our intention to treat our readers to a sermon. Suffice it to say that the eloquence and manner of the discourse which the Reverend Reginald Tracy delivered upon this occasion were well calculated to sustain his high reputation. But of the attentive audience no individual seemed to be more deeply impressed with his sermon than Lady Cecilia Harborough, who sat in a pew near the pulpit, next indeed to the one which the clergyman himself had occupied during the former part of the service. She was alone, for on the previous day she had hired that pew for her own especial use. Whenever the eyes of the preacher were turned in the direction where she sat, she appeared to be wiping away tears from her cheeks, for the sermon was on a solemn and pathetic subject. More than once she fancied that he observed her, and her heart beat triumphantly in her bosom. When the sermon was concluded, she remained in her pew and allowed the rest of the congregation to leave the chapel ere she moved from her seat. At length the sacred edifice was deserted, save by herself and 2 or 3 officials connected with the establishment. In a few minutes the pew-opener, an elderly matron-like person, accosted her and said,
"If you please, ma'am, the doors will be closed almost directly." "Could you oblige me with a glass of water?" faltered Lady Cecilia. "I feel as if I were about to faint." "Oh, certainly, ma'am," answered the pew-opener, and she hurried to the vestry. Presently she returned, accompanied by the Reverend Reginald Tracy himself. "Is the lady very unwell?" inquired the clergyman of the pew-opener, as they advanced together toward Lady Cecilia's seat. "She seems very languid, quite overcome, sir," was the answer. "But this is the pew." The clergyman stepped forward and instantly recognized the fair indisposed. "Lady Harborough," he exclaimed, "is your ladyship unwell?" And taking the tumbler of water from the pew-opener, he handed it to the Baron's wife. "It is nothing, the heat, I suppose," murmured Lady Cecilia, and she drank a portion of the water. "Thank you, Mr. Tracy, for your attention. I feel much better now." "Will your ladyship step into the vestry and sit down for a few minutes?" inquired the clergyman, really concerned at the presumed indisposition of the lady. "If it would not be indiscreet, I should esteem it a favour," answered Cecilia, still speaking in a tremulous and faltering tone. Reginald Tracy instantly proffered his arm to the lady and conducted her to the vestry, where the venerable clergyman who had read the service was calmly discussing a glass of sherry. "I am ashamed, perfectly ashamed, to give you all this trouble, Mr. Tracy," said Cecilia, as she accepted the chair which was offered her. "But the heat of the chapel, and, to tell the truth, the emotions which your beautiful discourse aroused within me, quite overcame me. "The chapel was indeed very much crowded," answered Reginald Tracy, touched by the homage rendered to his talents in the second case which the Lady Cecilia alleged for her indisposition. "Nevertheless, this little incident will not in future prevent me from becoming one of the most regular of your congregation," observed Cecilia with a smile. Mr. Tracy bowed and smiled also. Both had brilliant teeth, and it was impossible for either to fail to notice this beautiful feature in each other. "I feel quite recovered now," said Cecilia after a short pause, "and will return home. I offer you my best thanks for this kind attention on your part." "Do not mention it, Lady Harborough, but I cannot permit you to return alone after this indisposition. Allow me to conduct you as far as your door." "I could not think of taking you out of your way. It happens that I have a call to make at Tavistock Square, and am actually going that way," interrupted Reginald Tracy. Lady Cecilia, like a well-bred person as she was, offered no further objection, but accepted the clergyman's escort to her own abode. During the short walk she rendered herself as agreeable as possible, though purposely conversing upon topics suitable to the Sabbath and to the profession of her companion. She also introduced one or two delicate and apparently unsophisticated allusions to the eloquence which had produced so deep an impression upon a crowded congregation, and the profound attention with which the sermon was received. She artfully, but with admirable assumed sincerity, questioned Mr. Tracy upon 2 or 3 passages in that discourse, and suffered him to perceive that not one word of it had been lost upon her. Mr. Reginald Tracy was mortal like any other human being, and was not exempt from any of the weaknesses of that mortality. It was impossible for him not to experience a partial sentiment of pride and satisfaction at the impression which his eloquence had evidently made upon a young and beautiful woman, and that feeling became in the least degree more tender by the fact that this young and beautiful woman was leaning upon his arm. Then how could he feel otherwise than flattered when, with her witching eyes turned upwards towards his countenance, she questioned him so meekly and so sincerely, as he thought, upon the very passages of his sermon which he himself considered to be the best, and which he had studied to render the most effective? He was flattered. He smiled and endeavoured to render himself agreeable to so charming a woman. At length they reached the door of Lady Harborough's abode. The siren invited him to walk in, as a matter of course, but Mr. Tracy was compelled to forego that pleasure. He was really engaged elsewhere, or there is no saying but that he might have stepped in only for a few minutes. Lady Cecilia extended her hand to him at parting, and held his for just 2 or 3 minutes, while she renewed her thanks for his attention. The action was perfectly natural, and yet the gentle contact of that delicate hand produced upon Reginald Tracy a sensation which he had never before experienced. It seemed to impart a glow of warmth and pleasure to his entire frame. At length they separated, and as the rector of St. David's pursued his walk, he found his mind, from time to time, wandering away from more serious reflections and reverting to the half-hour in which he had passed so agreeably in the society of Lady Harborough. End of section 62.
Section 63 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Blandishments. Lady Cecilia took very great care not to appear at chapel that evening. She was well aware that common politeness, if no other motive, would induce the Reverend Reginald Tracy to call on the following day to inquire after her health. Accordingly, on the Monday she took more than usual pain with her toilet. Sir Rupert Harborough had departed with his splendid friend Chichester for the Continent, and she was completely her own mistress. She had no one to interfere with her plans or pursuits, for her lady's maid was entirely devoted to her interests. However, others suffered or waited in respect to pecuniary matters. Sarah, the aforesaid lady's maid or camariste, was always well and regularly paid. It was by no means an uninteresting scene to behold the attention and zeal with which Sarah seconded her mistress's determination to make the most of her charms upon the present occasion. Lady Cecilia was seated near her toilette table with a little gilt-edged oval-shaped mirror in her hands, which reposed in her lap, and Sarah was engaged in arranging the really beautiful hair of her mistress. "What o'clock is it, Sarah?" inquired Lady Cecilia, casting a complacent glance at herself in the large looking-glass upon her toilette table.
"It must be nearly 1, my lady," was the reply.
"Then you have no time to lose, Sarah. The ringlets are quite divine. Pray take equal pains with the back hair. Do you think that I look better in ringlets or in bands?"
"In ringlets, my lady."
"And if I had my hair in bands, and asked you the same question, you would reply, in bands."
"Your ladyship cannot think that I am so insincere," said the cameriste.
"Do you fancy me in this dress, Sarah?" asked the lady, heedless of her domestic's observation.
"I prefer the blue-watered silk," was the answer.
"Then why did you not recommend it in the first instance?"
"Your ladyship never required my advice."
"True. Have you finished?"
"No hairdresser from Bond Street or the Burlington Arcade could have performed this task better, my lady," replied Sarah.
"Yes, it is very well indeed," said Cecilia, surveying herself in the mirror. "I will now descend to the drawing-room." When she reached that apartment, the artful woman spread on the table a few books on serious subjects. She then amused herself with a volume of a new novel. The clock had just struck 2 when a double knock was heard at the front door. Lady Cecilia thrust the novel under the cushion of the sofa and took up Sturm's Reflections. The Reverend Mr. Tracy was announced. Lady Cecilia rose and received him with a charming languor of manner. "I have called to satisfy myself that your ladyship has recovered from the indisposition of yesterday," said the rector. "Not altogether," answered Cecilia. "Indeed, after I returned home yesterday, I experienced a relapse. I observed that you were not at chapel in the evening, and I feared that such might be the case." It was with difficulty that Lady Cecilia could suppress a smile of joy and triumph as this ingenuous and unsophisticated announcement met her ears. He had thought of her. He had noticed her absence. "I can assure you that nothing save indisposition could have induced me to remain away from a place where one gathers so much matter for useful and serious meditation," answered the lady. "And yet the world generally forgets the doctrines which are enunciated from the pulpit an hour after their delivery," observed Reginald. "Yes, when they are doled forth by ministers who have neither talent nor eloquence to make a profound impression," said Cecilia, artfully conveying a compliment without appearing to mean one at the moment. "I believe that our churches would be much better frequented were the clergy less dogmatic, less obscure, and did they address themselves more to the hearts of their hearers than they do. I believe it is necessary to appeal to the heart, and not be satisfied with merely reaching the ears," said the rector modestly. "And whenever the pastor possesses the rare talent of moving the feelings, of exciting the mind to salutary reflection, as well as merely expounding points of doctrine, thither will the multitude flock, high and low, rich and poor." "Oh!" exclaimed Cecilia, as if carried away by the enthusiasm of the subject. "How grand, how noble a situation does that man occupy, who, by the magic of his voice and the power of his mind, can collect the thousands around his pulpit! I can understand how an impression may be easily made upon the half-educated or totally ignorant classes of society, but to cast a spell upon the intelligent, the well-informed, and the erudite, to congregate the aristocracy of the realm, to listen to the words that flow from his mouth, oh, great indeed must be the influence of such a man." "You consider, then, Lady Cecilia, that the upper classes need powerful inducements to attend the truths of religion?" said Reginald, irresistibly charmed by the bewitching eloquence that had marked the language of the beautiful woman in whose society he found himself. "I consider, but if I tell you my thoughts," said Cecilia, suddenly checking herself,
I shall unavoidably pay up high compliment to you, and that neither let me hear your ladyship's sentiments in any case, said the clergyman, fearful of losing those honeyed words which produced upon him an impression such as he had never experienced in his life before. I believe, continued Cecilia, that the upper classes in this country are very irreligious. I do not say that they are infidels. No, they all cherish a profound conviction of the truth of the gospel. But their mode of life, their indolent and luxurious habits, militate against a due regard to religious ceremonials. How is it, then, that they are aroused from their apathy? They hear of some great preacher, and curiosity, in the first instance, prompts them to visit the place of his ministry. They go almost as if they would repair to see a new play. But when they listen to his words, when they drink, in spite of themselves, large draughts of the fervour which animates him, when he appeals to their hearts, then they begin to perceive that there is something more in religion than an observance of a cold ceremonial, and they go home to reflect. You believe that to be the case, said the rector, delighted at this description of an influence and an effect which he could not do otherwise than know to be associated with his own ministry. I feel convinced that such is the fact, answered Lady Cecilia. Then, lowering her tone in a mysterious manner, and leaning towards him, she added, Many of my friends have confessed that such has been the case in respect to their attendance at your chapel, and such was the case with myself. With you, Lady Cecilia? Exclaimed the clergyman, vainly endeavouring to conceal the triumph which he had experienced at this announcement. Yes, with me, continued the artful woman, for, to be candid with you, Mr. Tracy, I need consolation of some kind, and the solace of religion is the most natural and the most effective. My domestic life, she proceeded in a deeply pathetic tone, is far from a happy one. Sir Rupert thinks more of his own pleasure than he does of his wife. He does more than neglect me. He abandons me for weeks and weeks together. She put her handkerchief to her eyes. Mr. Tracy drew his chair closer to the sofa on which she was seated. It was only a mechanical movement on his part, the movement of one who draws nearer as the conversation becomes more confidential. "But why should I intrude my sorrows upon you?" suddenly exclaimed Cecilia. "And yet, if it be not to the ministers of religion to whom we poor creatures must unburden our woes, where else can we seek for consolation? From what other source can we hope to receive lessons of resignation and patience?" "True," said the rector, "and that has often appeared to me the best and redeeming feature in the Roman Catholic world, where the individual places reliance upon a priest and looks to him for spiritual support and aid." "Ah, would that our creed permitted us the same privilege," said Lady Cecilia, with great apparent enthusiasm. "I know of no rule nor law which forbids the exercise of such a privilege," said Reginald, "unless, indeed, usage and custom be predominant, and will admit of no exceptions. For my part, I despise such customs and usages when they tend to the exclusion of those delightful outpourings of confidence which the individual pants to breathe into the ears of the pastor in whom implicit faith can be placed. In how many cases could the good clergyman advise his parishioners to the maintenance of their domestic comfort? How many heart-burnings in families would not such a minister be enabled to soothe? Oh, sir, I feel that your eloquence could teach me how to bear, unrepiningly and even cheerfully, all the sorrows of my own domestic hearth." "Then look upon me as a friend, my dear Lady Cecilia," said the clergyman, drawing his chair a little closer still. "Look upon me as a friend, and happy indeed shall I be if my humble agency or advice can contribute to smooth the path of life for even only one individual." "Mr. Tracy, I accept your proffered friendship. I accept it as sincerely as it is offered," exclaimed Lady Cecilia, and she extended her hand towards him. He took it. It was soft and warm, and gently pressed his. He returned the pressure. Was it not the token, the pledge of friendship? He thought so, and he meant no harm.
But again did the contact of that soft and warm hand awake within his breast a flame till then unknown, and his cheeks flushed, and his eyes met those of the fair, the fascinating creature who craved his friendship. "Henceforth," said Cecilia, who now saw her intrigue was progressing towards a complete triumph even more rapidly than she had ever anticipated, "henceforth you will have no votary more constant in attendance than I. But on your part you must occasionally spare from your valuable time a single half-hour wherein to impart to me the consolations I so much require. Be not afraid, Lady Cecilia," said the rector, who now felt himself attracted towards that woman by a spell of irresistible influence. "I shall not forget that you have ingenuously and frankly sought my spiritual aid, and I should be false to the holy cause which I have embarked were I to withhold it." "I thank you deeply, sincerely thank you," exclaimed Cecilia. "But judge for yourself whether I do not seek solace in my domestic afflictions from the proper source. This is the book which I was reading when you called." Cecilia took up Sturm's Reflections and opened the book at random. "There," she said, "it was this page I was perusing." She held the book in her hands as she reclined rather than sat upon the sofa, and the clergyman was compelled to lean over her to obtain a glimpse of the page to which she pointed. His hair touched hers. She did not move her head. Their faces were close to each other, but not an impure thought entered his soul. Still, he was again excited by that thrilling sensation which came over him whenever he touched her. She affected not to perceive that their hair commingled, but pointed to the page and expatiated upon its contents. In a moment of abstraction for which he could not account, and against the influence of which he was not proof, Reginald Tracy's eyes wandered from the book to the form which reclined beneath his glance, as it were, upon the sofa. That glance swept the well-proportioned undulations of the slight but charming figure which was voluptuously stretched upon the cushions. Suddenly Cecilia left off speaking and turned her eyes upward to his countenance. Their glances met, and Reginald did not immediately avert his head. There was something in the depths of those blue orbs which fascinated him. Still he suspected not his extreme danger, and when he rose to depart, it was simply because he felt like a man flushed with wine and who requires air. He took his leave, and Cecilia reminded him that she should expect to see him soon again. Can there be doubt as to his answer? When he regarded his watch on reaching the street, he was astounded to perceive that 2 hours had slipped away since he entered the house, and a deep flush suddenly overspread his countenance as he beheld the viper-like eyes of a hideous old hag who was standing near the steps of the front door, fixed upon him with a leer which for an instant struck a chill to his heart by its ominous and yet dim significance. End of section 63. Section 64 of the Mysteries of London. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Dave Wills. Temptation. "He will come again on Wednesday," said Lady Cecilia to herself as she heard the front door close behind the Reverend Reginald Tracy. This wily woman was well acquainted with the human heart. She had discovered the weak side of the rector of St. David's. She assailed him by means of his vulnerable point. She directed her way to his heart through the avenue of his vanity. Yes, Reginald Tracy was vain as a man who was admired and sought after by all classes was likely to be rendered, as vain as a spoilt child of the public could be. His life had, moreover, been so pure, so chaste, so ascetic, that the fierce passions which agitate other men were unknown to him, and as all mortals must be characterized by some failing, his was a habit of self-admiration. Venial and insignificant was this foible, so long as no advantage was taken of it by designing or worldly-minded persons. But even our lightest defects, as well as our most pleasant vices, may be made the means of our ruin. Vanity is a noxious weed which, when nurtured by the dews of flattery, spreads its poisonous roots throughout the fertile soil of the heart, and each root springs up into a plant more venomous, more rank, more baleful than its predecessor. The life of Reginald Tracy had been singularly pure. He had even passed through the ordeal of a college career without affixing the least stain on the chastity of his soul. Yet, with all his austerity of virtue, he was characterized by no austerity of manner. He mixed freely in society, and hesitated not to frequent the ballroom, although he did not dance. He could be a pleasant companion. At the same time, he never uttered a word upon which she had to retrospect with regret. When amongst men, no obscene jest nor ribald allusion was vented in his presence, and yet he was never voted a bore. In a word, he was one of those men who possess the rare talent of maintaining a character for every virtue, and of being held up as a pattern and an example without creating a single enemy, without even being compelled to encounter the irony of the libertine, and without producing a feeling of restraint or embarrassment in the society which he frequented. Such was Reginald Tracy. And it was this man who, at the age of 36, could look back with complacency upon a spotless life, a life unsullied by a single fault, an existence devoid of the slightest dereliction from moral propriety. It was this good, this holy, this saint-like man whom the daring Cecilia undertook to subdue. Reginald, Reginald, the day of thy temptation has now come. Thou standest upon a pinnacle of the temple. The tempter is by thy side. Take good heed of thyself, Reginald Tracy. He will come again on Wednesday, had said Lady Cecilia. The prediction was fulfilled. The morning had been so inclement that no one would have stirred abroad unless actuated by important motives. The rain had fallen in torrents, beating violently against the windows and inundating the streets. It had, however, ceased at noon, but the sky remained covered with black clouds. And at 3 o'clock on that gloomy winter day it was dark and sombre as if night were at hand. But in spite of that inauspicious weather, the Reverend Reginald Tracy knocked at Lady Cecilia Harborough's door at the hour which we have just mentioned. The designing creature received the clergyman with a smile, exclaiming at the same time, "It is indeed kind of you to visit me on such a day as this. I have been so happy, so resigned, so possessed with the most complete mental tranquillity since you manifested sympathy and interest in my behalf, that your presence appears to be that of a good angel. It is our duty to sustain those who droop and console those who suffer," answered the rector. "Delightful task!" ejaculated Cecilia. "What a pure and holy satisfaction must you enjoy when you reflect upon the amount of comfort which your lessons impart to the world-wearied and sinking spirit. Believe me, many a one has entered the gates of your chapel with a weight upon his soul almost too heavy for him to bear, and has issued forth carrying his burden of care lightly, if not cheerfully, along. Do you really imagine that my humble agency can produce such good results in the cause of heaven?" asked Reginald, fixing a glance of mingled tenderness and satisfaction upon the charming countenance of Cecilia. I do," she answered with apparent enthusiasm. "I can judge by the effect which your admirable discourse of last Sunday morning produced upon myself. For let me not deceive you," she continued, hanging down her head and speaking in a tremulous and tender voice. "Let me not deceive you. It was not the heat of the chapel which overcame me. It was your eloquence. I dared not confess this to you at first, but now that I can look upon you as a friend, I need have no secret from you." She took his hand as she uttered these words, and pressed it in a manner which he conceived to be indicative of grateful fervour, and without a thought of evil, but with an indefinable sensation of pleasure, to which, until lately, he had been all his life a stranger, he returned that pressure. Lady Cecilia did not withdraw her hand, but allowed it to linger in his, and he retained it under the influence of that sensation which caused his veins to flow with liquid fire. He was sitting on the sofa by her side, and his eyes wandered from her countenance over the outlines of her form.
"Oh, how can the man who accompanied you to the altar and there swore to love and cherish you," he exclaimed, in an ebullition of impassioned feelings such as he had never known before, "how can that man find it in his heart to neglect, to abandon you, you who are evidently all gentleness, amiability, and candour?" "He has no heart, no soul for anyone save himself," answered Cecilia. "And now tell me, relieve my mind from a most painful suspense upon one point. Am I criminal in the eyes of heaven because I have ceased to love one whom I vowed to love, but whose conduct has quenched all the affection that I once experienced for him?"
"You must not harden your heart against him," said Reginald.
"But by your resignation, your uncomplaining patience, your meekness, and your constant devotion to his interest, you must seek to bring him back to the paths of duty and love." "I might as well say to teach the hyena gratitude," answered Cecilia.
"You speak too bitterly," rejoined the rector of St. David's, and yet he was not altogether displeased at the aversion which Lady Cecilia's language manifested towards her husband.
"Alas, we have no power over volition," said she, "and that doctrine is a severe one, which enjoins us to kiss the hand that strikes us."
"True," observed Reginald.
"I know not how it is, but I feel that I am at this moment unaccountably deficient in argument to meet your objections, and yet—"
He paused, for he felt embarrassed, but he knew not why.
"Oh, you can appreciate the difficulty of enjoining a love towards one who merits hatred," exclaimed Cecilia,
now skilfully availing herself of the crisis to which she had so artfully conducted the conversation.
"You say that you are deficient in reasoning to enforce the alleged necessity of maintaining, cherishing, and nourishing respect and veneration for a husband who has forfeited all claims to such feelings on the part of his injured wife. At all events, do not tell me that I am a criminal in ceasing to love one who oppresses me. Do not say that I offend heaven by ceasing to kiss the hand that rudely repulses all my overtures of affection. Oh, tell me not that. You will make me very, very miserable indeed."
Lady Cecilia's bosom was convulsed with sobs as she uttered these words in a rapid and impassioned manner, and as she ceased speaking her head fell upon Reginald's shoulder.
Compose yourself, Lady Cecilia," exclaimed the clergyman, alarmed by this ebullition of grief, the sincerity of which he could not for one moment suspect. "Do not give way to sorrow. Remember the lessons of resignation and patience which you have heard from my lips. Remember—"
But the lady sobbed as if her heart would break. Her head reclined upon his shoulder, her forehead touched his face, her hand was still clasped in his.
"Oh, Reginald, Reginald," she murmured, "I cannot love my husband more. No, it is impossible."
"You love another?" ejaculated the rector, his whole frame trembling with an ineffable feeling of mingled joy and suspense.
"Yes, and now reproach, revile me, leave me, spurn me, treat me with contempt," continued Cecilia. "Do all this if you will, but never, never can you prevent me from idolizing, adoring you."
"Cecilia!" cried Reginald Tracy, starting from his seat.
"You know not what you're saying." "Alas, I know but too well the feelings which my words express," returned the lady, clasping her hands together and sobbing violently. "Hear me for a few minutes, and then leave me to the misery of my fate, a hopeless love and a breaking heart."
"Speak, then, and unburden your mind to me without reserve," said Reginald, resuming his seat upon the sofa and inviting a confidence, the thought of which produced in his mind emotions of bliss and burning joy, the power of which was irresistible.
"Yes, I will speak, even though I render myself contemptible in your sight," continued Cecilia, wiping her eyes and affecting to resume that calmness which she had never lost more than the impassioned actress on the stage when acting out some melodramatic part. "For months and months past I have cherished for you a feeling, the true nature of which has only revealed itself to me within the last few days. In the first instance, I admired your character and your talents. I respected you, and respect and admiration soon ripened into another feeling. You do not know the heart of a woman, but it is ever moved by a contemplation of the sublime characteristics of remarkable men like you. I met you in society, and I almost worshipped the ground on which you trod. I listened to your conversation. Not a word was lost to me. During long and sleepless nights your image was ever present in my mind. You became an idol that I adored. At length you yourself, one evening, innocently and unconsciously, fanned the flame that was engendered in my heart. You told me that I looked well. That passing compliment rendered me your devoted slave. I thought that no human happiness could be greater than that of pleasing you. I resolved to attend your chapel from that period. I obtained the pew that was nearest to the pulpit, and when you preached I was electrified. Oh, you saw how I was overcome. Your attention to me on that occasion threw additional chains around me. Then you called me on the day before yesterday, and you spoke so kindly that I was every moment on the point of falling at your feet and exclaiming, "Forgive me, for I know now that I love you." You proffered me your friendship. How joyously I accepted that sacred gift and that friendship. Oh, let me not forfeit it now, for the love which my heart cherishes for you shall be as pure and taintless as that friendship with which you have blessed me.
Reginald had listened to this strange confession with the most profound attention, yes, and with the deepest interest. A young and beautiful woman had avowed her love for him. His hand still thrilled with the pressure of hers. His cheek was still warm and flushed with the contact of her white and polished forehead. The room was enveloped in obscurity and silence. She had insinuated herself in an incredibly short space of time into his heart by flattering his vanity and exciting those desires which had hitherto slumbered so profoundly in his breast, but which were now ready to burst forth with the violence of the long pent-up volcano. He trembled. He hesitated. At one moment he was inclined to rush from the house as if from the presence of the tempter, and then he remembered that the love which she had avowed was as pure as his friendship. Nevertheless, the struggle in his mind was terrific. Cecilia understood it all.
"You hate me! You despise me!" she suddenly exclaimed, covering her face with her hands. "Oh, do not crush me with your contempt! Do not abandon me to the conviction of your abhorrence! Reginald, take pity upon me. Forgive me for loving you. Forgive me. On my knees I implore you."
She threw herself before him. She took his hand and pressed it to her lips. She covered it with kisses.
"Cecilia,"
murmured the rector, making a faint effort to withdraw his hand.
"No, no, you shall not leave me thus,"
she exclaimed with apparent wildness.
"I should die if you went away without telling me that you forgive me. No, you must not leave me thus." "Rise, Cecilia, rise in the name of heaven, rise!" exclaimed Reginald, alarmed lest they should be discovered in that equivocal position. "Rise, and I will forgive you. I will do all that you desire. I will not leave you until you are composed. And you will return to see me again. You will not withdraw your friendship?" demanded Cecilia in a soft and melting tone. "No, never, never!" cried Reginald enthusiastically, as if he suddenly abandoned himself to the torrent of passion which now swept through his soul. "Oh, thank you for that assurance!" exclaimed Cecilia, and as if yielding to an unconquerable burst of feeling, she threw herself into his arms. "You shall be as a brother to me, and our friendship, our love, shall be eternal." Her rich red mouth was pressed upon the rector's lips. Her arms were wound around him, and for a moment he yielded to the intoxicating delight of that pleasure so new to him. But ere he was entirely culpable, his guardian angel struck his soul with a sudden remorse, and disengaging himself from the siren's arms, he imprinted one long, burning, delicious kiss upon her lips. Then, murmuring, "Tomorrow, tomorrow, dearest Cecilia, I will see thee again," and rushed from the room. "He is mine!" exclaimed the lady as the door closed behind him. "Irrevocably mine!"
End of section 64. Section 65 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Fall. Reginald Tracy returned to his own abode, his breast agitated with a variety of conflicting feelings. He pushed his old housekeeper, who announced to him that dinner was ready, rudely aside and hurried up to his own chamber. There he threw himself upon his knees and endeavoured to pray to be released from temptation. For he now comprehended all the dangers which beset him, although he suspected not the perfidy and artifice of the tempter. But not a word of supplication could he utter from the mouth which still burned with the thrilling kisses of the beautiful Cecilia. He rose from his knees and paced the room wildly, at one moment vowing never to see that siren more, at another longing to rush back to her arms. The animal passions of that man were strong by nature and threatened to be insatiable whenever let loose, but they had slumbered from his birth beneath the lethargic influences of high principle and asceticism, for moreover they had never been tempted until the present time, and now that temptation came so suddenly and in so sweet a guise, came with such irresistible blandishments, came, in a word, so accompanied with all that could flatter his vanity and minister unto his pride, that he knew not how to resist its influence. And at one moment that man of unblemished character and lofty principle fell upon his knees, grovelling, as it were, at the footstool of him who he served, anxious, yearning to pray for courage to escape from the peril that awaited him, and yet unable to breathe a syllable of prayer. Then he walked in a wild and excited manner up and down, murmuring the name of Cecilia, pondering upon her charms, plunging into voluptuous reveries and dreams of vaguely comprehended bliss, until his desires became of that fiery, hot, and unruly nature which triumphed over all other considerations. It was an interesting and yet an awful spectacle to behold that man who could look back over a life of spotless and unblemished purity, now engaged in a terrific warfare with the demons of passion that were raging to cast off their chains, and was struggling furiously for dominion over the proud being who had hitherto held them in silence and in bondage. But those demons had acquired strength during their long repose, and now that the day of rebellion had arrived, they maintained an avenging and desperate conflict with him who had long been their master. They were like a people goaded to desperation by the atrocities of a bloodthirsty tyrant. They fought a battle in which there was to be no quarter, but wherein one side or the other must succumb. Hour after hour passed, and still he sustained the conflict with the new feelings which had been excited within him, and which were rapidly crushing all the better sentiments of his soul. At length he retired to bed, a prey to a mental uneasiness which amounted to a torture. His sleep was agitated and filled with visions by no means calculated to calm the fever of his blood. He awoke in the morning excited, unsettled, and with a desperate longing after pleasures which were as yet vague and undefined to him. But still a sense of the awful danger which menaced him stole into his mind from time to time, and he shuddered as if he were about to commit a crime. He left the table where the morning's meal was untasted and repaired to his study, but his books had no longer any charm for him. He could not settle his mind to read or write. He went out and rambled in all directions, reckless whither he went, but anxious to throw off the spell which had fallen upon him. Vain was this attempt. The air was piercing and cold, but his brow was burning. He felt that his cheeks were flushed, and his eyes seemed to shoot forth fire. "My God, what is the matter with me?" he exclaimed in his anguish as he entered Hyde Park, the comparative loneliness of which at that season he thought calculated to soothe his troubled thoughts. "I have tried to pray, and last night, for the first time in my life, I sought my pillow, unable to implore the blessings of my Maker.
Oh, what spell has overtaken me? What influence is upon me? Cecilia, Cecilia, is it indeed thou that hast thus changed me? He went on, now musing upon all that had passed within the few preceding days, now breaking forth into wild and passionate exclamations. He left the park and walked rapidly through the streets of the West End. "No," he said within himself, "I will never see her more. I will conquer these horrible feelings. I will triumph over the mad desires, the fiery cravings which have converted the heaven of my heart into a raging hell. Oh, why is she so beautiful? Why did she say that she loved me? Was it to disturb me in my peaceful career, to wean me away from my God? No, no. She yielded to an impulse which she could not control. She loves me. She loves me. She loves me." There was a species of insanity in his manner as he thus addressed himself, not speaking with the lips but with the heart, unheard by those who passed him by, but with a voice which vibrated like thunder in his own ears. "Yes, she loves me," he continued, "but I must fly from her. I must avoid her as if she were a venomous serpent. I dare not trust myself again in her presence, and not for worlds would I be with her alone once more. No, I must forget her. I must tear her image from my heart. I must trample it underfoot." He paused as he spoke. He stood still, for he was exhausted. But how was it that the demon of mischief had, with an undercurrent of irresistible influence, carried him on, in spite of the forceful flow of the above reflections, to the very goal of destruction? He was in Tavistock Square. He was at the door of Lady Cecilia Harborough's house. And now, for 1 minute, a terrific conflict again raged within him. It seemed as if he collected all his remaining courage to struggle with the demons in his heart. But he was weak with the protracted contest, and they were more powerful than ever. "I will see her once more," he said, yielding to the influence of his passions. "I will tell her that I stand upon an abyss. I will implore her to have mercy upon me, and permit me to retreat ere yet it be too late." His good angel held him faintly back, but his passions goaded him on. He obeyed the latter impulse. He rushed up the steps and knocked at the door. "Even now I might retreat," he said to himself. "There is still time. I will. He turned and was already halfway down the steps when the door was opened. His good resolutions vanished, and he entered the house. In a few moments more he was in the presence of Lady Cecilia. Lady Cecilia looking more bewitching, more captivating than ever. She had expected him, and had resolved that this visit on his part should crown her triumph. It was in a small parlour adjoining her own boudoir that she received him. The luxurious sofa was placed near the cheerful fire. The heavy curtains were drawn over the windows in such a manner as to darken the room. Cecilia was attired in a black silk dress that she had purposely chosen to enhance the transparent brilliancy of her complexion, and to display the dazzling whiteness of a bust, which, though of small proportions, was of perfect contour. She was reclining languidly upon the cushions which were piled at one end of the sofa, and her little feet peeped from beneath the skirts of her dress. She did not rise when Reginald entered the room, but invited him to take a seat near her upon the sofa. So bewitchingly beautiful did she appear, as the strong glare of the fire played upon her countenance amidst the semi-obscurity of the room, that he could not resist the signal. He accordingly sat down by her side. "Your visit to-day," said Cecilia, "proves to me that you have forgiven the indiscreet confession into which I was yesterday led in a moment of weakness." "I am come as a friend, as a true and sincere friend," returned Reginald, with considerable emphasis upon the last word. "But I know not whether my occupations, my duties, in a word, will permit me to visit you again for some time." "Oh, do not deprive me of the pleasure of your society from time to time," interrupted Cecilia, divining all that was passing in the rector's soul, and well aware, by the tremulous tone in which he spoke, that his good resolutions were but unequal opponents to the fury of his newly awakened pleasures. "Listen, Lady Cecilia," answered Reginald, "and I will tell you frankly the real motives which must compel me to forego the pleasure of your society in future. I tremble for myself." "You tremble for yourself?" repeated Cecilia with ill-concealed joy. "Do you think me then so very formidable?" "Formidable? Oh, no!" ejaculated Reginald, darting an impassioned glance upon his ravishing companion. "But I consider that you are very beautiful, too beautiful for me thus to seek your presence with impunity." "Then would you sever that bond of friendship which you yourself propose so generously, so kindly?" asked Lady Cecilia, placing her hand upon that of the rector and approaching her countenance towards his, as if to read the answer in his eyes. "It must be so, for my peace of mind, Cecilia," cried Reginald, thrilled by that electric touch, and receiving into his own soul no small portion of that same voluptuousness which animated the fair patrician at that moment. "It must be so. Oh, cruel resolve!" said Cecilia, pressing his hand between both of hers. "But let me not advance my selfish feelings as a barrier to your interest. Oh no, Reginald, I would sacrifice everything to give you pleasure. You shall go, you shall leave me, but you will sometimes think of me. You will occasionally devote a thought to her who has dared to love you." "Dared to love me!" exclaimed the rector. "And what if I... But no, it is madness." "Speak, tell me what you are about to say," murmured Cecilia in a melting tone. "I was on the point of asking you what you would think, what opinion you would form of me, if I were to confess I also dared to love you." "I should reply that such happiness never could descend upon me," said Cecilia. "And yet it is true, it is true. I cannot conceal it from myself," exclaimed Reginald, giving way to the influence of his emotions. "It is true that I love you." "Oh, I am indeed so blessed," faltered Cecilia. "Tell me once more that you love me." "Love you!" cried the rector, unable to wrestle longer with his mad desire. "I worship, I adore you. I will die for you." He caught her in his arms and covered her with burning and impassioned kisses. "Oh, Reginald, and hast thou at length fallen? Have a few short days sufficed to undo and render as naught the purity, the chastity of years? Where was thy guardian angel in that hour? Whither had fled that proud virtue which raised thee so high above thy fellow men, and which gave to thine eloquence the galvanic effect of the most sublime truth? Look back with bitterness and sorrow upon the brilliant career through which thou hast run up to this hour, and curse the madness that prompted thee to darken so bright a destiny. For thou hast plucked thine own crown of integrity from thy brow, and hast trampled it under foot. Henceforth in thine own heart wilt thou know thyself as an hypocrite and a deceiver." It was 11:30 when Reginald Tracy issued from the abode of Lady Cecilia Harborough. The night was dark, but from time to time the moon shone for a short interval as the clouds were swept away from its face. Reginald paused for a moment upon the steps of the door and gazed upwards. The tempestuous aspect of the heavens alarmed him, and a superstitious dread crept like a death shudder over his entire frame, for it seemed to him as if the mansion of the Almighty had put on its sable garb in mourning for a soul that was lost unto the blessings of eternity. Deeply imbued as he was with a sense of the grand truths of the gospel, this sudden and awful idea speedily assumed so dread a shape in his mind that he felt alarmed, as if a tremendous gulf were about to open beneath his feet. He hurried on, hoping to outstrip his thoughts. But that idea pursued him, haunted him, every moment increasing in terrific solemnity, until it wore the appearance of a mighty truth instead of a phantom of the imagination. Again he looked upwards, and the dense, sombre clouds which rolled rapidly like huge black billows over each other imparted fresh terrors to his guilty soul. Then his feverish and excited imagination began to invest those clouds with fantastic shapes,
and he traced in the midst of the heavens a mighty black hand, the forefinger of which pointed menacingly downward. The more he gazed, the more palpable to his mind that apparition became. Half sinking with terror, oppressed with an outstanding, a crushing consciousness of his adulterous guilt, the wretched man went wildly on, reckless of the way which he pursued, and every minute casting horror-stricken glances up to the colossal black hand which seemed suspended over his head. Suddenly a deafening peal of thunder burst above him. He looked frantically up. The hand appeared to wave in a convulsive manner. Then the clouds parted, rolling pell-mell over each other, and the terrifying sign was broken into 100 moving masses. Never did erring mortal so acutely feel his guilt as Reginald Tracy on this fearful night. The storm burst forth, and he ran madly on, without aim, a prey to the most appalling reflections. It was not of this world that he now thought. It was not on its reproaches, its blame, or its punishment that his mental looks were fixed, but it was of eternity that he was afraid. He trembled when he thought of that Maker whose praise he had so lately sung with pride and hope and joy, and whose name he dared not now invoke. Oh, his punishment had already begun. Weak, wearied, subdued, drenched with the rain that had accompanied the storm, and in a state of mind bordering upon madness and despair, the wretched man reached his home at 4 o'clock in the morning. But whither had he wandered, and which way had he taken? Whether he had continued running on, or had rested once or often during that terrific night, he never remembered. He retired to bed and slept during several hours. When he awoke, the sun was shining gloriously through his casement, but the horrors and the congenial reflections of darkness had left too fearful an impression upon his mind to be readily effaced, for he was not so inured to vice as to treat with levity the events of the last night, events which to his superstitious imagination had assumed the aspect of celestial warning and divine menace. End of section 65. Section 66 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Mental Struggles. The rector of St. David's fell upon his knees, and turning his face towards the casement through which the sun glanced so cheerfully into the chamber, poured forth his soul to the being of whose universal dominion that radiance seemed an emblem. Reginald could now pray. He had sinned deeply, and he implored pardon, for he conceived that heaven had deigned to convey a special warning to his mind through the medium of the clouds and the storm of the preceding night. "Oh, I am not yet totally lost," he exclaimed, joining his hands fervently together. "I am not yet an outcast from divine mercy. Heaven itself manifests an interest in my welfare. Dare I neglect the warning? No, no, I have sinned, but there is repentance. Upon my otherwise spotless life there is one stain, but tears of regret shall be shed unceasingly until the mark be washed away. And now, temptress, nevermore must we meet as we have lately met. I must shun thee as my evil genius. Yet I do not blame thee, for I myself was fond, and being fond was weak. If I fell and can yet aspire to pardon and forgiveness, I, who was strong, what extenuation may not exist for thee, a poor, weak woman? Oh, let the light of divine grace shine in upon my soul, even as these bright beams of the orb of day penetrate with cheering influence to my very heart. Let me rise up from the depths of sin stronger than when I fell, so that sad experience may tend to confirm my resolves to pursue the paths of chastity and virtue." Thus spoke aloud Reginald Tracy, as he knelt in his chamber the day after his fall. Thus did he breathe vows of future self-denial and purity. He rose resigned and penitent, though at intervals a species of struggle took place in his breast. A conflict between his recently experienced sensations of amorous delight and his present resolutions of abstinence from carnal pleasures. In a moment when his better feelings were predominant, he wrote a brief letter to Lady Cecilia, imploring her to forget all that had taken place between them, and enjoining her, if she entertained the slightest interest in his earthly and immortal welfare, never to seek to see him again. Then Reginald gathered all his most valued books around him and plunged into his studies with an earnestness which augured well for the strength and permanency of his good resolutions. This occupation was for a few minutes disturbed by a note from Lady Cecilia, imploring a last interview ere they parted for ever. But the rector was immovable in his present precautionary conduct, and he answered her, not angrily but firmly, to beseech her not to lead him into temptation. Yes, this man of fiery passions wrestled gallantly with his inclinations. The combat was at times a fearful one, but he exerted all his strength and all his power and all his energy to subdue those desires which were smouldering and were not quenched at the bottom of his soul. It was in the evening of the 4th day after the rector's fall from the pedestal of his purity that his studies were interrupted by the entrance of his housekeeper, who informed him that a gentleman desired to speak to him. The rector ordered the visitor to be admitted, and Mr. Richard Markham was announced. The object of our hero's call was speedily exclaimed. Mr. Munro was lying in a dangerous state, and his life was despaired of. Mr. Wentworth, the surgeon who had attended upon him, had recommended him to settle all his earthly affairs and prepare his soul to meet his Creator. And the old man, who was fully sensible of the importance of this advice, had expressed a wish to receive spiritual consolation from a minister whose sanctity had become proverbial. "The desire of my dying friend," added Markham, "must serve as an apology for my intrusion upon you. But I implore you, reverend sir, not to hesitate to soothe by your much-coveted presence the passage of a fellow creature from this world to a better." But for a moment the rector did hesitate. Was he fit to administer divine consolation to another? He, who was still deeply dyed with sin himself? Such was the thought which floated rapidly through his imagination. Richard urged his request with eloquence. Reginald Tracy felt that he could offer no sufficient excuse, short of the revelation of his own guilt, for refusing to attend the death-bed of one who craved his presence, and he agreed to accompany the young man to Markham Place. Richard had a vehicle at the door, and in a short time they reached our hero's abode. Reginald was conducted to the room where Munro lay. Hanging over the pillow on which the invalid reclined was a charming female form, from whose bosom deep sobs emanated, and rendered almost inaudible the words of strangely commingled hope and despair which she addressed to her father. She did not hear the door open, and it was only when Richard approached the bed and whispered that the Reverend Mr. Tracy was present that she raised her tearful countenance. Then did the eyes of the rector glance upon one of the most lovely beings whom nature ever invested with all her choicest gifts. And even in that solemn moment, when he stood by the bed of one who was pronounced to be dying, his soul was stirred by the presence of that transcendent beauty. "Oh, sir!" exclaimed Ellen, in that musical voice which was now rendered tremulous by deep emotions, "how grateful I am for this prompt attention to the wish of my dear, dear father!" "I deserve no gratitude for the performance of a Christian duty," answered the rector as he approached the bed. Markham took Ellen's hand and led her from the chamber in order to allow unrestrained converse between the clergyman and the invalid. An hour elapsed, and the bell of the sick-room rang. Ellen hurried thither, and found her father composed and resigned to meet his fate. The rector sat by his bedside. "This holy man," said Munro, "has taught me how to die like a true Christian. Weep not, dearest Ellen. We shall meet again hereafter." "Oh, my dearest father!" exclaimed the young lady, bursting into an agony of tears. "It is I who have murdered you. My conduct—" "Silence, Ellen! Accuse not yourself in that dreadful manner," interrupted her father. Reginald was astonished at the words which had just fallen from the daughter's lips, and he surveyed her with increased interest and curiosity. At that moment Mr. Wentworth entered the room. He found the invalid better, and his countenance was animated with a ray of hope. This expression of his inward feelings was not lost upon Ellen, and she interrogated him with a rapid and imploring glance. "Mr. Munro must be kept very, very quiet," said the surgeon in a whisper which was addressed to both Ellen and Reginald Tracy. "Then there is hope," murmured Ellen in breathless suspense. "Yes, there is hope," repeated the surgeon solemnly. "May heaven be thanked for that assurance on your part," said Ellen fervently. The rector contemplated her with an admiration which he could not restrain, and in spite of himself the thought flashed across his mind how far more lovely was Miss Ellen Munro than Lady Cecilia Harborough. Then, indignant with himself for having allowed the comparison to force itself upon his attention, he rose to take his departure. The invalid had just sunk into a deep slumber, and Mr. Wentworth intimated his intention of passing the night by his side. "I will call again to-morrow morning," said Reginald, addressing Miss Munro, "for I perceive that this gentleman is not without hope." Thank you, sir, for your kindness," answered Ellen with grateful enthusiasm. "Your presence seems to have brought a blessing into this sick room." She extended her hand towards him, and he pressed it for a moment in his. His whole frame seemed electrified with a sudden glow, and he hurried somewhat abruptly from the room. When he reached his own abode once more, he felt a profound melancholy steal into his soul, for he seemed more lonely and more solitary than he ever yet had been. He retired to rest, and his dreams were filled with the images of Cecilia and Ellen. When he awoke in the morning, he was discontented with himself, with the whole world. He experienced vague longings after excitement or change of scene. He could not settle himself, as on the 4 previous days, to his studies. His books were hateful to him. He wandered about his house from room to room, as if in search of something which he could not define, and which he did not discover. He was pursued by ideas only dimly comprehensible, but which were at variance with his recently formed resolutions of purity and virtue. He was restless, discontented, uneasy. At length he remembered his promise to return to Markham Place. The idea seemed to give him pleasure. He longed to see Ellen Munro once more, and yet he did not choose to make this admission to himself. With a beating heart did he cross the threshold of the house in which that delightful vision had burst, as it were, upon his sight on the previous evening. He was immediately conducted to the sick-room, where Ellen was sitting alone by her father's bedside. The old man slept. Ellen rose and tripped lightly to meet him, a smile upon her charming, though pale and somewhat careworn countenance. Laying her hand gently upon his, she whispered, "He will recover. Mr. Wentworth assures me that he will recover." "Most sincerely do I congratulate you on this happy change," said Reginald. "I can well comprehend the feelings of an affectionate daughter who is allowed to hope that her parent may be restored to her." "Yes, sir, and so good a father as mine," added Ellen, "but it was all my fault." Then, suddenly checking herself, she cast down her eyes and blushed deeply. "Your fault, Miss Munro?" repeated the rector, inspired with the most lively curiosity to penetrate the mystery of that self-accusation. "I cannot believe that any fault of yours, you whom I found hanging over your beloved father—" "Let us speak no more upon that subject," interrupted Ellen, vexed with herself for having so unguardedly said what she had relative to the primal cause of her father's dangerous illness. "He will recover. Something tells me that he will recover, and then, oh, how I will cherish him! How I will exert myself to make the remainder of his days happy!" Her countenance became flushed as she spoke, and Reginald's glances were fixed by a species of invincible fascination upon the beautiful being in whose presence he stood. He felt at that moment that he could sacrifice everything for her love. The surgeon and Richard Markham now entered the apartment, and Reginald received the thanks of our young hero for the attention which he had shown to the old man whose life had ceased to be despaired of. After a somewhat protracted visit, the rector took his leave. But throughout that day Ellen alone occupied all his thoughts. What fault of hers could have thrown her father upon a bed of sickness, whose only termination was at one time anticipated to be in death? What could have been the conduct of so fond a daughter to have produced such terrible results? Had she strayed from the path of virtue? This was the only feasible solution of such a mystery. Then a terrible pang of jealousy shot through his breast. And why should he be jealous? What was that young girl to him? He was jealous because his ardent passions instinctively attracted him towards that beautiful creature, and she was everything to him because she was so beautiful, and because he desired her. Yes, a new flame now burnt in his heart, a flame as violent, as relentless, as fierce as that which had already made him the slave of Lady Cecilia Harborough. But was he this time to become a slave or a victim? He sat down and reasoned with himself. He endeavoured to crush the feelings of licentiousness which had been reawakened in his heart, but as vainly if he had endeavoured to lull the maelstrom with a breath, or to subdue the rage of Vesuvius with a drop of water. Such was his frame of mind when an old woman sought his presence in the evening. He had made it a rule throughout his career never to be difficult of access to those who wished to see him, and now that he felt the fabric of his fair fame to be tottering upon the verge of a precipice, he was not inclined to deviate from any of those outward forms which had aided in the consecration of his renown. He accordingly ordered his housekeeper to admit the old woman to his presence. The instant a hag with a horribly wrinkled countenance entered his study, he started, for that repulsive face was not altogether unknown to him. Then, in another moment, he remembered that he had once seen her standing at the door of Lady Cecilia Harborough's abode in Tavistock Square, and that the glance which she had thrown upon him on that occasion had for an instant struck him with sinister foreboding. The old woman seated herself, and without any preamble said,
"A man of great learning like you, reverend sir, cannot be otherwise than a man of great taste. This conviction has emboldened me to call upon you in preference to any other, relative to a most perfect work of art which fortune has thrown in my way."
Reginald gazed upon the old woman in speechless astonishment. Her mysterious, indeed incomprehensible language induced him to believe that she was some unfortunate creature bereaved of her right senses.
"Listen to me for a few minutes, reverend sir," continued the hag, "and I will explain my meaning to you. Your charity, as well as your taste, is about to be appealed to."
"Speak," said the clergyman, somewhat impatiently, for he longed to be left alone again with his reflections, which had just assumed a most voluptuous complexion when his privacy was thus intruded upon.
"I will not detain you long. I will not detain you long," cried the old hag. "You must know, reverend sir, that a foreign sculptor, a poor Italian, came some few months ago to lodge at my humble dwelling. He was in the deepest distress, and had not the means to procure either marble or tools. I am very poor myself, sir, but I could not see a fellow creature starving. I bought him marble, and I bought him tools. He went to work, toiling day and night, almost unweariedly, and a week ago he put the finishing stroke to the statue of a nymph. His art has enabled him, by means of colour, to give a lifelike appearance to that admirable work of art, so that as you contemplate it, it seems to you as if the eyes were animated, the lips breathed, and the bosom rose and sank with respiration."
"And your artist is in no doubt anxious to dispose of the statue?" said the rector.
"Precisely so,"
answered the hag.
"I do not profess to be a judge myself, but I can speak of the effect which it produced upon me. When I saw it finished, standing upon its pedestal, I was about to address it as a living being.
"The effect must then be indeed striking," observed Reginald, with the voluptuous train of whose ideas this picture was well adapted to associate.
"Were you to judge for yourself, reverend sir," said the old hag, "you would find that I have not overrated the perfection of this masterpiece. The sculptor demands but a small price for his statue. It will be a charity were you to purchase it yourself, or recommend one of your friends to do so."
"When and where could I see this matchless work of art?" asked Reginald, whose curiosity was now strangely excited.
"At my own humble dwelling in Golden Lane is this statue concealed,"
replied the horrible old hag,
"and no mortal eyes, save the sculptor's and mine own, have yet glanced upon it. If you will accompany me now, you can inspect it without delay."
Reginald referred to his watch and found that it was past 9 o'clock. The evening was pitch dark, and he did not, therefore, dread being seen in the company of that hideous old woman. Besides, even if he were, was he not summoned at all hours to attend upon the last moments of some dying sinner? "I will proceed with you at once to your abode," said the rector, after a few moments' hesitation.
"And you will do well,"
answered the hag,
"for I can promise you a fine treat in what you are about to see."
While the rector stepped aside to put on his cloak and hat, a strange smile curled the lips of the wrinkled harridan. But as Reginald again turned towards her, her countenance instantly resumed its wonted composure. Then they went out together. End of section 66. Chapter 67 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Statue. The old woman led the way at a rapid pace towards Golden Lane, and the rector following her at a little distance. Although there was nothing improbable in the tale which the hag had told him, and nothing improper in the step which he was taking, nevertheless he experienced a vague and undefinable idea of doing wrong. Something told him that he ought to retreat, and at the same time a superior influence urged him onward, and therefore he followed the old woman. The wrinkled creature pursued her way, and at length turned into the dark and dirty court with which the reader is already well acquainted.
"This is a strange place, you will say,"
observed the old woman, as she pushed open the door of one of the houses in that court.
"This is a strange place to contain such a treasure."
"And for that reason the treasure should not long be allowed to remain here," answered the clergyman. The hag chuckled. The sound was between a hollow laugh and a death rattle, and it seemed horrible to the ears of Reginald Tracy. The old woman then slowly ascended the narrow and dark staircase until she reached the landing, where she drew a key from her pocket and leisurely applied it to the lock of a door. She fumbled about so long with the key, muttering to herself all the while, that Reginald thought she would never open the door, and he offered to assist her. But at that moment the key turned in the lock, and the door was slowly opened. The hag beckoned the rector to follow her, and he found himself in a tolerably large room, decently furnished, and with an excellent fire burning in the grate. There were no candles lighted, nor did the hag offer to provide any, but the contents of the apartment were plainly visible by means of the strong glare of the fire. Heavy curtains of a dark colour covered the windows. The floor was carpeted, the chairs and tables were of plain but solid material, and a large mirror stood over the mantel. At the farther end of the room was a second door, which was now closed, but evidently communicated with an inner chamber.
"I gave the poor artist the best rooms in my house,"
observed the hag, as she placed a chair near the fire for the rector.
"The statue stands in the adjoining chamber. You can inspect it at once while I—"
She mumbled the remainder of the sentence in such a way that it was wholly unintelligible to the rector, and then left the room. For a few minutes Reginald stood before the fire, uncertain what course to pursue. He now began to think that the entire proceedings was somewhat extraordinary, and the singular manner in which the old hag had left him inspired him with a feeling not entirely free from alarm. But for what purpose could he have been inveigled thither, if it were not really to behold the marvellous statue? And perhaps, after all, the old woman had only left him in order to fetch the candles or to summon the artist. Moreover, had she not informed him that the statue was in the next room, and that he might inspect it at once? It was therefore easy to satisfy himself whether he had been deceived or not. Ashamed of his transient fears, he threw off his hat and cloak, and advanced towards the door communicating with the inner chamber. Even then he hesitated for a minute as his fingers grasped the handle, but at length he boldly entered the room. The moment the door was thrown open, he perceived, by the light of the fire which burned in the front apartment, that the inner one was a small and comfortably fitted-up bedchamber. It was enveloped in a more than semi-obscurity, but not to such an extent as to conceal from Reginald Tracy's penetrating glance the semblance of a female form standing upon a low pedestal in the most remote corner of the room.
"I am not, then, deceived,"
he exclaimed aloud as he advanced nearer towards the statue. By this time his eyes had become accustomed to the obscurity of the chamber, into which the glimmer of the fire threw a faint but mellowed light. Still in somewhat bold relief against the dark wall stood the object of his interest, seeming a beautiful model of a female form, the colouring of which was that of life. It was naked to the middle, the arms were gracefully rounded. One hand sustained the falling drapery, which, being also coloured, produced upon the mind of the beholder the effect of real garments. Lost in wonder at the success with which the sculptor had performed his work, and experiencing feelings of a soft and voluptuous nature, Reginald drew closer to the statue. At that moment the light of the fire played upon its countenance, and it seemed to him as if the lips moved with a faint smile. Then how was his surprise increased when the conviction flashed to his mind that the face he was gazing upon was well known to him.
"Oh, Cecilia, Cecilia!" he ejaculated aloud. "Hast thou sent thy statue hither to compel me to fall at its feet and worship the senseless stone, while thou, the sweet original, art elsewhere, speculating perhaps upon the emotions which this phantasmagorian sport was calculated to conjure up within me? Ah, Cecilia, if thou wast resolved to subdue me once more, if thou couldst not rest until I became thy slave again, oh, why not have invited me to meet thine own sweet self, instead of this speechless, motionless, passionless image, a counterpart of thee only in external loveliness? Yes, there it is, perfect. The hair, the brows, the eyes, the mouth. Heavens! Those lips seem to smile once more. Those eyes sparkle with real fire. Cecilia, Cecilia!" And Reginald Tracy was afraid. He scarcely knew wherefore. The entire adventure of the evening appeared to be a dream. "Yes, yes!" he suddenly exclaimed, after having steadfastly contemplated the form before him for some moments. Standing at a distance of only 3 or 4 paces, afraid to advance nearer, unwilling to retreat altogether. "Yes," he exclaimed, "there is something more than mere senseless marble here. The eyes shoot fire, the lips smile, the bosom heaves. Oh, Cecilia, Cecilia, it is yourself!" As he spoke he rushed forward. The statue burst from chill marble into warmth and life. It was indeed the beauteous but wily Cecilia who returned his embrace and hung around his neck, and the rector was again subdued, again enslaved. "And you will pardon me for the little stratagem which I adopted to bring you back to my arms?" said Cecilia. "How can I do otherwise than pardon you?" murmured the rector, whose licentious soul was occupied only with gross delights, and who would at that moment have dared exposure and disgrace rather than tear himself away from the siren on whose bosom his head was pillowed. "Oh, Cecilia, I have had a violent struggle with my feelings, but I shall now contend against them no more. No, from this instant I abandon all hopes of empire, all wish for dominion over myself. I yield myself up to the pleasures of love and to thee. Sweet Cecilia, thou hast taught me how ineffable is the bliss which mortals may taste in this world, and after all the sure present is preferable to the uncertain future. Reginald, beloved Reginald, didst thou imagine that I would resign thee so easily as thou wouldst have resigned me? Said Lady Cecilia. Oh, you know not the heart of a woman. There were but two alternatives for me, to bring you back or to avenge myself on you. Avenge yourself? Exclaimed Reginald, starting. Yes, replied the wily creature, purposely adopting this discourse in order to enchain her lover in future. A woman who fondly, madly loves as I love Reginald will not so willingly part with the object of her affection. What, could you suppose that I would surrender myself to you one day, to be abandoned the next? No, never, never would I permit myself to be made the victim of a caprice. You wrote to me to implore me not to seek to see you again. I requested one last interview. You refused me my demand. Then I smarted sorely, but I said to myself, he loves me, and I added, I love him also. I accordingly resolved to attempt one grand effort to draw the anchorite from his cell. Chance threw in my way the old woman whom I sent you, and in whose house we now are. And what chance was that? Demanded Reginald, who entertained a strong and yet unaccountable aversion for that old hag. I will tell you all, dearest Reginald, answered Cecilia. The evening after I received your cruel note desiring that all might end between us, I was going out with the intention of calling upon you, yes, of throwing myself at your feet. Imprudent, Cecilia, murmured the rector, imprinting a kiss upon her lips. Yea, I was on the point of leaving my own abode to seek yours, continued Cecilia, when I heard a hoarse and ominous voice muttering behind me. I looked round and perceived that old wretch. She smiled, or rather leered significantly, and said, Happy, happy lady, to enjoy the rector of St. David's love. She said that? Cried Reginald. How could she divine what passed between us? She has since explained to me how she one evening saw you leave my house, with a certain wildness in your manner. True, true, ejaculated the rector. And the mind of the old woman being perhaps naturally evil, she conceived evil of others, on the faintest suspicion. Exactly, answered Cecilia. When she accosted me in that manner, I was so wretched, so miserable at the idea of being separated from you. Sweetest creature, I was indeed ungrateful for so much love. I was so unhappy that I was even glad to speak of thee to such a wretch as that old creature. Then she uttered words of consolation, and we talked together, talked for an hour in the cold, damp street. Poor Cecilia, murmured Reginald. What would I not dare for you? Said the wily woman, pressing him warmly in her snowy arms. And now you can guess the rest. How the old woman proposed that some stratagem should be invented to bring the recreant back to my arms. And you have thus blindly confided yourself, not only your secret, but mine also, to a perfect stranger? Oh, Cecilia, was this prudent? Exclaimed Reginald in alarm. Does love know prudence? Asked the lady. But fear not, gold will seal the lips of our confidant. And better is it for her obscure dwelling to be the scene of our loves than for our caresses to be exchanged at my abode, where the intrusion of a servant at any moment— True, interrupted Reginald, and yet upon what fearful abyss does my reputation now seem to tremble? Yours? Ejaculated Lady Cecilia, almost scornfully, for she was resolved to put an end to these repinings on the part of her lover. Oh, can you be so selfish as to think only of yourself? Should you be detected, you are ruined only in your profession, and not as a man. For with the man there is no dishonour in illicit love. But if I be detected, am I not lost as a wife and as a woman? Will not all the wrath of an avenging society light upon me? For it is upon us, upon poor woman, that contempt and shame and disgrace fall. Forgive me, dearest Cecilia, murmured the rector, clasping the frail beauty in his arms. I have been unjust to you. I have thought only of myself, unmindful of the immense sacrifice that is made by thee. But forgive me, I say, and never again shall the expression of my cowardly alarms, my egotistical terrors impair our happiness. I love you, my Cecilia. Oh, heaven knows how sincerely, how madly I love you. And you will love me always, whispered Cecilia. Always, for ever and ever, answered the rector, now intoxicated, delirious with joy, and reckless of all consequences. The barrier was now completely broken down, and the rector gave way to the violence of the passion which hurried him along. That man, so full of vigour and in the prime of his physical strength, abandoned himself without restraint to the fury of those desires which burnt the more madly, the more wildly, from having been so long pent up. Day after day did he meet his guilty paramour, and on each occasion did he reflect less upon the necessity of caution. He passed hours and hours together with her at her abode, and at length he ventured to receive her at his own residence when his housekeeper had retired to rest. But he did not neglect his professional duties on the Sabbath, and he now became an accomplished hypocrite. He ascended the pulpit as usual, and charmed thousands with his discourse as heretofore. Indeed, his eloquence improved, for the simulated earnestness which displaced the tone of heartfelt conviction that he had once experienced seemed more impassioned and was more impressive than the natural evolution of his feelings. Thus, as he progressed in the ways of vice, his reputation increased in sanctity. But the moment he escaped from the duties of his profession, he flew to the arms of her who had seduced him from his career of purity. And so infatuated was he with her who had been his tutoress in the ways of amorous pleasure, that he joyfully placed his purse at the disposal of her extravagance. Thus was Lady Cecilia triumphant in all points with regard to the once immaculate but now sensual and voluptuous rector of St. David's. End of section 67. Section 68 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. An Old Friend. Let us now return to the rattlesnake, whom we left in the act of flying from the pursuit which she knew would be undertaken in respect to her by the Resurrection Man. Having bade farewell to Mrs. Chichester at Cambridge Heath, Margaret Flathers, with her well-filled bag under her arm, hastened along the road leading to Hackney. She cared not which direction she pursued, provided she placed a considerable distance between herself and London. For so terrible was the dread under which she laboured from her knowledge of the desperate character and profound cunning of the Resurrection Man, that she conceived it to be impossible for her to be safe so long as she was within even a wide circuit of the great metropolis. Having passed through Hackney, she speedily left the main road and struck at random across the fields, careful only to pursue a course which she felt convinced must remove her further and further from London. Unweariedly for 2 long hours did she hurry on her way, until she fell, overcome with weariness, beneath a large tree, whose gigantic leafless boughs creaked ominously in the darkness over her head. The night was fearful cold, the grass was damp, and the wind moaned gloomily through the trees. The rattlesnake was hungry and thirsty, but she had not food nor drink to satisfy the cravings of nature. In that solitude, without a light gleaming through the obscurity as a beacon of hospitality, she felt that her gold was then and there no better to her than the cold soil upon which she rested her weary limbs. At length, worn out by fatigue and want, she fell asleep. When she awoke, the sun was shining. But where was she? Close at hand burnt a blazing fire, fed with wood and turf, and sending up a dense smoke into the fine frosty air. To an iron rod, fastened horizontally to 2 upright stakes, was suspended a huge cauldron, the bubbling of which reached her ears, and the savour of whose contents was wafted most agreeably to her nostrils. Grouped around the fire, and anxiously watching the culinary process, were 2 women, 4 men, and a boy. 2 of the men were not characterized by that swarthy complexion and those black elf-locks which distinguished their 2 male companions, the woman and the boy.
Of the two men thus especially alluded to as not being of the gipsy race to which their companions evidently belonged, the first was about 40 years of age, and possessed of an Herculean form. His countenance was weather-beaten and indicated the endurance of great hardship. Indeed, he had been abroad to far-off climes, and had gone through privations of an almost incredible nature. He was, however, taciturn and reserved, and ever seemed brooding upon some secret grief or absorbing sentiment of a darker nature. Nevertheless, the little he had chosen to tell his present companions relative to his former history had obtained for him the name of the traveller, and by no other appellation was he known amongst them. The other man, whose complexion proclaimed him not to be of the Egyptian race, was apparently verging towards 30, and although slight, he was well built and uncommonly active. His name will transpire presently. The elder of the two male gipsies was a man of nearly 80 years of age. His hair was as white as driven snow, and his bald pate was protected from the cold wind by only a thin, faded, green silk skull-cap. His beard, as white as his hair, hung down over his breast, and formed a strange contrast with his swarthy countenance and piercing black eyes, the fires of which were not dimmed with age. This individual was the king of the gipsies, and rejoiced in the assumed name of Zingari. The other male gipsy was the king's son, and was a fine, tall, handsome fellow of about 35, dark as a Spaniard, and with fine Roman features. The two women were also very discrepant in respect to age. One was nearly 60, and was the queen of the gipsies, her assumed name being Matcha. The other was a pretty brunette, with fine laughing eyes and brilliant teeth, and was the wife of Morcar, the king's son. Her name was Eva, and she was the mother of the boy before alluded to, and who was between 8 and 9 years old. We have thought it as well to state all these particulars at once in order to avoid confusion, although the rattlesnake was not immediately aware of them. When the rattlesnake woke up and surveyed this strange group, she instinctively felt for her bag of gold, and a scream of dismay escaped her lips when she perceived that it was gone. A loud burst of laughter emanated from the gipsies, for by this general name we should denominate the band, although two members of it were not of the race, and the fair-complexioned man, whose name we have not yet stated, exclaimed,
"Don't alarm yourself, my dear young woman. We have banked the rag, secured the money, for fear that a buzzman, informer, or spy should have nabbed you with it in your possession. You shall have your regulars out of it, mind, whenever you want to pursue your way. Only, as you've happened to trespass upon the dominions of his high mightiness King Zingari, you must pay toll."
While this individual was speaking, the rattlesnake, who had first been struck by the tone of his voice, considered him with great attention, and seemed to forget the loss she had sustained in the interest with which she contemplated the person addressing her. At length, when he had ceased to speak, she started from the ground, advanced towards him, and exclaimed in an excited tone,
"Have not you and I met before?" "Not unlikely, my dear," was the reply. "Perhaps under the screw in prison, or in the Holy Land, St. Giles, which I visit from time to time, or else in the bottom of a coal-hell coal mine in the county of Stafford." "It is, ejaculated the rattlesnake, ready to spring towards him and throw her arms around his neck. "Don't you remember me now?" "Remember you?" repeated the man slowly, and he gazed upon the rattlesnake's countenance for some moments. Then, as if a sudden light dawned in upon him, he started from the ground in his turn, crying, "May I never drink rum slim, rum punch again, if it isn't my old flame Meg Flavers." And they flew into each other's arms. "Your Majesty," said Skilligalee, for this was the individual whose name we for a moment suppressed. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed when this embrace was over, "allow me to present to you my wife, the lovely and accomplished Margaret Flavers."
"She is welcome," said Zingari gravely. "Young woman, sit down and be welcome. We ask no questions whether you are our comrade Splice, wife, or not. It is enough for us that he acknowledges you as such. Aisha, welcome daughter.
Eva greet sister. The old and the young gypsy women advanced towards the rattlesnake and took each a hand.
"I welcome you, daughter," said Aisha.
"I greet you, sister,"
said Eva. Then they each kissed her forehead and resumed their seats close by the fire.
"And I greet you too, my girl,"
exclaimed Morcar, thrusting out his large muscular hand and giving that of the rattlesnake a friendly squeeze. "And now sit down," said the king, "and moisten your Jaffer. Take something to drink."
"Ah, do," cried Morcar, "for you must want it after sleeping under that tree on the top of the hill, exposed to the cold, wind, and damp."
This observation led the rattlesnake to cast a glance around her, and she found that the gypsy camp was at the bottom of a deep valley, on the brow of which stood the tree to which the king's son pointed, and beneath which she had sunk exhausted on the preceding night. Meantime, Skilligalee had visited a covered van which stood at a little distance, and near which an old horse was quietly munching the contents of a capacious nose-bag, and in a few moments he returned, bearing with him a large stone bottle that might have held 2 gallons of liquor. From his pocket he produced a small horn cup, and pouring forth a bumper of rum, he handed it to the queen. "No, there first," laconically said Aisha, pointing towards the rattlesnake, who was accordingly compelled to drain the horn before Her Majesty.
"Good, isn't it?"
asked Skilligalee with a sly wink.
"I felt really cold, but this has revived me,"
replied the rattlesnake.
"And the contents of that pot will put you right altogether,"
said Skilligalee, pointing to the cauldron that was simmering over the fire.
"Beg pardon, Majesty,"
he added, turning towards the queen and pouring forth another dram. Matchup drank the contents of the horn cup without blinking, and Skilligalee proceeded to do the honours of the bottle to the rest of the company. Having served the king, Eva, and Morcar, he approached the traveller, who had sat a silent spectator of all that passed.
"Thank you,"
said the man dryly, and having tossed off the liquor, he muttered, grinding his teeth savagely,
"And someone else's turn must come too, sooner or later."
"Always brooding upon the same thing,"
exclaimed the laughing, light-hearted Skilligalee.
"And if you had been served by a villain, as I was," returned the traveller brutally, "you would long for the time to come to settle up accounts with him. Thank my stars, we shall be in London tomorrow, and then.
The remainder of the man's words were lost in mutterings, which, to judge by the terrific workings of his countenance, the violence with which he ground his teeth, and the convulsive rage indicated by the manner in which he clenched his fist, must have been a direful portent. But a few of the words he had uttered struck sudden dismay to the heart of the rattlesnake.
"Are you going to London?"
she whispered in a tone of alarm to Skilligalee, who had now resumed his seat by her side.
"Ah, indeed we are, my dear," was the reply. "The royal palace in the Holy Land is prepared for our reception, and this night at 9 o'clock does His Majesty make his triumphant entry, disguised as a timber merchant, that is, beggar with matches, into that part of his dominions."
"To London?"
gasped the rattlesnake. Then I cannot accompany you. What have you to fear?" demanded Skilligalee. "Have you not got me to defend you individually, and His Majesty's protection to shield you generally?" No, returned Margaret Flathers. "I cannot, I will not return to London. I hate the place, I detest it, I abhor it. I am not even now as far from it as I could wish, not half."
"Far from it!"
ejaculated Skilligalee with a merry laugh.
"Why, you can almost hear the sounds of the cabs and hackney coaches where we are now."
"What?"
cried Margaret. "How far are we from London? Tell me, speak." "When you are on the top of that place where I found you sleeping early this morning," answered Skilligalee, "you can see Hornsey Wood on the next hill, about 2 miles off."
"My God, then in spite of all my care last night, I must have gone a strange round,"
said Margaret, speaking rather to herself than to her companion.
"Ah, I see how it is, Meg," observed Skilligalee. "You are in trouble about that gold. Well, never mind, old gal, so much the more reason for me to protect you. Now, I'll tell you what it is. Not all the busmen in London can find you out at our crib in the Holy Land, and so you shall come along with us, and you shall keep indoors the whole time. We'll take care of you. What do you think of that?"
"Skilligally," whispered Margaret.
"I'm not afraid of the police. They don't trouble themselves about me, but there is a certain man that seeks my life." "Oh, if that's all," interrupted her companion, "make yourself perfectly easy. You don't know yet what defences and fortifications the king has got in his palace. A regiment of squaddies, soldiers, would never storm it or take it by surprise." "And you really think that I shall be safe?"
asked the Rattlesnake, hesitating, for these assurances of protection began to please her more than the idea of being compelled to wander alone about the country.
"Think!" cried Skilligally. "I don't think. I'm certain. Trust me, and all will be right. Besides, do you not pay toll to His Majesty? And where can you find a more powerful protector than King Zingari? You will see what he can do when once we arrive at the palace in the Holy Land. But, will he keep all my gold?"
asked the Rattlesnake hesitatingly.
"Not all, my dear," answered Skilligally. "1/3 goes to the books, treasury. Another third to be divided amongst all of us here who picked you up, and the other remains at your own disposal. Are you content?"
"Quite," said the Rattlesnake, knowing full well that it was no use to remonstrate, and not unwilling, moreover, to pay handsomely for the protection promised to her. While this conversation took place between the Rattlesnake and Skilligally, the two women had prepared the repast. The king had in the meantime amused himself with what, in his own lingo, he termed cocking a brosley, smoking a pipe. The boy fetched the platters, knives, forks, spoons, and other articles necessary for the meal from the van. Morcar went to look after the horse, and the traveller was buried in a profound reverie. Thus the discourse of Margaret Flathers and her companion was as private and unrestrained as if no one had been by. And now the immediate vicinity of the fire presented an animated and even comfortable appearance. Upon a huge earthenware dish was piled a stew, which sent forth a most inviting odour. A goose, a sucking pig, 3 fowls, a couple of rabbits, and an immense quantity of vegetables greeted the eye and pleased the olfactory nerve, and a couple of jolly brown quartern loaves flanked the feast. Every guest was furnished with a horn snicker, drinking mug. Salt, pepper, and mustard were also provided to give zest to the food. Then Skilligally paid another visit to the van, for he, it appears, was butler in ordinary to His Majesty King Zingari, and returned laden with a second enormous bottle, filled to the rim with the very best malt liquor that ever aided to immortalize Barclay and Perkins.
"All is ready,"
said Eva in a respectful manner to her father-in-law, the king. Zingari stroked down his beard in a majestic manner, murmured a grace in a language totally incomprehensible to the Rattlesnake, and then helped himself to a portion of the mess. This was the signal for the attack, and Margaret Flathers was by no means sorry to receive upon her platter from the gallant and attentive Skilligally a good proportion of the savoury comestibles. The traveller did his duty in respect to the repast, but he seldom joined in the gay discourse which seasoned it, apparently brooding over the one absorbing idea of vengeance which now seemed to constitute the only object for which that man lived. Margaret Flathers could not help noticing the great respect which all present paid to the king and queen of the gipsies. Their Majesties joined familiarly in the conversation, and it was evident from their remarks, especially those of Zingari, that they had travelled over every inch of Great Britain, not a crevice or corner of which was unknown to them. Margaret also gathered from their discourse that they had visited foreign countries in their youth, and Zingari boasted more than once of the intimate terms upon which he stood with the sovereigns of the gipsies of Spain and Bohemia. Morcar listened to his father with deep attention and marked respect, and expressed with deference his own opinions upon the various topics of discourse. Eva spoke little, but she was an interested listener, and from time to time she bestowed a caress upon her boy, or exchanged a glance or smile of affection with her husband. In a word, the members of the royal family of the Gypsies appeared to exist upon the most comfortable terms with each other. When the meal was over, Skilligalee beckoned Margaret Flathers aside and said, "We will go and seat ourselves under the brow of yonder hill and pass an hour in conversation. I have much to tell you, and you must have something to tell me."
I have indeed,"
claimed Margaret, as she accompanied Skilligalee to the spot indicated, where they seated themselves on some large blocks of wood that lay there half buried in the soil.
"I have often read and heard of the King of the Gypsies," said Margaret, "but I always imagined that he was a fabulous character. Is that old man yonder really the king, or has he only assumed the distinction by way of amusement?"
"He is as much the sovereign of the Gypsies, Margaret," answered Skilligalee with unusual solemnity,
"as Victoria is the Queen of England, and more so, for the whole tribe pays him a blind and implicit obedience. How came the king and his family with such strange names as those by which I heard them call each other?" inquired the Rattlesnake. "The Gypsies in England are of two distinct races, although united under one ruler," replied Skilligalee. "They are Egyptian and Bohemian, and the royal family always adopts names likely to please both parties. Zingari and Aisha are amongst the Gypsies supposed to be Egyptian names. Morcar and Eva are held as Bohemian. The parents who have Egyptian names give Bohemian ones to their children, so that the rulers of the tribe are alternatively looked upon as Egyptian and Bohemian." "Then Morcar and Eva will be king and queen at the death of Zingari," said the Rattlesnake. "Just so," replied Skilligalee. "Now tell me, who is that moody, melancholy, scowling fellow that you call a traveller?" continued Margaret. "We know but little of him," was the answer. "He joined us, or rather we picked him up in a state of starvation, a few miles from Liverpool about 6 weeks or 2 months ago, and the king has allowed him to tramp with us because he is without friends or money. Moreover, he was anxious to get to London, and for some reason or other he is afraid of being seen on the high roads or in the towns and villages. So our wandering life just suited his convenience, and he feels himself safe in our company. He seldom speaks about his own affairs, but he has said enough to enable us to understand that he has suffered deeply in consequence of the treachery of some person in whom he had put confidence, or who was his pal in former times, and he is going up to London with the hope of finding out his enemy. He seems a desperate fellow, and I should not like to be the person that has offended him." "He is not a gypsy?" said Margaret interrogatively. "No, not a whit more than myself," answered Skilligalee, "and I dare say he will leave us in London. As he was with us when we banked your rag, he will have his regulars, and that will set him up." "And you have no idea what he has been or who he is?" inquired the Rattlesnake. "We never ask questions, Meg. We listen to all that is told us, but we never seek to pry into secrets. The king was quite contented with seeing your well-filled bag, but if you remained in his company for 100 years from this time, he would never ask you how you came by it. All impertinent curiosity is against the laws of the Zingarees." "Zingarees? Who are they?" exclaimed the Rattlesnake. "The gypsies with another name, that's all, Meg," replied Skilligalee. "But I was telling you about the man that we call a traveller. When his heart had been the least thing warmed up with sluicing his bolt, drinking, and cocking his broseley, smoking his pipe, he has told us strange stories of foreign countries, so that even old Zingari, who has travelled a good deal, has turned up the whites of his eyes. But there is no doubt that the sulky stranger has seen much and gone through much also. He talks of the Cape of Good Hope and Cape Horn and Australia and heaven only knows what distant places, almost as well as you and I should talk about the coal hells in Staffordshire." "And does he mean to kill the man that has offended him?" demanded the Rattlesnake. "I warrant he does," was the answer. "For all that he possessed in the world when we picked him up, nearly frozen to death in a pit where he had crept for shelter, all that he possessed beside his rags was a long dagger which he calls a poignard. It is as bright as silver and so flexible that you can bend it double without breaking it. So determined is he to bury it some 6 inches into his enemy's heart that he wouldn't even sell it, it appears, when famishing for a morsel of bread. He seems a desperate-looking fellow, observed the Rattlesnake. I never heard of so terrible a man, except one, and hell doesn't contain a greater demon than him. But I will tell you all about that another time. You must answer me my questions first. Oh, of course, exclaimed Skilligalee with a merry laugh, because you are the lady and I am the gentleman. What else do you want to know? Why is the king going up to London? Well, he always does at this season of the year, to meet the chiefs of the different districts and settle a good deal of business. But you will see all about it when we once get up into the Holy Land. That is, if you've made up your mind to go with us. I have, answered the Rattlesnake. And now tell me all that has happened to you since we parted in that hurried manner. You know how. Well, I will, cried Skilligalee. So listen attentively, as all story-tellers say. Then, clearing his throat with a loud ahem, he commenced his narrative in the following manner. End of section 68. Section 69 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Skilligalee's Story, Part 1. You remember the day we parted, after having lived together for nearly 6 months. I gave you 2 guineas to find your way up to London, where I recommended you to proceed to seek your fortune, and I told you that I had as much left for myself to help me get away from a part of the country where the numerous burglaries I had committed had put all the constables on the alert after me. But in reality I had but 2 or 3 shillings remaining in my pocket. I knew that if I told you the real state of my finances, you would not accept so much as I had given you. But I was afraid that you might be implicated in my difficulties, and so I was determined that you should have sufficient to convey you clear away from Staffordshire. Well, when we parted, I walked along the road leading away from the village, as disconsolate as might be, and yet you know that I am not naturally of a very mournful disposition. It was 9 o'clock in the evening, if you remember, when I put you into the waggon that was to take you to London. I went on until I reached the lonely public house by the wayside. It was then 11 o'clock, and I was both tired and hungry. I entered the 3 Compasses, which was the sign of the public house, and sat down in the parlour. There was another traveller there, a short, stout man with a very red face, and who was committing desperate havoc upon a large cheese and loaf, from which he, however, occasionally diverted his attention in order to pay his respects to a pot of porter. I ordered some refreshment and inquired if I could be accommodated with a bed. The old woman who kept the place said that the only bed she had to spare was already engaged by the gentleman then at supper, but that I might sleep in the hayloft if I chose. Thereupon the red-faced man gave a long stare at me, shrugged his shoulders, and went on eating. I suppose that my appearance was not respectable enough to induce him to resign half of his bed for my accommodation, and indeed I was dreadfully shabby, almost in rags, as you may well remember. So I accepted the offer of the hayloft and retired to that place as soon as I had finished my supper. But as I clambered up the ladder to my roosting place, my unfortunate trousers caught a nail, and one leg was split completely down to the foot. Well, I was now in a most wretched dilemma, not knowing how I should contrive to mend my luckless inexpressibles. But I soon fell asleep, in spite of my unpleasant reflections, and when I awoke, the dawn of the mild spring morning was just breaking. I examined my garment, and was reduced to despair at its appearance. At length I resolved to dress myself, go downstairs, borrow a needle and thread off the old woman, and be my own tailor. When I descended into the yard, I found a lad busily employed in cleaning a pair of boots, while a pair of trousers lay upon a bench, neatly folded up, having evidently gone through the process of brushing. I immediately recognised the stout drab pantaloons which the red-faced man wore on the preceding evening, and my eyes dwelt longingly upon them. In reply to my questions, the boy said that his grandmother, the old widow who kept the public house, was not up yet, but that he could get me a needle and thread, as he knew where she kept her work-bag. Well, I begged him to do so, and he very obligingly went into the house for that purpose. The moment he had disappeared, I snatched up the red-faced man's drab trousers in one hand and his excellent pair of bluchers in the other. Then, without waiting to look behind me, I jumped over the fence which separated the stable yard from the fields and was speedily scampering across the open country as fast as my legs would carry me. When I had run about a mile, I reached a little grove situated on the banks of a stream, and there I halted. The red-faced gentleman's boots were a wonderful improvement upon my old broken shoes, but his pantaloons fitted somewhat awkwardly, being a world too wide round the waist and a foot too short in the legs. However, they were better than my old tattered unmentionables, and I could not complain that they were dear. I pursued my way along the banks of the stream until past midday, when I came to a village where I halted at a public house to take some refreshment. My 2 or 3 shillings were still unchanged, because I had not paid a single penny for my entertainment at the 3 Compasses. While I sat enjoying my bread and cheese and beer, I resolved in my mind various plans to better my condition. But my attention was speedily averted from that topic to the conversation of 2 old men who were sitting at another table in the tap-room.
So, poor old Joe Dobbin's scapegrace nephew is coming home at last,
said one.
Yes,
Said the other.
he has been seeking his fortune as a sailor all over the world for the last 10 years. Now he hasn't a penny, and is a-weary of a seafaring life. He has written to say that he is coming home to his poor old blind uncle.
Ah, Tom Tittlebat has been a wild un in his day, I'll answer for it,
said the first old man.
But his uncle seems quite delighted at the idea of seeing him again,
observed the other old feller.
He says that he shall persuade Tom to stay at home and take care of him, and then he'll be able to turn away cross old Marjorie, who robs him and ill-treats him in a shameful manner.
I devoured every word of this conversation, and my mind was instantly made up. I accordingly joined in the discourse, asked for some ale, of which I made the 2 old fellows partake, and so artfully pumped them that in half an hour I knew all about old blind Dobbin and his graceless nephew Tom Tittlebat, without having appeared even to ask a single question concerning them. At length, when I had my lesson complete, I burst out into a hearty laugh and cried out, "What, Master Buckley, don't you remember me then? And you, good Master Dobbin, am I quite a stranger to you too?" The old man stared, and then, with another hearty laugh, I boldly announced myself to be Tom Tittlebat. You should have seen the old fellows, how glad they were. One swore that he had all along suspected who I was, and the other vowed that my features were unchanged since he last saw me, although my face was a little tanned. Then I called for more ale and plied the old boys well, so that they might help to favour the imposture which I meditated. Away we went to the cottage inhabited by old Dobbin, my 2 aged companions really showing me the way, while I pretended to be quite familiar with it. The moment we came in sight of my alleged uncle's residence, old Buckley and Dottings, whose names I had found out from their own discourse with me, hobbled forward, exclaiming,
"Here's the prodigal returned, brother Dobbin! Kill the fatted calf, brother Dobbin!"
And in a few moments I was in my alleged uncle's arms. Then the fatted calf was indeed killed. Dame Marjorie, the old man's housekeeper, was compelled to bustle about to prepare a copious supper, a duty which she performed in a very bad grace, and with sundry suspicious leers and side glances towards me. I took no notice of her ill humour, but rattled away about my adventures by sea and land, till the three old men were quite astounded at the marvellous things I had seen and the tremendous perils that I had escaped. Buckley and Dotting were invited to stay to supper, and a merry meal we had. When the things were cleared away, I undertook to brew the punch, assuring the old folks that the compound would be made according to a recipe which I had obtained from the king of the inaccessible islands. Well, the punch was made, and there it stood, steaming in an enormous bowl upon the table. I was determined to enjoy myself, for I proposed to pack up everything portable during the night and decamp before dawn, for fear that the rightful nephew should return before I had turned my trick to advantage. So I filled the tumblers and plied the punch to such an extent that even old Marjorie's ill humour was overcome by the gaiety of the scene, and she consented to sit down and join us. I was just in the middle of a most exciting account of a conflict which I had had with a shark at the South Pole, when a loud knock at the door resounded through the house. Marjorie hastened to obey the summons, and old Dobbin observed, "I shouldn't be surprised if this was my cousin George, for I wrote to him the day before yesterday to say that my nephew Tom was coming home, and invited him down to pass a week or so on the happy occasion." I heard this remark, but the punch had produced such an effect upon me that I felt no uneasiness. I thought I should be able to get over cousin George as easily as I had done Uncle Dobbin, and so I amused myself by filling the glasses round from the second bowl, which had only just been mixed. Meantime, Dame Marjorie, having answered the door, returned, exclaiming, "It be Master George," and followed by a person whom her tall, gaunt form in some measure hid from me until they were both close to the table. Then what a dreadful scene took place! In cousin George, to my horror and dismay, I beheld the red-faced man that I'd met at the Three Compasses, and whose drab trousers adorned me at that very moment. I leapt from my seat and was making as fast as I could to the door, when cousin George shouted out,
"Halloa! Who have we here?"
and springing forward, he collared me in a moment.
"What's the matter? What's the matter?" demanded old Dobbin.
"My stars, what does this mean?" exclaimed Dame Marjorie.
"Why, it means that this fellow is a robber, and has got on my breeches and boots,"
vociferated cousin George, growing purple in the face with rage and giving me a violent shake.
"Your breeches?"
cried old Buckley.
"Your boots?"
mumbled old Doddins.
"Yes, to be sure," shouted the red-faced man. "Go and fetch a constable."
"Why, you don't mean that nephew Tom has done this?" said old Dobbin.
"Nephew Tom!"
exclaimed cousin George, letting go his hold upon my coat.
"No!"
"But I say yes, though," said I, putting a bold face upon the matter. "I knew you directly when I met you at the Three Compasses last night, and only did it by way of a lark. But this turn did not serve me." While I spoke, cousin George surveyed me attentively, and again rushed upon me. He roared out,
"He's a cheat! He's an impostor! Tom has a mole on the left cheek, and he has none. Tom has a cut over the right eye, and he hasn't. Go for a constable."
"Well, I thought all along he was a rogue," cried Dame Marjorie, hurrying off to execute this most unpleasant order. My case now seemed desperate, and not a moment was to be lost. Casting my eyes rapidly round in search of some weapon of defence or avenue of escape, I espied the punch bowl, 3 parts full of steaming liquor, within my reach. With the rapidity of lightning, I seized it and dashed it over like a hat upon cousin George's head. He uttered a terrific yell as the hot punch steamed down him, and I precipitated myself from the room as if a bloodhound was at my heels. Away I scudded, a hue and cry after me, but I ran like a racehorse, and in a few minutes was beyond the sound of the "Stop thief" raised by cousin George's ominous voice. That was an excellent adventure. I have often and often laughed at it since, and wondered whether the real Tom Tittlebat ever did return. At all events, I kept cousin George's trousers and boots, but they got me into more scrapes yet. I strolled through the fields, diverting myself with reflecting upon the past and pondering upon what might be in store for the future, until I reached a large market town, where I went boldly to the tap-room of the principal tavern. I ordered an excellent supper with plenty of ale, feeling convinced that some lucky adventure would enable me to pay for my cheer, for I now had but 1 shilling left, the remainder of my money having been spent at the inn where I met the 2 old acquaintances of Blind Dobbin. The tap-room was filled with people, and the conversation was pretty general. There was, however, one individual who took no part in the discourse, but sat apart in an obscure corner, smoking his pipe. He did not even appear to listen to what was said around him, but maintained his eyes moodily fixed on the floor. His horrible sallow complexion, deep wrinkles, and large moustache gave him an aspect very far from inviting. Nevertheless, I endeavoured to enter into conversation with him, simply, I suppose, because he appeared to be so reserved, and my curiosity was excited with respect to him. But he threw upon me a look of the most sovereign contempt, and made me no answer. I shrank back from the fierce glance of his dark black eyes, and felt abashed and cowed. I scarcely knew why. But soon, recovering my usual good spirits, I also called for my pipe and my pot, and mingled in the conversation, rattling away with my anecdotes, and now and then singing a snatch of song. I speedily made myself so agreeable to the drovers and waggoners assembled in the tap-room that they called for punch and invited me to partake it with them. At 12 o'clock the waiter came in and bawled out, "Any more orders, gentlemen? Any more orders?" This announcement came like a clap of thunder upon me. I had but 1 shilling in my pocket, and owed nearly 3. What to do I could not tell. Meantime the waiter went round, collecting the money due to him from each individual, and the nearer he drew to the table where I was sitting, the more fidgety I became. As I glanced round me with feverish anxiety, I saw the dark black eyes of the sallow-faced stranger fixed upon me, and I thought that they glared with fiendish delight, as if they had penetrated my secret. I felt ashamed, and my eyes fell beneath the demon-like glance. In another moment the waiter stood before me. "No, sir, if you please, sir. Steak, 1 shilling. Taters, penny. Bread, penny. 14 pence. 2 pints of ale, 8 pence. Screw of baccy, penny. Pot of porter, 4 pence. That's 2 and 3, sir." I sat aghast for a few moments, then began to fumble in my pockets, the waiter every moment growing more impatient. At that instant the sallow-faced stranger pointed to the bench on which I was sitting, and said in a surly tone, "No wonder, young man, that you can't find your money in your pocket when you let it roll about in all directions." He then sank back into his corner, and seemed to take no more notice of me or my concerns. I thought he had mind to banter me, but, turning my eyes towards the place which he had indicated, to my surprise I perceived a couple of half-crowns lying there. I'm sure the waiter must have seen how my countenance brightened up with sudden joy, but he made no remark, and I paid my bill. He then passed on to the sallow-faced man, who settled his own account and hastily left the room without condescending to cast another glance upon me. I was at a loss to make out whether the sallow-faced stranger had done a most generous action, or whether someone else had dropped the money there, and had in reality fancied it to be mine. I did not, however, lose much time in conjecture, but, taking the whole affair for a good omen, ordered another glass, and then went jovially to bed. I awoke early, had some breakfast, and went to take a stroll into the town. I naturally directed my steps towards the market-place, knowing that it was market day, and hoping to find a watch or a purse in the crowd. Elbowing my way through the glaziers, drovers, and butchers, I got into the middle of the market, and there a most extraordinary spectacle met my eyes. A man was leading a woman along by a halter which was tied round her neck. At first I thought a public execution was about to take place. But seeing no gibbet, no police, no sheriffs, and no clergyman, and observing at a second glance that the woman was giggling and laughing, very much unlike a person just going to be hanged, I was at a loss to account for so strange a sight. The crowd appeared to enjoy the fun, for fun it evidently was excessively, and at length I learnt that Bob Fawcett, the dog's meat man, was about to sell his wife to Will Wyatt, the costermonger. And sure enough, such was the fact. Bob Fawcett led his wife, a comely-looking woman enough, to the centre of the market, and tied the halter to a sheep pen. He then mounted onto the top bar of the pen, and shouted out, "I hereby put up my wife, Jenny Fawcett, to public auction, and I declare that she shall go to the highest bidder."
"So I will, Bob," cried the woman.
"Hooray, Bob Fawcett!"
bawled the crowd assembled. And then there was such a laughing and joking and skylarking, it seemed for all the world just like a fair. Well, Will Wyatt steps forward and exclaims,
"I bid 1 shilling for that woman." "1 shilling and a pot of beer,"
cries some wag in the crowd.
"1 shilling and a pot of beer is bid,"
shouts Fawcett.
"Who bids any more?" "1 shilling and a gallon of beer,"
bawls Will Wyatt.
"1 shilling and a gallon of beer for this woman,"
cries Bill Fawcett.
"Who'll advance on that?" "Going for 1 shilling and a gallon of beer." "Going. Will no one bid?" "Gone. Will Wyatt, my lad, that woman's yours."
So Will Wyatt steps forward, kisses the woman, takes off the halter, and tucks her under his arm, as cosy as if they'd just been spliced at church. Then they all three went off to the nearest public house, the crowd hurraying and shouting and shrieking and roaring as they made their way for the party to pass along. I determined to see the remainder of the fun, and so I followed them into the public house. The moment we entered the parlour, I saw a person sitting in one corner whose face seemed more or less familiar to me. He was a fine, tall, powerfully built man, and his countenance was very handsome, but so dark that he appeared to be an East Indian. But it was the peculiar expression of the mouth and the piercing glance of the eyes that struck me. I looked and looked again, and thought that a slight smile curled the stranger's lips as I surveyed him, although he did not seem to take any notice of me, or even to know that I was staring at him. Well, I thought to myself, if you are not my sallow-faced friend of last night, I'm terribly mistaken, that's all, for I knew too much of disguises myself to be bothered by the difference of complexion. So I went and sat down close by him, and having ordered something to drink, at length boldly whispered to him, "I have seen you before."
"Very likely,"
answered the man coolly,
"but take care of yourself, or you may still get into a scrape on account of cousin George's breeches."
With these words he rose, drained his glass, and walked coolly out of the room.
End of section 69. Section 70 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Skilligalee History, Part 2.
You may imagine how astonished I was at the ominous words which he had whispered in my ear. But collecting my ideas, I began to feel alarmed for my safety, and having no longer any interest in the party whom I had followed into the public house, I abruptly departed, without partaking of or paying for the refreshment which I had ordered. Hurrying away from the place, I got out of the town as quick as possible, and, avoiding the main road, struck into the fields. I wandered about for 2 or 3 days until all my money was gone, and I was one afternoon roaming along a by-lane, wondering what was to become of me, and thinking that it would be much better to break into some house as a last and desperate resource, when I suddenly encountered a man and woman at the turning of the road. They were dressed as poor country people, but the darkness of their complexions immediately struck my attention, and at a second glance I recognized in the man the very person who had whispered those mysterious words in my ears concerning cousin George's trousers, and whom I could almost certainly identify with the sallow-faced stranger.
What, not got rid of cousin George's trousers yet?
He exclaimed, laughing heartily, and the woman, who seemed to understand the joke, joined in her companion's mirth. "Who are you?" I said, "and how do you happen to know about that little adventure of mine?"
You see that I do know all about it," returned the man with another laugh.
"But Juice!" I cried, now completely bewildered. "If you are a constable, say so, and we will have a fight for it. If not, tell me who you are, and how you came to be acquainted with my affairs."
"I am certainly no constable," answered the man, "or I might have apprehended you some days since on 2 separate occasions, when there would have been no necessity to fight for it. As to how I know anything about you, ask no questions, because you will receive no satisfactory answers. But if you wish to earn a shilling or 2, say so, and you can do it within the hour."
I professed my willingness to serve this strange individual.
"Come with us,"
he said, and, striking into a narrow path, he led the way for about half a mile across the fields until we came in sight of a large farmhouse.
"You see that farm?" he said. "Now, listen attentively. You must go there, and under any pretence you can think of, obtain admission into the kitchen, or get into conversation with one of the servants, so as to glean all the information you can about the family. There's 3 daughters. Find out whether they are engaged to be married, or who the young men are that principally visit at the house, and all particulars of that kind. We will wait for you in yonder copse."
The stranger and his companion hastened away towards the place where I was to meet them again, and I proceeded towards the farm. It was by no means difficult to gain admittance into the kitchen of that hospitable establishment. A simple request for a cup of milk led to an invitation from a buxom cook and a smart servant maid to walk in and rest myself a little. Then bread and cheese and a foaming tankard of home-brewed ale was set before me, and while I ate and drank, I gradually drew the 2 women into the conversation which suited my purpose. They proclaimed the praises of Master and Mrs., and told me how the old people were very well off, and how Miss Jemima, the eldest daughter, was engaged to a young farmer in the neighbourhood. How Miss Mary, the second daughter, had been courted by an officer in the army who had been quartered in the neighbouring town, but who had since left and had never written to her afterwards. And how Miss Frances, the youngest, had been very melancholy ever since she had visited an aunt at Stafford, where it was well known an attorney's clerk had paid her very great attention. These and various other particulars relative to the family were related to me in the course of conversation, and having remained at the farm for a couple of hours, I was about to take my leave, as well informed relative to the inmates as if I had lived with them all my life. But just as I was rising to depart, I espied a purse lying in a work-box upon a shelf, and I began to reflect how I could make it my own. Accident served my purpose.
The cook insisted upon drawing me some more ale, and went into the cellar for that purpose, and the maidservant stepped to the door of the kitchen to receive a can of milk which a boy brought there at that moment. To dart towards the shelf and secure the purse was the work of an instant, and when the maid turned towards me again, I was sitting as composedly as if I had never left my chair. The cook made her appearance with the ale, of which I drank, and then I took my leave, with many thanks for the kind entertainment I had received. I proceeded to the copse, where I found my strange employer and his female companion waiting for me. I told them all that I had gleaned relative to the farmer and his family, and they were highly delighted with the information so procured. The man gave me 5 shillings and told me that he did not require my services any further. I was not sorry to get away from the neighbourhood, and taking leave of the persons who had employed me in so singular a service, pursued my way. When at a convenient distance from the spot where I had left them, I examined the purse, and to my joy found that it contained 4 sovereigns and about 7 shillings in silver. Considerably cheered at this change in my pecuniary position, I pursued my way until long after dusk, when I entered a village, where I determined to put up for the night. Having supped at a public house, I inquired about a bed, and found that I could be accommodated with one in a double-bedded room, the other being already retained by a traveller who had arrived before me, but who had stepped out, I was informed, to transact some business with certain inhabitants of his acquaintance. Being tired, I went up to the room where I was to sleep before the return of the person who was to occupy the other bed. But before I sought my own nest, I looked about for a secure spot where I could conceal my purse, as I fancied that my companion might probably be no more honest than myself. I accordingly hid my treasure between the mattress and the sacking, and putting my clothes under my pillow, lay down to rest. I soon fell into a deep sleep, from which I did not awake until aroused by the noise of someone moving about the room. I started up, and rubbing my eyes, asked what o'clock it was. The person who occupied the other bed was shaving himself at a looking-glass, with his back turned towards me. But the moment my voice fell upon his ears, he started round, and, to my horror, I recognised but too well, beneath the thick coat of lather, the never-to-be-forgotten countenance of Cousin George. Here was a precious scrape. The red-faced man was deaf to my prayers for mercy, and alarmed the whole house. Landlord, boots, ostler, and pot-boy rushed up the stairs, while Cousin George vociferated,
"Fetch a constable! This is the rogue who stole my breeches and boots! Fetch a constable, I say! Here's the villain that imposed upon poor old blind Dobbin! Fetch a constable!"
A constable was accordingly fetched, and I was duly given into his charge. While I was huddling on my clothes, Cousin George exclaimed with savage malignity,
"Ah! There's the boots, the scoundrel! There's the drab trousers, the scamp!"
and I really believe he would have wrestled them from me had it not been necessary for me to wear them in order to accompany the constable. I did not choose to drag forth my purse from its place of concealment, for fear it might involve me in a worse dilemma than that in which I found myself, and which, after all, was not particularly serious. I, however, left it beneath the mattress with deep regret, and was led away by the constable, every soul in the public-house turning out to witness my departure. The landlord, moreover, gave me a parting blessing after a fashion, accusing me as a thief who had run up a score of 3 shillings and 7pence halfpenny at his house without the slightest means of paying it. To this very natural conclusion he came, inasmuch as the constable, upon searching me, had found nothing in my pockets. The clergyman of the village was a justice of the peace, and before his worshipful reverence was I accordingly taken. He was an elderly man, very corpulent and very stern, and he frowned upon me in a ferocious manner when I was conducted into the library where he intended to hear the case. Cousin George, who had only shaved one side of his face and had a black bristly beard over the other, stepped forward and stated the entire case, which comprised the theft of his garments and the imposture practised upon his relative. In the latter business, however, the magistrate refused to interfere and confined his attention to the abstraction of the trousers and boots. I, of course, set up the usual defence. Had never seen the gentleman before in my life, had bought the trousers and boots off a man I met at a public house, and whose name I did not know, that I was an honest and hard-working fellow, out of employment, and had never been in trouble before. The magistrate was, however, obstinate, and would not believe a word I uttered. He accordingly ordered me to be committed to trial at the sessions, and I was moved to an outhouse, there to wait in the custody of the constable until my mittimus was made out, and a cart was obtained to take me to the county jail. Cousin George, satisfied with what he had done so far, threw a glance of triumph upon me as I was moved away from the magistrate's library. While I was pent up in the outhouse, I went to the window and looked out upon that open country which seemed the scene of a freedom now lost to me. As I was standing there, pondering upon my condition, and wondering whether the numerous burglaries which I had committed in a neighbourhood not very far distant would be brought against me, my attention was suddenly attracted to a number of people who were advancing rapidly towards the house. As they drew near, to my surprise, I recognised the swarthy stranger and his female companion, both evidently in the custody of two constables, and followed by the cook, maidservant, and other persons belonging to the farmhouse. An idea of the real truth instantly flashed through my mind, and I felt sorry, very sorry for the two poor creatures, who, I had no doubt, were suffering under a suspicion of the robbery which I had perpetrated. Moreover, I could not help thinking that the swarthy man and the sallow-faced man were one and the same person, and that the 2 half-crowns had been purposely thrown in my way by him at the inn in the market town to relieve me from that embarrassment into which his keen eyes had penetrated. These reflections suddenly filled me with deep interest in the stranger and his female companion. The procession passed the window, from which I drew back, and entered the magistrate's house. Half an hour passed away, and then the clergyman's servants made his appearance with a jug of ale and some bread and meat for the constable who had me in charge, but nothing was given to me, either to eat or drink. "There's a new case on in the library," said the servant.
"Ah, what's that?"
inquired the constable. "2 gypsies," was the answer. "Man and woman have been prigging a purse down at Farmer Clodhopper's. The purse belonged to a young servant gal, and was missed out of her work-box just after the gypsies had left the house last night. But the constables were put on the scent, and soon found the thieves."
"And was the purse recovered?"
asked the officer who had me in custody. "Deuce bit of it," said the servant. "Those gypsies know a trick worth 2 of that. It seems that they went down to the farm late last night and told all the young ladies and servant girls their fortunes. So they were taken into the kitchen and fed with the best, despite all the money they had given to them by the young ladies and the servants. Not content with all that, they stole the purse, the vagabonds." "No, they didn't know," I exclaimed, stepping forward, for somehow or other my blood boiled and my heart ached to think that those 2 poor creatures should be punished for a crime of which they were innocent. Besides, I was sure that all my past offences would be brought against me at the assizes, and I knew in that case that I should be booked for transportation, so one more robbery more or less could not make much difference to me. Well, both the constable and the servant stared when I spoke in that manner. "Yes," I continued, "it is perfectly true that those 2 gypsies are innocent of the theft, and if you take me before his worship again, I will prove my words." The constable accordingly conducted me back to the library. The moment I entered the room, the gipsy man and his companion exhibited the greatest surprise and interest. I gave them a reassuring glance, and then turned towards the magistrate. I said, "Your worship, these two poor creatures are innocent of the crime imputed to them." "How do you know?" demanded the justice roughly, for his lunch-time was now drawing near. "Because I stole it myself," was my answer. The greatest astonishment pervaded the assembly. Joy animated the countenance of the two gipsies, while the cook and the maidservant cried out, "Dear me, and who would have thought it?" as loud as they could. The justice looked tremendous savage, and declared that he would order the room to be cleared of strangers if they interrupted the business again in that indecent manner. I was then called upon to explain the assertion which I had made. "These two persons," I said, pointing towards the gipsies, "are accused of stealing a purse from Farmer Clodhopper's kitchen." "They are? Well?" "Then they didn't steal it, because I stole it myself, and these servants can prove that I was there yesterday afternoon." "So he was!" exclaimed the cook and the maid in the same breath. "And now," I continued, "if you will send and search under the mattress of the bed which I slept in last night at the public house where I was arrested, you will find a purse." But this trouble was avoided, for scarcely had I uttered these words when in came the landlord of that public house, holding the purse in his hands. His wife, it appeared, had found it when making the beds, and suspicion instantly pointed to me as the person who had placed it in the spot where it was discovered. This circumstance brought the case safe home to me, and the gipsies were instantly discharged, with a warning to take care of themselves in future. Nothing could exceed the looks of deep gratitude which those two innocent persons cast upon me as they left the room. But that of the man was significant of something more than a mere sense of obligation for the act of duty which I had done. I don't know how it was, too, but, rogue as I was, I felt an inward satisfaction at the part which I had just performed. I was taken back to the outhouse with another serious charge hanging over my head, and the cart was every moment expected to convey me to the county jail. But time slipped away, and it did not arrive. At length the constable became impatient, and talked about the impropriety of trifling with the time of a public officer like him, adding that he didn't know if he shouldn't write to the Prime Minister about it. Presently the manservant came in with some dinner for him, but not a bite or a sup for me. Neither did the constable offer me anything. "Here's a pretty business," says the servant. "The man that was to drive you over to the country jail has got drunk somehow or other and can't go, and the horse has suddenly gone dead lame." "What's to be done then?" cried the constable. "Why, you must wait until the man's sober and the veterinary surgeon has looked to the horse." And sure enough, we did wait until 8 o'clock in the evening before we started, and then no thanks to the man nor the veterinary surgeon, for the former was still too tipsy to move, and the latter could do nothing for the horse. However, another man came forward at a late hour and offered his services. He not only cured the horse in a few minutes, but also undertook to drive the cart. The constable accordingly put a pair of handcuffs on me and took me out into the yard where the vehicle was waiting. A man with a sallow face and bushy red hair was already seated in front, holding the whip and reins, and as I mounted he gave me a look which I immediately understood. That man was no other than my friend, the swarthy gipsy, so well disguised that his own mother would have scarcely known him. Away we went at a rattling pace. It was soon dark, and the constable told the driver not to go at such a rate. But he did not obey the command. On the contrary, he whipped the horse the more, and the cart bounded along the road as if it was for a wager. The constable swore and prayed by turns. The driver laughed, and presently the cart upset into a dry ditch. "Run for your liberty!" cried the driver to me as he pulled me from the ditch, and I followed him across the fields with a speed that was increased by hearing the constable shouting, "Stop, thief!" behind me. But in a very few minutes those cries became fainter and fainter, until they at length ceased altogether. Still my deliverer pursued his way, and at such a rate too, that I was scarcely able to keep up with him. At length we stopped in a thicket and sat down to rest. My deliverer took a file from his pocket and worked away at my manacles with such a skill and energy that in a few minutes I was relieved from them. He then produced some food, and I ate a hearty meal. When the meal was over, my companion condescended to give me an explanation of certain matters which had hitherto remained wrapped up in some degree of mystery. "You must be informed," he said, "that my name is Morcar, and that I am the son of Zingari, king of the gypsies. The female who you saw me with yesterday and this morning is my wife. A considerable portion of the money earned by our race consists of fees paid by the simple and credulous for having their fortunes told. In order to obtain the necessary information relative to the inhabitants of those places or dwellings which we visit, we are compelled to assume many disguises, or to make use of the agency of others not connected with us, to gather that information for us. Some days ago, at an early hour in the morning, I was loitering about in the neighbourhood of the Three Compasses, and from behind a hedge saw you make off with the boots and trousers which a boy had been brushing in the yard. Chance led me that same afternoon to the village where you played your famous trick upon old Dobbin, and as the story spread like wildfire through the place immediately after your detection by cousin George, I could not avoid hearing all the particulars. I got a lift in a cart from that village to the market town, where I met you the same night at the inn. I could not help admiring your boldness and ingenuity, and while I sat quietly smoking my pipe in the tap-room, listening to the discourse of the inmates and picking up various information to be turned to future account, I noticed your embarrassment at the appearance of the waiter to collect the money owing by each individual. I had made a good day's work in a certain way, and was disposed to be liberal. Accordingly, at a moment when you were turned in another direction, I placed 2 half-crowns close by where you sat on the bench. Next day I threw off what I call my sallow disguise, and repaired to another public-house near the market to glean additional information, all of which our women have since turned to ample profit. There I was enabled to give you a warning which was really important to you, as old Dobbin's cousin George had actually arrived that morning in the town to attend the market. A few days afterwards I was roving with my wife along the by-lanes in the neighbourhood of Clodhopper's farm, endeavouring by some means to glean what we could concerning the young women at that place, for our finest harvests are always reaped at farmhouses. Again I met you, and I made you the instrument of my design. But, added Morcar with a smile, you went farther than you were instructed. You did things which we never do. I mean, steal money. We take for our use a sucking pig, a fowl, or a goose, and we do not consider that stealing. We also snare rabbits and game, and we look upon it as no crime. However, you saw the scrape into which that business of the purse got me and my wife this morning. You saved us, and I vowed to save you also. The moment I was discharged, I went to the stable where the horse that was to convey you to jail was kept, and bribed the ostler to drive a nail into his foot so as to touch the flesh. Then I found the man who was to drive you, and plied him so well with liquor that he was unable to perform his duty. My object was to delay your journey until the evening, because I knew that I could ensure your escape in the dark. You have seen how well my plans have succeeded, because you are now free. You may suppose that I thanked my kind deliverer most sincerely for all he had done to serve me, He, however, cut me short in my expressions of gratitude by saying, "What are you going to do? If you will join us, you will be assured of your daily food and will be more or less protected from danger. My father has a van in which you can at any time hide when concealment is necessary, and we will do all we can to serve you, for I still consider myself to be indebted to you on account of your generous conduct of this morning. I could have borne punishment myself, but the idea of my wife being plunged into such misery, no, never, never." I accepted the welcome offers of Morcar, and that very night was conducted to the encampment where his father and mother had taken up their quarters. Eva presented her son to me, saying,
"You have preserved for this little one a father and a mother. Henceforth the Zingaris will know thee as a friend."
From that moment I have lived with the gipsies until the present time, and though some years have passed away since I first joined them, I have not yet become weary of our wandering mode of existence.
End of section 70. Section 71 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Palace in the Holy Land. The wanderer amidst the crowded thoroughfare of the multitudinous metropolis cannot be unacquainted with that assemblage of densely populated streets and lanes which is situate between High Street, St. Giles's, and Great Russell Street, Bloomsbury. The district alluded to is called the Holy Land. There poverty hides its head through shame, and crime lurks concealed through fear. There everything that is squalid, hideous, debauched, and immoral makes its dwelling. There woman is as far removed from the angel as Satan is from the Godhead, and man is as closely allied to the brute as the idiot is to the baboon. There days are spent in idleness and nights in dissipation. There no refinement of habit or of speech is known, but male and female alike wallow in obscene debauchery and filthy ideas. There garments are patched with pieces of various dyes, and language is disfigured with words of revolting slang. There the natural ruffianism and brutal instincts of the human heart are unrepressed by social ties or conventional decencies. There infamy is no disgrace, crime no reproach, vice no stain. Such is the Holy Land. In a dark and gloomy alley connecting two of the longest streets in this district stood a large house, 4 stories high, and with windows of such narrow dimensions that they seemed intended to admit the light of day only by small instalments. 4 steep stone steps, each only about 6 inches broad, led to the front door, which always stood open during the daytime. This front door gave admittance into a small square compartment, which was denominated the lobby, and from which a second door opened into the house. The inner door just alluded to was kept constantly shut, save when admittance was demanded by anyone who had the right of entry into the habitation. But even that admittance was never granted without precaution. In the ceiling of the little hall or lobby described, there was a small trapdoor let into the floor of the room above, and by these means the sentinel on duty upstairs was enabled to reconnoitre everyone who knocked at the inner door. The interior of the house resembled a small barrack. The apartments on the ground floor were used as day rooms or refectories, and were fitted up with long tables and forms. The floors were strewn with sand, and the appearance of the place was more clean and comfortable than might have been expected in such a neighbourhood. The lower panes of the windows were smeared with a whitewash which prevented passers-by from peering from the street into the apartments. The upper stories were all used as dormitories, some being allotted to the male and others to the female inmates of the house. These rooms were furnished with mattresses, blankets, and coverlids, but there were no bedsteads. The aspect of the dormitories was as clean as that of the day rooms. To the ceiling over the landing place of the second floor was hung a large bell, to the wheel of which were attached numerous ropes, which branched off through holes in the walls and floors in all directions, so that an alarm could be rung from every room in that spacious tenement. Behind the house there was a large yard, surrounded by the dead walls which formed the sides of other buildings. Thus in no way was the dwelling which we have described overlooked by the neighbours. At the bottom of the yard was a door opening into a court which communicated with another street, and thus a convenient mode of egress was secured to anyone who might find it prudent to beat a precipitate retreat from the house. We have now endeavoured to furnish the reader with an idea of King Zingari's palace in the Holy Land. In order to complete the description, it only remains for us to state that the various precautions to which we have alluded in connection with the palace were adopted for the protection and safety of those inmates who, either in the course of their avocations or otherwise, might happen to render themselves obnoxious to the minions of the law. Not that the pursuits of the subjects of King Zingari necessarily comprised practices which rendered their headquarters liable to constant visits from the police, but persons accustomed to a vagabond kind of existence could not be otherwise than often tempted into lawless courses, and His Majesty did not dare disown or discard a dependent who thus became involved in danger. Moreover, the protection of the gipsies was frequently accorded to persons who rendered them a service, or who could pay for such succour, as in the respective cases of Skilligalee and the rattlesnake, or it was not unusually granted upon motives of humanity, as in reference to the man called the Traveller. This intercourse with characters of all descriptions was another reason for the adoption of precautionary measures of the palace, but seldom, very seldom was it, that the necessity of those measures was justified by events, the police being well aware that no good ever resulted from a visit to the royal mansion in the Holy Land. It was 10 o'clock at night, and the king of the gipsies was presiding at the banqueting table in his palace. Upwards of 60 gipsies, male and female, were assembled around the board. These consisted of the chiefs of the different districts into which the gipsy kingdom was divided, with their wives and daughters. Skilligalee, the rattlesnake, and the Traveller were also seated at the table, and were honoured as the king's guests. The meal was over, and the board was covered with bottles containing various descriptions of liquor, drinking mugs, pipes, and tobacco. With all the solemn gravity of a chairman at a public dinner, Zingari rapped his knuckles upon the table and commanded those present to fill their glasses. The order was obeyed by both men and women, and the king then spoke as follows.
Most loyal and dutiful friends, this is the 131st anniversary of the institution of that custom in virtue of which the provincial rulers of the united races of Egyptians and Bohemians in England assemble together once every year at the palace. 131 years ago, this house was purchased by my grandfather, King Seisman, and bequeathed to his descendants to serve as the headquarters and central point of our administration. There is scarcely an individual of the united races who has not experienced the hospitality of this palace. Every worthy Zingari who visits the metropolis enjoys his bed, his board, without fee and without price, for 7 days in our mansion, the superintendence of which is so ably conducted while we are absent by our brother on the right.
Here the king glanced towards a venerable-looking gipsy who sat next to him.
In his hands our treasures are safe, and tomorrow he will place before you an account of the remittances he has received from the provincial districts, and the expenditures he has made in the maintenance of this establishment. You will find, I have reason to believe, a considerable balance in our favour. Let us then celebrate with a bumper the 131st anniversary of the opening of our royal palace.
This toast was drunk without noise, without hurrahs, without clamour, but not the less sincerely on that account.
My pretty Eva, said the king after a pause, will now oblige us with a song.
Zingari's daughter-in-law did not require to be pressed to exhibit her vocal powers, but in a sweet voice she sang the following air: The Gypsy's Home. Oh, who is so blithe and happy and free as the ever-wandering Zingari? 'Tis his own wild will to roam, and in each fair scene does he find a home. Does he find a home? The sunny slope or the shady grove, where nightingales sing and lovers rove. The fields where the golden harvests wave, and the verdant bank which the streamlets lave, are by turns his home. The busy town with its selfish crowd, the city where dwell the great and the proud, the haunts of the mighty multitude, where the strong are raised and the weak subdued, are to him no home. Oh, ever happy and ever free, who is so blessed as the Zingari? When nature puts on her gayest vest, where flowers are sweetest and fruits are best, oh, there is his home.
Thank you, sweet Eva, said the king when the gypsy woman had concluded her song,
in the chorus of which the other females had joined in a low and subdued tone.
Ours is indeed a happy life, continued Zingari. When roving over the broad country, we enjoy a freedom unknown to the rest of the world. No impost or taxes have we then to pay. We drink of the stream at pleasure, and never feel alarmed lest our water should be cut off. We can choose pleasant paths, and yet pay no paving rate. The sun lights us by day, and the stars by night, and no one comes to remind us that we owe 2 quarters gas. We pitch our tents where we will, but are not afraid of a ground landlord. We do not look forward with fear and trembling to Lady Day or Michaelmas, for the broker cannot distress us. We move where we like, without dreading an accusation of shooting the moon. In fine, we are as free and independent as the inhabitants of the desert. A health, then, to the united races of Zingaris.
This toast was drunk in silence, like the former, and the king then called upon the pretty dark-eyed daughter of one of the chiefs to favour the company with a song. The request was complied with in the following manner. Come hither, fair maiden. Come hither, fair maiden, and listen to me. I've a store of good tidings to tell unto thee, bright hopes to call smiles to those sweet lips of thine, and visions of bliss little short of divine. Come hither, fair maiden, the poor Zingari hath promise of love and of fortune for thee. Away from the future the dark cloud shall fly, and years yet unborn be revealed to thine eye. Come hither, fair maiden, no more shalt thou be alarmed lest the fates act unkindly to thee. The planet that governed the hour of thy birth shall guide thee to all the fair spots of the earth. Come hither, fair maiden, futurity see, shall roll on no longer, unfathomed by thee. With me canst thou plunge in its dark depths and know how rich are the pearls that hope treasures below. In this manner did the gypsies pass the evening, until the clock struck 11, when they separated to their dormitories. The Rattlesnake was astonished to observe the order and regularity which prevailed within the strange association amongst which accident had thrown her. The festival had passed without noise and without intemperance. The presence of the king and queen seemed alone sufficient and prevent enjoyment from passing the barriers of propriety. We need not, however, linger upon this portion of our tale. Suffice it to say that a fortnight glided away, during which the king of the gypsies was detained in the metropolis by the business which he had to transact with his chiefs. The Rattlesnake did not venture out of the house, and Skilligalee was her constant companion. The traveller, however, meantime disguised himself in a manner which would have defied the penetrating eyes of even a parent had he met his own mother, and from morning until evening did he prowl about London in search of the one individual against whom he nourished the most terrible hatred. But every evening when he returned home to the gipsy palace, his countenance was more gloomy and his brow more lowering, and if questioned relative to the causes of his rage or grief, he replied in a savage tone,
"Another day is gone, and he still lives, but I will never rest until I trace him out."
And then he would grind his teeth like a hyena. End of section 71. Section 72 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The proposal, unexpected meetings. Return we once more to Markham Place. Mr. Munro had so far recovered from the malady into which the dread discovery of his daughter's dishonour had plunged him as to be enabled to rise from his bed and sit by the fire in his chamber. Ellen was constant in her attentions to the old man, and with her child in her arms did she keep him company. By a strange idiosyncrasy of our nature, Mr. Munro, instead of abhorring the sight of the infant, which proclaimed his well-beloved daughter's shame, entertained the most ardent affection for the innocent cause of that disgrace, and he rapidly recovered health and spirits as he sat contemplating that young unwedded mother nursing her sin-begotten babe. Richard Markham pursued his studies, though rather for amusement than with any desire of gain, inasmuch as the money repaid him by Count Alteroni had once more restored him to a condition of comfort, although not of affluence. His mind was far more easy and tranquil than it had wont to be, for he knew that he was beloved by Isabella, and although she was a high-born princess of Europe, he felt convinced that no circumstance could alienate her affections from him. One evening, when the year 1840 was about 3 weeks old, Whittingham introduced Mr. Gregory into our hero's library. The countenance of that gentleman wore a melancholy expression. Markham was shocked when he beheld his altered appearance. "Mr. Markham," said the visitor, as he seated himself at Richard's request, "you are perhaps surprised to see me here, especially after the manner in which we parted. I am come to demand a favour, and not to reproach you. Indeed, I have no right to use the word reproach towards you at all. You conducted yourself like an honourable man in respect to me. You taught my sons no lessons save those by which they have profited. If you erred in early life, you have no doubt repented. And shall men dare to withhold that pardon which the Lord vouchsafes to all who implore it? I beheld your triumph at the theatre. Would to God that nothing had sullied it. I beheld your fall, and I commiserated you. But before that there were reasons, cogent reasons, which forbade me to continue the cultivation of your friendship. And as a man of honour and of good taste, you have not sought mine since we parted. Before you proceed further, said Richard, "for I see that you have some business of more or less importance to discuss with me, allow me to inform you that I was not overpowered by guilt on that fatal night when I was so cruelly denounced at the theatre. The consciousness of crime did not strike me level with the dust. I fell beneath a reaction of feelings too powerful for human nature to struggle with. The proofs of my innocence." "Your innocence?" cried Mr. Gregory, now strangely agitated. "Your innocence, say you?" "Yes, my innocence," repeated Markham, his cheeks flushed with a noble pride. "For I can glory in that innocence, and assert it boldly and without fear of contradiction." "In the name of God, explain your meaning!" exclaimed Mr. Gregory, so excited that he could scarcely draw his breath. "I mean that I was the victim of the most infernal treachery ever planned," cried our hero, and he then related the whole particulars of his early misfortunes to Mr. Gregory. "Oh, now indeed I can make my proposal to you with joy and honour," cried this gentleman, "for you must know, Mr. Markham, that my daughter loves you, and has for some time loved you with the most pure, the most holy, and the most ardent affection. But you saw that she loved you. You were not blind to that passion which her ingenuous nature would not allow her to conceal. You knew that her heart was fondly devoted to you. And most solemnly I declare," cried Markham, "that neither by word nor deed did I ever encourage that feeling in Miss Gregory's heart." "I believe you," said the father of that young lady, "for I noticed that you were often reserved when she was gay and friendly towards you. And it was to separate her from the object of her affection that I parted with you as the tutor of my sons. For it was not until the disclosure at the theatre that I learnt the sad accusation under which you had laboured in your early youth." Mr. Gregory paused for a moment, and then continued thus. "I hoped my daughter's happiness was not altogether compromised by her love for you. I removed her to a change of scene, and there an accident threw her into the society of a charming family, with whom she passed about 10 days. At the beginning of the week I fetched her home to my house in Kentish Town, but I found that she was more melancholy than ever. Her naturally joyous and lively disposition has changed to mourning and sorrow. I have not, however, told her that I am acquainted with her secret. I know not whether she even suspects that I have penetrated it. I have studiously avoided all mention of your name, and she never alludes to you by word. But she thinks of you always. She nourishes a flame which consumes her. Now I am come, Mr. Markham, to propose to you the hand of my daughter, to propose it to you with frankness and candour. I know that the step which I am taking is an unusual one, perhaps an improper one, but the safety and the happiness, the life of my daughter compels me thus to depart from the usages of society. If your heart be not otherwise engaged, and I never heard you hint that such was the case, and if you think that the charms and accomplishments of Mary Ann are worthy of your notice, in addition to the handsome fortune which my means enable me to settle upon her—" "My dear sir," interrupted Richard, pressing Mr. Gregory's hands warmly in his own, "you have honoured me with this proposal, and under other circumstances I should have been, no doubt, gratified. But it is impossible." "Impossible? Impossible?" repeated Mr. Gregory, a cloud coming over his countenance. "Yes, impossible. I appreciate your daughter's great merits. I admire her personal beauty. I respect her excellent qualities, and I could have loved her dearly as a sister, but my heart, that is not mine to give." "What? You love another?" ejaculated Mr. Gregory. "For some time my affections have been devoted to a young lady who has confessed a reciprocal attachment to me." "Enough, enough!" cried the unhappy father. "For my poor daughter there is now no hope. But you, Mr. Markham, will forget that this proposal was ever made. You will bury the particulars of this visit of mine in oblivion. With me the secret of your daughter's heart is sacred." Mr. Gregory wrung the hand of our hero and took his leave. It is scarcely necessary to observe that Mary Ann had not communicated to her father one word of the conversation which had taken place a few days previously between herself and Isabella, relative to Richard Markham, and which has been duly narrated in a recent chapter. Neither was Richard aware that Mr. Gregory and his daughter had accidentally formed the acquaintance of Count Alteroni's family. So affected was Richard by the interview which had just taken place that he sought the fresh air in order to calm his mind and divert his thoughts from the contemplation of the unhappy condition of a lovely young creature whose heart was so disingenuously devoted to him. He walked towards London. The night was fine and moonlit, and he was induced to prolong his ramble. He recollected that he required a particular work which was published by a bookseller in Great Russell Street, Bloomsbury, and thither did he proceed. He entered the shop and made the purchase which he needed, and then repaired to the bottom of Tottenham Court Road, where it joins Oxford Street, in order to obtain a conveyance to take him home. But as he turned the corner of Great Russell Street, an individual coming in the opposite direction knocked somewhat violently against him.
"Why the devil don't you use your eyes?"
exclaimed the fellow brutally. Richard started back and uttered a cry of mingled astonishment and horror, for the tone of the voice which had just addressed him was familiar, too familiar to his ears. "Wretch!" he ejaculated, almost instantly recovering his presence of mind and precipitating himself upon the other. "We have met at last where you shall not escape me."
"Damnation! Richard Markham!"
growled the Resurrection Man, for it was he. Then, with a sudden jerk, rather characterized by a particular knack than by any extraordinary degree of strength, he disengaged himself from the grasp of our hero, and turning on his heels, darted off at full speed towards St. Giles's. All this was only the work of a single instant, but as soon as the Resurrection Man thus escaped, Richard gave the alarm, and in a moment a policeman and several persons who had witnessed the encounter, for it was but a little past 9 o'clock in the evening, joined in the pursuit. The Resurrection Man rushed along with desperate speed, took the first turning to the left, and plunged into the dark and narrow streets lying between Great Russell Street and High Street. London was as well known to the miscreant as if it were a mere village whose topography may be learnt in an hour. This knowledge stood him in good stead on the present occasion. He dived down one street, merged into another, dodged down courts and up alleys, and at length rushed into a sort of lobby, the front door of which stood open, but the inner door of which was shut. At that inner door he knocked violently. A trap was opened above, and a light streamed down upon him.
"What do you want?"
cried a gruff voice, speaking through the trapdoor in the ceiling.
"Open, open!"
exclaimed the Resurrection Man.
"Let me in, and I will reward you well."
The trap was closed. The lobby was again pitch dark, as it was before the light streamed down into it, and in a few moments the house door was opened. The Resurrection Man rushed in. The door was closed once more, and the villain exclaimed,
"I have done them, by God!"
Who are you?
asked the man who had opened the door, and who had the appearance of a gipsy.
"Judging by the way in which your house is secured, my good friend," was the reply, "there can be no harm in telling you that I am persecuted by bluebottles, a race which cannot be altogether unknown to you."
That's enough,
said the gipsy.
You are safe here. Follow me.
The gipsy led the Resurrection Man into one of the lower rooms, where King Zingari, Morcar, and 5 or 6 gipsy chiefs were carousing. The Rattlesnake was upstairs with the other women. The traveller was not yet returned from his day's hunt after his enemy, and the greater number of the gipsies had already taken their departure from London. The Resurrection Man was well aware that the gipsies had an establishment in that district of London, but he had never been previously acquainted with its precise whereabouts. It, however, now instantly struck him that accident had led him into that very establishment. Advancing towards Zingari, he said,
"If I am not mistaken, this is the crib where the famous race of Bohemians and Egyptians are accustomed to meet in London. I claim of them hospitality for a few hours."
"As long as suits your interests, friend," answered the king. "Sit down and do as we do."
The Resurrection Man needed no second invitation. He took the seat offered him near the royal chair, and in pursuance of another invitation speedily made himself comfortable with a snicker of rum flim and broseley.
"Booze, and be merry," said the king. "We shall have nothing to interrupt our merriment tonight. The women have all gone to roost, that they may get up early, for we leave the Holy Land tomorrow morning. At 5 o'clock we depart. But you, my friend," he continued, addressing himself to the Resurrection Man, "are welcome to remain here a day or two, if such a plan suits your safety, as I suppose it does. We leave an intendant of our royal palace behind us."
At this moment Skilligalee entered the room and took his seat at the board.
"All is quiet upstairs, your Majesty," said this individual, "and so I suppose the women are gone to the Downey. They all seem glad at the idea of leaving London tomorrow morning."
"And none more so, I think, than your Margaret," observed the king with a laugh. "She seems dreadfully afraid of that man who she says is in pursuit of her."
The Resurrection Man was immediately struck by these remarks. He became all attention, but said nothing.
"If you knew all," cried Skilligalee, "you would not blame her. It appears that the fellow is a perfect demon. His regular trade is in dead bodies, and so he can't be very nice."
"It is the rattlesnake. It must be,"
said the Resurrection Man to himself. But not a muscle of his countenance moved, and he sat smoking his pipe as coolly as if he had heard nothing capable of exciting him. Nevertheless, within him were emotions of the most fiendish triumph, of the most hellish delight, for his victim was near, and the hour of vengeance approached. Then it struck him that his purpose might be defeated were the rattlesnake, who had evidently made friends of the gipsies, to meet him in their presence. But he recollected that the women were stated to have already retired to rest, and he felt more easy on this head. Again he asked himself how he was to discover the room in which she slept, and to this question all his ingenuity could answer nothing more than that he must trust to circumstances. An accident did serve his infernal purpose, however, in this respect. The gipsies, not dreaming that their conversation could have any ulterior interest to him, continued it upon the same topic.
"Poor Meg is terribly put out because she has lost all her companions upstairs," continued Skilligalee. "She couldn't bear the idea of sleeping all alone in the great room just over this."
"Then she shall get married and have a husband to take care of her,"
said the Resurrection Man with a coarse laugh. But his remark was merely for the purpose of clearing up a doubt.
"And so she has someone to take care of her," cried Skilligalee, "and that's me. But there's one rule in this place. Men sleep in their rooms and women in theirs."
"We can't split the palace into 100 different bedchambers," observed Zingari. "Certainly not," said the Resurrection Man. "But surely the lady you are talking of can't be afraid in such a fortress as this."
"But she is, though," answered Skilligalee. "The women that occupied the same room with her went away this morning, because the court is going out of town again," he added with a jovial laugh. "Meg wanted to move into Her Majesty's room, but Aisha and Eva told her that she must learn to get rid of her stupid fear."
"And very properly," said the Resurrection Man.
"But never mind these matters of talk," cried Skilligalee. "They're only domestic after all. Come, I'll sing you a song, as it's the last night we shall be here."
Skilligalee accordingly chanted a merry lay, and the conversation afterwards turned upon a variety of topics, none of which possessed sufficient interest to be recorded in our pages. At length a clock in the passage struck 11, and King Zingari instantly rose from his seat. This was a signal for the revellers to retire.
"Skilligalee," said the king, "you will tell the trap-faker, the porter, that the traveller is the only one out, and you will conduct our new guest to the strangers' ward. Lieges and friends, good night."
The king withdrew, the other gipsy chiefs dispersed to their dormitories, and Skilligalee proceeded to conduct the Resurrection Man to the room where he was to sleep. If any doubt had remained in the mind of Anthony Tidkins relative to the identity of the Margaret then in that house with the Margaret whom he sought, it would have been dispelled by the mention of the name of Skilligalee, a name which had occurred in the Rattlesnake's history of her life. The Resurrection Man immediately comprehended that she had fallen in with her old companion. Skilligalee lighted a candle and led the way upstairs. On the first floor he looked into the porter's lodge, which was immediately over and corresponded in size with the lobby below.
"Trap faker, old feller," he said. "The traveller is out late tonight, but I suppose he means to come back. He's the only one abroad."
"All right," said the porter. "I'll attend to him."
Skilligalee then conducted the Resurrection Man up another flight of stairs and into a room which Tidkins knew, from what had been already said, to be immediately over the one where Margaret Flathers slept. Skilligalee left the Resurrection Man a candle, wished him good night, and retired to the room in which he slept. The moment the Resurrection Man was alone, his hideous countenance threw aside its constrained composure, and assumed an expression so truly fiend-like that, had a spectator been by, it must have inspired sentiments of terror. Like every greedy and avaricious man, he entertained the most ferocious hatred against the person who had robbed him of his treasure, and now that the means of revenge were within his reach, together with a hope of recovering his gold, for he resolved to converse with the Rattlesnake ere he killed her, he experienced that kind of demonic joy which invariably characterizes the triumph of the ruffian. Beneath the rough upper coat which the Resurrection Man wore, he had a pair of loaded pistols, and in his pocket he carried a clasp knife with a blade as long, pointed, and sharp as a dagger. Thus, armed to the very teeth, as it were, and, moreover, endowed with that reckless kind of daring which we have seen him exercise on so many different occasions, the Resurrection Man was as desperate and formidable a villain as any Italian bravo that ever wielded the elastic steel of Milan, or any Spanish bandit whose hand was familiar with the bright blade of Abasita. An hour passed away, and profound silence reigned throughout the palace in the Holy Land. The Resurrection Man, with a candle in his left hand, and his right ready to grasp a weapon of defence, stole cautiously from his room. He descended the stairs and proceeded to the apartment in which the Rattlesnake slept. The door yielded to his hand, and he entered the chamber. It was a large room with 12 mattresses spread upon the floor, but only one of the beds was occupied, and that was by Margaret Flathers. The intended victim slept. Anthony Tidkins approached the bed, placed the candle upon the floor, knelt down, and bent over the bolster.
"Margaret,"
he said in a low tone, giving her a gentle shake by the shoulder at the same time. She opened her eyes, and at the same moment the Resurrection Man clapped his hand tightly upon her mouth. But this precaution was unnecessary, for without it profound terror would have sealed the lips of the affrighted woman.
"If you cause an alarm,"
muttered the Resurrection Man in a low but hoarse and dogged tone,
"I'll cut your throat that minute. I want to speak to you, and if you tell me the truth, I will do you no harm."
The Rattlesnake clasped her hands together and cast a glance of the most humble and earnest supplication up into the countenance of the demon whose sudden appearance there, and at the still hour of night, leaning over her in so menacing a manner, and with dark resolve expressed in his foreboding face, had struck such terror to her innermost soul.
"Now, mind," added the Resurrection Man, "one word to disturb the house, and you die."
He then withdrew his hand from her mouth, but she scarcely breathed more freely. Her alarm would not have been of a more appalling character had she woken to find herself encircled in the horrible coils of a boa constrictor.
"You see, Margaret," continued Tidkins, "no one can escape me. Sooner or later I fall in with those who thwart or injure me. But we have not much time for idle chattering. In one word, what have you done with the money you stole from me?"
The gypsies have got it all, answered the woman, scarcely able to articulate through intense terror.
Who has got it? Where is it kept?
The king of the gypsies.
What? The old fool with the white beard?
The same.
And where does he keep it, I say?
I've been told that the bag containing the gypsy's treasure is always placed under his bolster.
Are you sure of that?
Asked the Resurrection Man.
Certain,
was the reply. And now Margaret Flathers began to breathe more freely, for she thought that the object of the terrible individual present was not to kill her, but to obtain back his gold.
Has any of it been spent?
No, no,
answered the Rattlesnake eagerly, although she well knew that a third had been already divided between the royal family, the traveller, and Skilligalee, those being the persons who had found her asleep beneath the tree and possessed themselves of her treasure in the first instance.
Do you know where the king, as you call him, sleeps?
Proceeded the Resurrection Man.
Yes, I am acquainted with every nook and corner of this place,
replied Margaret, her presence of mind gradually returning to her aid.
But he does not sleep alone,
said the Resurrection Man.
I know all about that. How many men occupy the same room with him?
Only his son, Morcar.
Are they armed?
No,
answered the Rattlesnake.
They have nothing, or fancy they have nothing to fear. This house is so well guarded.
Now, listen,
said the Resurrection Man after a pause.
I have no time to waste in words. Will you conduct me to the room where this king of yours sleeps and help me to get back my gold? Or will you have your throat cut this minute?
And as he uttered these terrific words, he coolly drew his clasp knife from his pocket.
Oh, put away that horrid thing, and I will do all you tell me, said the Rattlesnake, clasping her hands again together, while a cold shudder passed over her entire frame.
Well, I don't want to do you any harm,
returned Tidkins, with difficulty suppressing a sardonic smile.
But I warn you that if you attempt any treachery, I will shoot you upon the spot without an instant's hesitation, let the consequences be what they may.
And this time he showed her the butt ends of his pistols in the side pocket of his rough coat.
You need not threaten me, Tony,
said the woman, endeavouring to assume an insinuating tone. But the dark scowl with which the Resurrection Man surveyed her as she thus addressed him instantly checked that partial overture towards reconciliation and confidence.
None of that nonsense with me, Meg,
whispered Tidkins.
It has deceived me before, but I warn you. So now jump up and lead the way to the king's room.
The Resurrection Man rose from his kneeling posture over the bed, which, as our readers have been already informed, was made up on the floor, and Margaret Flathers got up.
Shall I dress myself?
she said.
What for? You don't think that you're going away with me, do you? No, I shall leave you in the excellent company which you have chosen for yourself, and with your friend Skilligalee.
The Rattlesnake made no reply, but she marvelled how the Resurrection Man became acquainted with so many particulars concerning her companions.
Take the light and go first,
said the Resurrection Man, and pulling off his heavy shoes, he prepared to follow her. Margaret Flathers took the candle in her hand and led the way cautiously to the room in which Zingari and Morcar slept. The door was ajar, and she entered, followed by the Resurrection Man. The king and Morcar were fast asleep in their beds, which were also spread on the floor. The Resurrection Man drew a pistol from his pocket and advanced to the head of the king's couch. The Rattlesnake remained in the middle of the room, holding the candle. Tidkins cautiously introduced his hand beneath the bolster, and to his inexpressible joy his fingers came in contact with a bag evidently containing no small quantity of coin. By the sudden flash of delight which overspread his countenance, the Rattlesnake perceived that her words had not misled him, and she rejoiced in her turn, for she had dreaded the consequences of any disappointment experienced on his part. A difficult task yet remained for the Resurrection Man to perform. He had to draw the bag as gently as he could from beneath the king's head. At one moment a horrible idea entered his imagination. He thought of cutting the old man's throat in order to abstract the treasure without molestation. But then there was the other man who might happen to wake. Accordingly, he abandoned this horrible scheme and commenced his task of slowly removing the bag. But just at the moment when this difficulty seemed entirely overcome, Morcar started up in the next bed and uttered a loud cry. The candle fell from the hands of the rattlesnake and was extinguished. Availing himself of the darkness into which the room was thus suddenly plunged, the Resurrection Man seized the bag and darted towards the door. But scarcely had he set foot in the adjacent passage when the deep tones of a bell suddenly boomed throughout the house, and the notes of the tocsin were instantly responded to by the clamour of voices and the rushing of many persons from the various rooms to know the cause of the alarm. The entire house was now in confusion. The alarm which Morcar rang woke everyone throughout the establishment. Meantime, the Resurrection Man had precipitated himself down the stairs and had already begun to unbolt the front door when lights appeared, and in another moment he was surrounded by the gipsy chiefs and pinioned by them.
"Villain!"
cried Morcar, tearing the bag of gold from his grasp.
"Is this the reward for our hospitality? It's mine, and I can prove it," thundered the Resurrection Man. "But let me go. I don't want to hurt any of you, and you needn't hurt me." "Ah, that voice!"
ejaculated the traveller, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs as Tidkins uttered these words. Then, before a single arm could even be stretched out to restrain him, he rushed with the fury of a demon upon the Resurrection Man and planted his long dagger in the miscreant's breast. Tidkins fell. A cry of horror broke from the gipsies, and the traveller was instantly secured.
"He is not dead, but he is dying,"
exclaimed Morcar, raising the Resurrection Man in his arms.
"Tell him, then,"
cried the traveller in a tone of mingled triumph and joy.
"Tell him that the man who was transported 4 years ago by his infernal treachery has at length been avenged. Tell him that he dies by the hand of Cranky Jim."
These words seemed to animate the Resurrection Man for a few moments. He made an effort to speak, but his tongue refused to articulate the curses which his imagination prompted, and turning a glance of the most diabolical hatred upon the avenger, he sank back insensible in the arms of Morcar. The gipsies conveyed him upstairs and placed him on a bed, where Aisha, who, like many females of her race, possessed no inconsiderable amount of medical knowledge, immediately attended upon him. End of section 72. Section 73 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. The Secret Tribunal. Half an hour after the occurrences just related, a strange and terribly romantic scene took place at the Gypsies' Palace in St. Giles's. The principal room on the ground floor was lighted up with numerous candles. At the head of the long table sat King Zingari, clad in a black robe or gown, and wearing a black cap upon his head. The gipsies, who had all dressed themselves in the interval which had occurred since the alarm, were seated at the board. The men on one side, the women on the other. Aisha alone was absent. At the lower end of the table sat Margaret Flathers, her countenance deadly pale, and her eyes wildly glancing upon those around her, as if to inquire the meaning of this solemn conclave. Skinagali was also present, but his looks were downcast and sombre. Such an assembly in the middle of the night, and succeeding so rapidly upon the dread incidents which had already occurred, was enough to strike terror to the soul of Margaret Flathers, for she knew that this meeting, at which so much awful ceremony seemed to preside, bore some reference to herself. At length Zingari spoke.
"Margaret," he said in a solemn tone, "you are now in the presence of the secret tribunal of the United Races of Zingaris. Our association, existing by conventional rules and laws of its own making, and to a certain degree independent of those which govern the country wherein we dwell, has been compelled to frame severe statutes to meet extreme cases. One of our customs is hospitality, and you have seen enough of us to know that we ask but few questions of those who seek our charity or our protection. It necessarily happens that persons who so come amongst us learn much of our mode of life and many of our proceedings. But the basest ingratitude alone could reward our generous hospitality with a treacherous betrayal of any matters, the communication of which might militate against our interests. Although we have no sympathy and no dealings with the thieves and rogues of this great metropolis, we never refuse them the security of this establishment. When accident or previous acquaintance with its existence leads them to seek the safety of its walls, this conduct on our part has been pursued upon grounds of generosity and policy. Generosity because we believe that half the criminals in existence are rather the victims of bad laws than of their own perverse natures. Policy because we wish to keep on good terms with all orders and classes who live in violation of the law. It, however, behoves us to adopt as much precaution as possible against treachery and to punish treachery where we detect it, and when the perpetrator of it is in our power. With this view, the secret tribunal was instituted at the same time that this establishment was first opened, more than a century ago. Margaret, you are now in the presence of that tribunal, and you are accused of treachery and ingratitude of the very blackest dye.
This address was delivered with a solemnity which made deep impressions upon all present. No slang phrases, no synonyms disfigured the language of King Zingari. He spoke in a manner becoming the chief of a vastly ramified association which had made laws for the protection of its own interests. Margaret surveyed the aged individual who thus addressed her with wild astonishment and vague alarm, but so confused were her ideas that she could not make any reply.
"What are the facts of this case?" continued King Zingari after a pause. "You, Margaret, are discovered by us one morning, sleeping in the open air and nearly dead with the cold. You have a treasure with you which we might have appropriated altogether to ourselves, but a third of which has been held at your disposal, yours at any time you might choose to demand it. You come amongst us, you are treated by us with even more than usual attention and kindness, and you are allowed to associate with our wives and daughters without the least restraint. A fortnight scarcely elapses when you conduct a robber into my room and point to him the place where he may find the treasure belonging to the association."
"Hear me, hear me!"
ejaculated Margaret, now recovering the power of speech.
"Hear me, and I will explain all."
"Speak," said the king.
"I am not guilty of premeditated ingratitude,"
continued the rattlesnake.
"I awoke in the middle of the night and found a fiend in human shape hanging over me. That man was the one whom I had been so anxious to avoid, of whom I was so afraid. I admit that I had robbed him of the gold which you found with me, But I was not bound to tell you that before now. Well, I awoke, and he was hanging over me. How he came into the house, you best know. How he knew that I was an inmate of it, I cannot explain. How he discovered my room is also a mystery. Nevertheless, he did find me out, and with dreadful threats of instant death, he made me lead him to your apartment to get back his gold. That is the whole truth."
A smile of incredulity played upon the lips of Zingari.
"Why did you not give the alarm when once you were in my chamber?" he demanded. "Even if I am old and feeble, was Morka not there? And could you not in one moment have summoned the others to your aid by touching the bell rope within your reach?"
"And had I done so, that instant would have been my last. The fearful man whom I obeyed would have shot me dead on the spot,"
answered the rattlesnake.
"And do you not know how to die rather than betray your companions?" asked the king.
"I am but a woman, a weak woman," exclaimed Margaret, "and oh, no, no, I could not die so horrible a death."
"Our women would die in such a cause," said Zingari, "and those who join us and live with us must learn our customs and our habits. Remember how sudden was the appearance of that man. How awful were his threats in the middle of the night, and a knife, I may say, at my very throat. It is a most extraordinary thing that the very man whom you so much dreaded should have happened to seek our hospitality within a fortnight after you had joined us. Am I wrong if I entertain a suspicion in that respect? You knew that the bag which every night was deposited beneath my head contained not only the greater part of the gold which you brought us, but also the year's contributions from the tribes and districts. You knew all this because we had no secrets from you. Then perhaps you were tired of our company, and you imagined that it would be an easy thing to make your peace with that man whom you so much feared by putting him in possession of a larger treasure than the one you plundered from him, a treasure, too, which you might hope to share with him."
"As I live, that was not the case," cried the rattlesnake energetically. "You know that I have never stirred out of this house once since first crossing the threshold. How then could I communicate with that man?"
"Where there is a will, there generally is a way, Margaret," answered the king. "Have you anything further to urge in your defence?"
"I have told the truth," replied the woman. "What more can I say?"
"Then you may retire," said Zingari.
2 gypsy men led her from the room, and those who remained behind proceeded to deliberate upon the case. The whole affair was viewed in an aspect most unfavourable to the rattlesnake, and when Skilligalee volunteered an argument in her defence, he was reminded that he only sat at that board by sufferance, because he was known to be faithfully attached to the Zingarees, but that he was not one of either race. When the question had been duly discussed by the secret tribunal, the king put the point at issue to the vote, guilty or not guilty. The decision of the majority was guilty. The rattlesnake was then ordered to be brought back to the room. When she again stood in the presence of her judges, Zingari addressed her in the following manner.
"This tribunal, Margaret, has duly deliberated upon the case in which you are so especially interested. The result of that deliberation is that you are found guilty of the blackest treachery and ingratitude. The founders of this tribunal wisely ordained that it should only pronounce one penalty in all cases which terminated in convictions, and that penalty is one which does not enable the criminal to return to the world to seek at the hands of the country's tribunals redress for what such criminal might deem to be an injustice practised by this court. That penalty is death."
"Death!"
wildly screamed Margaret Flathers.
"Oh, no, you would not. You could not murder me in cold blood."
"Death,"
solemnly repeated Zingari.
"Death, in the usual manner, according to the laws which this tribunal was instituted to dispense."
"Death!"
again cried the unhappy woman, scarcely believing what she heard.
"No, it is impossible. You will not kill me. You cannot cut me off so soon. I am not prepared to die. I have led a wicked life and must have time to repent. Spare me, but do not keep me in this dreadful suspense. Oh, I can understand that you wish to strike me with terror, to read me a terrible lesson. Well, you have succeeded. Expel me from your society. Thrust me out of your house, but—"
"Remove her," interrupted Zingari firmly, but at the same time a tear trickled down his countenance. The two gypsies who had before led the rattlesnake from the room now dragged her forcibly away, while her piercing screams struck to the hearts of those who heard them.
"When is the sentence to be executed?"
inquired Skilligalee in a subdued and mournful tone.
"Within the hour," answered the king. "You may converse with her up to the fatal moment."
Skilligalee bowed and left the room.
"Let the traveller be now introduced,"
said Zingari. Cranky Jem, against whom the reader may remember the Resurrection Man had turned crowned evidence at the same sessions of the Central Criminal Court at which Richard Markham and Eliza Sidney were tried and condemned, was now brought into the room.
"You have conducted yourself in a manner calculated to involve us all in a most serious difficulty,"
said the king, addressing this individual,
"and we are compelled to rid ourselves of your presence without delay. You have been treated with hospitality by us. Reward us by maintaining the most profound secrecy relative to all you have seen or heard since you have been our companion and guest. Depart, and may you always be ready and willing to serve a Zingari."
I will, answered Jem. "Night and day. In any case, I will risk my life for one of you. I do not blame you for expelling me. In fact, I should have left you in the morning of my own accord. London is no place for an escaped convict, and I shall not be sorry to leave it. But answer me one question before I go. Is that man dead?"
"We shall give you no information on that head," answered Zingari. "Depart, my friend, and trouble us with your presence no longer. You have gold, and may you prosper."
Cranky Jem bowed to the gypsies, and having thanked them for their hospitality and kindness towards him, took his departure from the palace. The gypsies retained their seats, but not a word was spoken by anyone present. At length the great bell on the staircase was struck 3 times. At this signal the king rose and walked slowly out of the room, followed by the other gypsies. The procession moved with solemn pace and in dead silence to the back part of the house, where it descended a flight of stone steps into a place used as a scullery. There Skilligalee, Margaret Flathers, and the 2 gypsy jailers who had charge of the criminal were waiting. A single candle burned in the place, and its dim, fitful light rather augmented than diminished the gloom. Margaret was absorbed in the most profound grief and terror, and her mental sufferings were revealed in heart-rending sobs. The nature of her doom had already been communicated to her. Skilligalee countenance was ashy pale, but much as he felt, he knew the Zingarees too well to undertake the vain task of imploring their mercy on behalf of the culprit.
"Is everything ready?" demanded the king.
"Everything,"
answered one of the gypsy jailers. With these words, the man opened a massive door leading into a cellar, at the end of which there was another door, affording admittance into a second and smaller vault.
"Margaret,"
cried the king in a loud tone,
"your doom is prepared. Brethren, take warning against treachery and ingratitude from this last act of justice."
The two gypsies who had been entrusted with the custody of the criminal raised her between them and bore her through the first cellar into the interior vault. But she uttered not a scream, nor a sob. She had fallen into a state of apathy bordering upon insensibility the moment the rough hands of those men had touched her. Skilligalee's lips were compressed, and he evidently experienced immense difficulty in restraining his feelings. Margaret was deposited on a mattress in the inner cell. A loaf of bread and pitcher of water had already been placed upon a shelf in one corner of the dungeon. The door was then closed and carefully bolted. The door of the outer cell was also shut, and thus was the wretched woman entombed alive. But as the procession of Zingarees turned to leave the vicinity of that fearful scene of punishment, a faint shriek, though none the less expressive of bitter agony in consequence of its indistinctness, fell upon the ears of those who had witnessed the sepulchre of a living being. End of section 73. Section 74 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 1, Part 2. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Dave Wills. Thus far have we pursued our adventurous theme, and though we have already told so much, how much more does there remain yet to tell? Said we not at the outset that we would introduce our readers to a city of strange contrasts? And who shall say that we have not fulfilled our promise? But as yet we have only drawn the veil partially aside from the mighty panorama of grandeur and misery which it is our task to display. The reader has still to be initiated more deeply into the mysteries of London. We have a grand moral to work out, a great lesson to teach every class of society, a moral and a lesson whose themes are wealth and poverty. For we have constituted ourselves the scourge of the oppressor and the champion of the oppressed. We have taken virtue by the hand to raise it, and we have seized upon vice to expose it. We have no fear of those who sit in high places, but we dwell as emphatically upon the failings of the educated and rich as on the immorality of the ignorant and poor. We invite all those who have been deceived to come around us, and we will unmask the deceiver. We seek the company of them that drag the chains of tyranny along the rough thoroughfares of the world, that we may put the tyrant to shame. We gather around us all those who suffer from vicious institutions, that we may expose the rottenness of the social heart. Crime, oppression, and injustice prosper for a time, but with nations, as with individuals, the day of retribution must come. Such is the lesson which we have yet to teach. And let those who have perused what we have already written pause ere they deduce therefrom a general moral, for as yet they cannot anticipate our design, nor read our end. No, for we have yet more to write, and they have more to learn of the mysteries of London. Strange as many of the incidents already recorded may be deemed, wild and fanciful as much of our narrative up to this point may appear, we have yet events more strange and episodes more seemingly wild and fanciful to narrate in the ensuing volume. For the word London constitutes a theme whose details, whether of good or evil, are inexhaustible. Nor knew we, when we took up our pen to enter upon the subject, how vast, how mighty, and how comprehensive it might be. Ye then, who have borne with us thus far, condescend to follow us on to the end. We can promise that the spirit which has animated us up to this point will not flag as we prosecute our undertaking, and at the close we feel convinced that more than one will be enabled to retrospect over some good and useful sentiment which will have been awakened in the soul by the perusal of the Mysteries of London. End of section 74, and the end of the first volume of the Mysteries of London.